Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. There were many happy things in this world. Undoubtedly, Han Fei felt extremely happy to know the power of his great Tao. Clearly. More importantly, this power belonged to him alone and would keep growing without any side effects. Seeing the sudden change in Han Fei's strength, the old turtle immediately asked, "Can your great Tao enhance your strength?" Han Fei grinned. "Sort of." Han Fei waved his hand and the power dissipated. Then, he waved his hand and shouted, "Break!" At that moment, spiritual energy surged in his body, and countless energy fruits shattered. After about 100 seconds, Han Fei opened his eyes and took a long breath. When he looked at his mind again, information popped up. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 79, half venerable. Spiritual energy, 360,000/360,000. Chaos energy, untransformed. Spiritual power greater than 49,999/49,999. Perception range, 8,000 kilometers. Strength, 1,912 waves. First spiritual heritage, unknown. Second spiritual heritage, unawakened. First spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 69. Second spiritual beast, unawakened. Main art, sky-stealing technique, level 6 of void fishing, venerable level. Divine quality. Han Fei didn't feel anything when he saw the message. The increase in his spiritual power and perception range was just obtained with the improvement of his realm. After all, there was a venerable in the half-venerable character. His strength didn't increase much, which was better than nothing. He believed that when he became a venerable, his strength would definitely rise greatly. As for the amount of spiritual energy, it could no longer attract Han Fei. But when he saw the word chaos energy, he knew that the demon purification pot had changed. If he became a venerable, it would bring a lot of changes. Now, with the support of a large amount of power of will, it was easy for him to become a half-venerable. In his heart, Han Fei knew that he could make a breakthrough, as if he had a hunch that he could advance at any time. Han Fei didn't pay much attention to the changes in the information. What he really needed to figure out in the realm of half-venerable was his use of the power of his great Tao. This time, after walking through the green jade stone bridge, Han Fei felt that he had some understanding of the great Tao. Han Fei was very sure that if he used the Heaven Enlightenment Divine technique now, the effect would be doubled with half the effort, which was completely different from before, where he used to consume decades of vitality every time he used it. Similarly, he had made clear progress on the path of invincibility too. Of course, Han Fei hadn't had a chance to use the power of the great Tao yet. He needed to find a place to try it. Buzz. In the next moment, Han Fei stepped directly into Forge the Universe. He hadn't entered Forge the Universe for a long time, mainly because he had been training for the past few years. There was no need to come in, and he didn't need to hide at all. Originally, Han Fei had hoped that after entering Forge the Universe, he could test his 3 great Taos. After all, to become a real venerable, he had to familiarize himself with his own great Tao first. After crossing the stone bridge, Han Fei knew very well that this familiar process was actually very simple. He was different from others. He didn't need to think about it repeatedly or look for his own great Tao. He accidentally created his own great Tao. God knew how this Tao seed was born. Anyway, it was born just like that. the Tao seed secretly conformed to the path of the specific cultivator. There must be a reason for Han Fei to give birth to such a strange Tao seed. This Tao seed was like a glutton, trying to gain something from nothing. Copy someone else's great Tao, steal power from the future, and get 3 great Taos at the same time. If this wasn't a glutton, what was it? But when Han Fei was about to study his own great Tao, he suddenly discovered that he seemed to find some changes at the border of Forge the Universe. Before entering, Han Fei didn't pay attention to its border. But now, as soon as he entered, Han Fei discovered that something was wrong. There seemed to be some blue light twisting at the periphery of Forge the Universe. Han Fei was very familiar with Forge the Universe, but had never discovered this before. After a brief stun, Han Fei looked at the demon purification pot again. This time, it was not as simple as reading information. In the dark void, Han Fei saw that in the void, at some point in time, there were 2 small words. Time chain. These 2 words lit up, but when did they light up? Han Fei was still stunned. Suddenly, Han Fei felt his heart skip a beat. The demon purification pot had a change, probably when it swallowed the dragon essence energy in the battle on the Waterwood world. For a long time, the demon purification pot had been quiet, or rather, the demon purification pot had shown too many abilities. Han Fei felt that this was already the limit of the demon purification pot. The rest should be to find the remaining small vines of the demon purification pot. However, it didn't seem to be the case now. It was very likely that the demon purification pot hadn't shown certain abilities before because it wasn't full. As he grew stronger, he encountered more and more opportunities, and the special energy he could obtain increased. The demon purification pot had actually been growing. Immediately, Han Fei imprinted his mind on it, hoping to unveil the so-called time chain to see what new function it was. However, when Han Fei scanned with his perception, he found that information emerged. It takes 10 billion points of spiritual energy, or 100 streams of chaos energy to unlock the time chain. Hiss! Han Fei gasped. Are they robbing me? 10 billion points of spiritual energy? Han Fei did have that. Of course, it would be even better if he could exchange demonic energy for spiritual energy. Even if he had to use spiritual energy, he had enough. However, compared to his large number of ultra-quality demonic stones, his spiritual energy reserve was not so sufficient. As for the chaos energy, he clearly didn't have it. He had encountered so many opportunities, and Old Yuan had followed him for a long time. However, he didn't seem to have collected much chaos energy. Immediately, Han Fei asked, Old Yuan, how much chaos energy do you have now? The old turtle's heart skipped a beat. Why do you ask this? I've only got 2 streams of chaos energy so far. When I killed the Venerable, I wasted one of them. Han Fei didn't really want to snatch the old turtle's chaos energy. He just wanted to judge the difficulty of obtaining chaos energy according to the old turtle's answer. Now it seemed that this thing was probably not easy to get. Even if Old Yuan was lying to him, he probably didn't have much chaos energy. Even if he had 10, so what? He didn't believe that this guy could hide 100. Obviously, it was more difficult to obtain 100 streams of chaos energy than 10 billion points of spiritual energy. Immediately, with a thought, Han Fei gathered 20,000 ultra-quality demonic stones and extracted the massive amount of demonic energy. If the demon purification pot could suck demonic energy, it would be fine. If The demon purification pot didn't want it, it didn't matter. He could also cultivate with demonic chi. In short, he could use it slowly. Maybe he would use it in future fights. Open. Buzz. The massive amount of demonic energy, accompanied by a small amount of spiritual spring, evaporated at the same time and was crazily absorbed by the demon purification pot. Hanfei was lost for words. So, for the demon purification pot, demonic energy and spiritual energy were actually the same kind of energy? Did it not care which one it was eating? Seeing this, Hanfei stepped on the spirit-gathering array, trying to absorb back the demonic energy that had been absorbed by the demon purification pot. However, the spirit-gathering array was not as powerful as the demon purification pot at all. Fortunately, the demon purification pot absorbed them indiscriminately. Therefore, in addition to the demonic energy and spiritual spring that had been extracted, a large pile of ultra-quality demonic stones had also been pumped out with a large amount of demonic energy. After only 100 seconds, Hanfei discovered that what was consumed most was demonic energy. As for his spiritual energy, it had only consumed less than 500 million. At this moment, the 10 billion points of spiritual energy required by the demon purification pot was already full. Hanfei was finally relieved. However, the remaining 3 billion points of demonic energy still filled Forge the Universe. Hanfei immediately filled the demonic energy at the edge of Forge the Universe, letting them slowly expand the area of Forge the Universe. Compared to demonic chi, Hanfei naturally preferred spiritual energy. However, Hanfei knew very well that both demonic energy and spiritual energy would slowly be abandoned by him in the near future, and the chaos energy he hadn't seen yet would become the mainstream. The old turtle was dumbfounded by Hanfei's actions. He knew that Hanfei must have made a deal with the demon purification pot again. It seemed that this little calabash had magic powers, swallowing 10 billion points of demonic energy so easily? The moment he unlocked the time chain, Hanfei immediately discovered that there seemed to be some faint blue light circulating in Forge the Universe. He seemed to have seen this kind of light before. Before Hanfei realized where he had seen it before, the old turtle suddenly exclaimed, "What? The great Tao of time? Your world can modify the great Tao of time independently? Huh?" Hanfei was dumbfounded. Time great Tao? However, Hanfei wasn't a fool. Hearing what the old turtle said, he couldn't help but ask, "Old Yuan, make it clear. Does the acceleration of time mean that time in my space has changed?" The old turtle was silent for a long time before saying, "Yes. This is a forbidden technique. Kings often secretly create such small secret realms. Now, let's see how fast the time is in this world." Hanfei nodded. "That's easy." With a thought from Hanfei, he activated the twin god technique, one inside and one outside. After only a few minutes, Hanfei confirmed excitedly, "Twice as much. 1 day outside, 2 days here." Huff. The old turtle breathed a sigh of relief. "I was almost scared to death. It's only twice as fast. That's nothing. Even a 10-time acceleration is acceptable." After hearing what the old turtle said, Hanfei glanced at the demon purification pot gloomily. At this moment, Hanfei saw the words 2/128 under the time chain in the void. Hanfei couldn't help but ask, "What about 10 times the acceleration?" The old turtle said, "That's the taboo. You'll be hunted." Han Fei's eyelids twitched, and he asked, "Who will hunt me?" The old turtle subconsciously said, "The Time Temple? How can there be anyone else?" Bah, bah. I didn't say anything. Han Fei was deep in thought. It seemed that he would have one more enemy, which sounded rather strong. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei had always thought that time could only be used by mysterious creatures like the time dragon carp, such as Little Black, Little White, and Master Hexagon. The birth of these creatures was irregular, but extremely mysterious. Only in this way could they have some strange abilities. Now, the demon purification pot gave birth to a power that could delay time, making the time and forge the universe completely independent from the outside world. This was undoubtedly beneficial for his cultivation. And in the current forge the universe, with a radius of 10 kilometers, it was full of spiritual energy, which was actually enough for cultivation. Han Fei didn't plan to keep expanding forge the universe, so he just expanded it randomly. After all, once he became a king in the future, establishing his own chaotic sea would be something that really belonged to him. Just as Han Fei was about to continue experimenting, he suddenly sensed something and found that the star turtle had returned. He had moved an undersea mountain back and was going to fill the hole in the Empyrean waterfall. Han Fei thought to himself, "Anyway, I'm already a half venerable and have mastered the power of the great Tao. I've also discovered the anomalies in the demon purification pot, and I've disassembled spiritual energy to an acceptable degree." In a short period of time, he had almost settled all the prerequisites for entering the venerable realm, so he wasn't in a rush to enter the venerable realm now. Han Fei simply left the mansion and went to collect more power of will. He had used up half of his spiritual energy to solve the mystery of the great Tao. And there was still a lot left, but he didn't think that he would have many opportunities to collect the power of will in the future, so he might as well collect some of it in advance. In addition to the marshal's mansion, Han Fei scanned with his perception and found that the star turtle had gone to move the mountain again. Shueishenqi was not on the Scattered Stars Island. He must have gone to bring Zhouyin Ling and the others back. Old Chen returned to the Scattered Stars archive room. The cloud whale was floating in the sea 6,000 kilometers away, carrying thousands of people on its back, all soldiers of the Scattered Stars Island, who were chasing the enemy. Seeing those people laughing and talking on the cloud whale's back, Han Fei couldn't help but wonder what they would think if they knew that a half-king was under their butts. Anyway, apart from the star turtle, who was deliberately flying back and forth with rocks, attracting the attention of countless people, no venerables appeared on the Scattered Stars Island again. Han Fei couldn't help but feel sorry for the black evil conch king. If that guy had been bolder and came back at this moment, well, it was still useless. Tang Yan was still here. For some reason, Han Fei felt very relaxed. He snorted and dashed out. Outside the west of the city, the Scattered Stars Island was in a mess. Meng Liang of the Trans-Island Inspectors sent 10 hidden fishers to receive the 36 Towns tour group. Meng Liang felt that there must be outsiders to witness such a shocking war on the Scattered Stars Island. Also, everybody was excited. Although countless soldiers of the Scattered Stars Island had died, most of them were in a state of mixed feelings. Someone roared at the sky, "The war is finally over." Someone casually sat on the sand that was full of sea demons' corpses, and trembled as he took out a bottle of wine from his sea-swallowing seashell. Sizzle. Ah. The man took a mouthful of liquor and scattered it on the beach. Liuzi, weave. 1. Let me take you home. On some battlefields, some teams were already in a mess, sitting together randomly, and these people laughed and scolded. Someone shouted, "I've never felt so good in my life. I really want to go back and sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Someone scolded him jokingly, "If we really let you go back, can you fall asleep? I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep for 3 hours. Someone sighed. "I wonder how Marshal Han and the others are doing. They won the battle on the Scattered Stars Island, but Marshal Han and the others are still fighting. Another 2 venerables have died. It's not hard to imagine how fierce the battle between the strong masters is." Everyone nodded. Up to now, there were still some red raindrops floating in the sky. Those were all venerables who only appeared in legends. But today, one venerable after another had died. During Shueishenqi's rule, no venerable died. After the battle, they cleaned up the battlefield and healed their wounds. The command center was arranging some uninjured soldiers to quickly clean up the battlefield. No materials were allowed to be embezzled. The materials would all be counted by the logistics division after calculating the casualties. Of course, there were occasional petty thefts, to which they would just turn a blind eye. However, no one could steal many materials. There were some people secretly observing the battlefield. The Scattered Stars Island was a military island after all, and the rules were the rules. The victory was not a single person's credit. Embezzling materials was against the rules and would be punished. It had been more than 2 hours since the end of the battle, but the cleaning work was still in full swing. In addition to clearing up the battlefield, the spirit gatherers on the Scattered Stars Island were the busiest. They all swallowed spiritual fruits and began to treat the massive number of wounded people. Those who were seriously injured were gathered together, and many spirit gatherers were treating them. In fact, those who couldn't be healed had already died. At that time, Han Fei and the others were in the middle of the battle and couldn't make it in time for treatment. And there were actually many outstanding spirit gatherers on the island. Those who could be saved had mostly been saved. As long as they could keep their lives, they would basically not die. They were cultivators after all. Except for those who were deeply poisoned and really couldn't be saved, those who were still alive could mostly be saved. However, it was unknown whether the severity of the injuries and the sequelae would hurt their cultivation foundation. On the shore of the defensive line of the Path of Giants, tens of thousands of wounded were lying on the beach. The spirit gatherers were rotating in batches. Someone shouted, "Hurry up, the next batch of spirit gatherers, go up. Keep them alive and use spiritual fruits." Someone's intestines were pierced through, blood oozed out of his mouth and nose, and his muscles were tightened. Under such circumstances, this person was still absorbing spiritual energy, trying to circulate his cultivation technique and slowly recover. However, the effect was mediocre. His body was almost smashed by a sea demon. Water explosion. Ah. Is there any spirit gatherer here? Heal me. I don't want to become disabled. A spirit gatherer cursed, "Don't F** king move. After 1 day, you son of a b***. TCH, can go to the battlefield again." Next to this person, a man was holding one of his legs and roaring, "Hey! Anybody here? Connect my leg." If you don't hurry up, I'll lose my leg. A spirit gatherer shouted, F***ck off. You don't even have a piece of flesh left on your upper thigh. We have to wait for your flesh to grow back before we can connect it. Otherwise, if your spiritual heritage is not cleared, there will be a hidden danger. There were countless such examples, and all kinds of howls and screams were heard. Shwa. Suddenly, above the tens of thousands of injured people, the void tore, and a figure stepped in the air. Hiss. Han, Marshal Han? Marshal? Hi, Marshal Han. Marshal, have we really won? Marshal Han, are we going to war again? Han Fei shouted, I'll answer your questions at the Sea God Square outside Central City tomorrow. Now, all non-injured people, step back a kilometer. Immediately, the spirit gatherers retreated one after another. They had long heard that Marshal Han was a top spirit gatherer. Did Marshal Han want to do it himself? Han Fei stomped and a spirit gathering array appeared, gathering spiritual energy around him. Holy light chains. Sizzle, sizzle. Under Han Fei, a holy pillar of light descended. The moment it landed, it turned into thousands of chains of lightning in the blink of an eye and rushed into the bodies of thousands of wounded people. Hiss. Ah. The audience gasped and exclaimed in delight at the magical healing technique. Someone sighed. Damn, is this Marshal Han's healing technique? Isn't it too powerful? Treating 1,000 people at once. Is this something a spirit gatherer can do? Of course not. Do you think any spirit gatherer is as good as Marshal Han? Then let him be the supreme commander. Under everyone's surprised gaze, holy light chains descended one after another. Han Fei's body surged with spiritual energy, and he took out the sky hanging mirror. At the next moment, Han Fei appeared in the sky curtain. Han Fei's face was cold and his voice resounded, all soldiers, assemble all the wounded on the scattered stars island at the Sea God Square outside the Central City to receive my treatment. And tomorrow morning, all soldiers gather at the Sea God Square outside the Central City. I have good news to share with you. Someone turned around. Is Marshal Han back? Someone said in delight, I knew it. Nothing would happen to Marshal Han. The two venerables who died later must be from the Sea clan. The wounded people all shouted, hurry up, send me to the Central City. I trust Marshal Han's healing technique. Someone was still being treated, but he immediately shouted, bro, stop treating me. I'm going to the Sea God Square to receive Marshal Han's treatment. The spirit gatherer said helplessly, you only have some scars. Can't I treat you? The man waved his hand. What do you know? Marshal Han will treat me personally. How can it be the same? The spirit gatherer. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. In this battle, countless human soldiers died. Many people were wandering the battlefield, collecting spoils and collecting the remains of their deceased comrades. Those who were injured were sent to the Sea God Square immediately. Someone was still wailing in the bloody seawater, being carried up and thrown into a fishing boat. The person was still shouting, no, I'm the only one left in my team. I'm not leaving. The rescue team of the Guild of Fishers roared, why the F***ck are you crying? Pull yourself together. Haven't you seen enough deaths on the scattered stars island? Look at you, bleeding like a foaming crab. Marshal Han will treat you personally. Are you still not going? The members of the pioneer group who were scattered in the sea all ran around to tell each other, stop fighting. Go back to the island. The war is over. Even with the order to assemble, they were sent to the island in batches. Most of the people who came at the beginning were wounded from the defensive lines of the scattered Stars Island. Some wounded people in the distant sea took a lot of effort to slowly return to the island. The Sea God Square was jam-packed with people. Across dozens of kilometers, people were everywhere. When the people of the Trans-Island Inspection Team came with the 36-town tour group, their faces turned green. After all, the 36 towns didn't have such a large-scale life-and-death battle. Now, they saw so many strong masters in miserable states. These people were all strong masters in their eyes. Some of the experts were still coming one after another. Some people's wings were torn and some were dripping with blood, with holes all over their bodies. These people from the 36 towns had never seen a hidden fissure so miserable. There were many such strong masters, and hundreds of them were flying in the sky. As long as they could fly, they would fly back themselves. Those who couldn't fly were all carried over by fishing boats. They were all hanging fishers, and there were almost no dangling fishers. Most of these people had the same injuries, with holes all over their bodies. This was not their fault. Almost all sea demons used harpoons as weapons, so their bodies were full of holes. There were some people still with harpoons in their bodies. Some people's neck had been pierced. If the harpoons were removed, they would probably die on the spot. In front of the sightseeing team, the leader of the team shouted, "Okay, I think you have all seen it when you flew over on fishing boats. These are the soldiers of the scattered Stars Island. In this battle, more than hundreds of thousands of people died. Which of the alive hasn't been injured?" Wang Jia and He Mingtang trembled slightly. The village leader and Li Gang were comparatively more experienced. Of course, the village leader was the calmest. After all, he was already old. Having presided over a village for so long, he had seen many strong masters. Wang Jia said, "Leader, aren't there too many strong masters in this world?" The village leader sneered. "What do you think? The Blue Sea town alone has so many strong masters. Where is this place?" "It's the legendary unknown place. You all saw the battle just now. A dozen of the legendary venerables who occupy the highest places in the world were killed in one fell swoop. Leader killed several of them alone." Li Gang hurriedly interjected. He was so excited as if the venerables were killed by him. The sky curtain had long been closed, and no one knew where Han Fei was. Just when the Sea God Square was almost full, with a buzz, Han Fei appeared in the sky. Roar! Marshal Han, Marshal Han! Marshal Han is here. Marshal Han, we won. As soon as Han Fei arrived, the crowd was in an uproar. The guys who were still lying on the ground groaning suddenly jumped up. Han Fei shouted, "All of you, lie down. Let me heal your wounds first before you get excited." Han Fei thought that this might be the last time he harvested the power of will these years. Oh, no, tomorrow morning, maybe he could do it again. However, Han Fei didn't want to miss any chance at all. If he wanted to harvest the power of will, he had to make it grand and awe-inspiring. Han Fei's expression was solemn, and his voice was solemn. "Everyone, after you recover from your injuries, rest and enter a state of cultivation." At this moment, besides the excited wounded, about 1 million people were watching. They just wanted to see the magical scene of Han Fei's group. Treatment. For many people, this was still a rumor. Now that they finally had the chance to see it, how could they not come? Roar. Han Fei roared, and his body suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, he became a giant more than 20 meters tall, whose body was shining with golden light. Han Fei shouted, "Let there be light." At that moment, in the sky, pillars of light shot down. The pillars of light fell to the ground and instantly shattered into thousands of tentacles. A holy healing sheen rippled among the thousands of wounded people. At that moment, the rain of blood in the sky stopped instantly. The raindrops floated in the air and the clouds in the sky suddenly dispersed. Those pillars of light pierced through the clouds and cleansed the blood rain, illuminating a clear sky. Buzz. Like the sky and the earth were pulsing, tens of millions of people's injuries healed at a visible speed. Shoot. I'm recovered. My flesh is growing. I feel that my body is light. My hidden illness of years has been cured. Marshal Han, I can see now. Bang. Someone directly made a breakthrough and couldn't suppress the power in his body anymore. Under Han Fei's healing technique, he easily made a breakthrough. Below, every second, thousands of people stood up from the ground. These people looked up one after another. Bathed in this holy light, they were fanatic. Of course, remembering Marshal Han's words, they immediately sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Shocked cries rose one after another among the onlookers. There were a few people who looked at each other weirdly. Luo Xiaobai's lips twitched. He hasn't become a king yet, but he's already doing these fancy things? Lu Renquang looked envious. When can I be as domineering as Fei Fei? It's only been a few years. If you hadn't told me, I would have thought that he had become a king. Did you hear what he said? Let there be light. I'm so *king. Envious. Zhang Xuanyu smacked his lips. How many girls will fall for this *****? Because of this? No, I want to become a venerable. When the time comes, I'll be as cool as him. Beside Zhang Xuanyu, a girl was exclaiming. Hearing Zhang Xuanyu's words, she couldn't help turning her head. She was first shocked by Zhang Xuanyu's handsome appearance. After a full 2 minutes, she snorted. You can't compare to Han Fei at all in masculinity. Zhang Xuanyu? Even the village leader couldn't hold it back anymore. He said, Our heavenly water village is going to be famous, going to be famous. Our village has given birth to a top powerhouse. Our heavenly water village. Cough, cough. The village leader flushed with excitement as if he were dying. Han Fei's eyelids twitched, and with a thought, a healing divine sheen fell on the village leader. Instantly, the village leader's hair fluttered, and he felt that his body and mind were cleansed. Crack! Almost in an instant, the village leader, who had been stuck at the peak of the great fishing master, made a breakthrough, and all the hidden illnesses in his body were cleared up. He became a dangling fisher in one fell swoop and felt that he became 10 years younger. Even his white hair turned black at a visible speed. Around the village leader, everyone looked at him in shock. Even the members of the Trans-Island inspectors who brought them here couldn't help but feel envious. They heard that Marshal Han came from this small village. The village leader must have treated him very well in the past. Chi La. While Han Fei was treating everyone, the void was suddenly torn open. Many people were taken aback and thought that something had happened. Meow. Behind Shueishenqi, a big cat rushed out first. The moment he saw Han Fei, he immediately shouted, "Han Fei, the cat hurts." Big Yellow was truly covered in wounds at this moment. His whole body, except for his ears, was covered with wounds. Even his eyelids were cut by something, and his 2 claws were cut apart. Behind Big Yellow, one after another person ran out, all dripping with blood. Many people used up their spiritual energy and spiritual fruits to prevent themselves from dying halfway. Ning Jingyao's arms were broken. Du Jianliu's twisted domain failed to help him avoid the attack. A big hole appeared on his body and his body was pierced through. Before Shueishenqi said anything, an explorer in the crowd shouted, "Marshal Han, we are ordered to attack the 10,000 Demon Valley." 3,068 people went there, 2,502 returned, 566 people died, and all the soldiers were injured. We fought the 800,000-strong army of the 10,000 Demon Valley, and slaughtered 100,000. Fortunately, we survived. Perhaps Shueishenqi taught him to say that. Han Fei was quite moved to hear that. When the ordinary people heard this, they all gasped. More than 3,000 people? Ambushed an army of 800,000? How strong were these 3,000 people? Many people looked at them with admiration. They must be the strongest group of people on the Scattered Stars Island. When they were fighting, many people thought that the battle was already extremely difficult. However, they couldn't imagine what the more than 3,000 people had experienced. Someone sighed. "Oh my God, if I were there, I must have been burnt to ashes." Someone exclaimed, "This is what real heavenly talents should be. Slaying 100,000 enemies? Damn, I admire you guys." Suddenly, Wang Jia exclaimed, "Xiaoyu, Mr. He, your daughter He Xiaoyu." He Mingtong's eyes widened. When he saw that He Xiaoyu's hair was sticky with blood, and that her body was still dripping with blood, he suddenly felt dizzy. Meow. As Big Yellow shouted again, the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique was activated, and the wounds on the bodies of the 2,500 people healed quickly. He Xiaoyu was also a little stunned. She didn't know how she came back. Of the 5 people in her team, 3 had died. They were having dinner with her a few days ago, but now they were gone. If it weren't for the fact that Jiuyin Ling had been taking care of her, she might have been beheaded too. She was still far away from being a true heavenly talent. Jiuyin Ling, on the other hand, looked calm. She had come back alive after all. Seeing Han Fei's magical technique, she couldn't help but smile. Translator *Henyi Translations Editor *Henyi Translations. After healing the wounded and harvesting a wave of power of will, Han Fei returned to the Marshal's mansion. The Marshal's mansion had always been big. Han Fei did not meet the village leader and Wang Jia immediately. Instead, he asked Luo Xiaobai and the others to have hot pot at the Marshal's mansion. However, he only invited the 3 of them for the hot pot, and even Jiuyin Ling wasn't included. "Fatty, I just want to know what you've been doing these past few years. Have you become a chef?" Han Fei looked at the table of fancy and innovative dishes and sighed. They looked damn delicious. Lu Renquang immediately shook the fat on his face and said, "You might not believe it, but I was caught by a weird old man and could only do 2 things a day, eating and sleeping. I had to cook on my own. After this period of time, I found that cooking was actually quite simple. Zhang Xuanyu rolled his eyes and said, "Humph, I've been suffering all this time. I suddenly had a pair of parents-in-law and a cunning old servant. They were torturing me every day." As he spoke, Zhang Xuanyu suddenly looked at Han Fei. "Fei Fei. Tell me. Honestly, where did Xinyan go? Don't let her come back. Otherwise, the three of you will definitely attend my wedding in less than a year." Luo Xiaobai picked up a piece of squid and stuffed it into her mouth. She said indifferently, "Isn't that what you want? Yan Yan is so beautiful. After 7 or 8 years, she should have become a woman." Zhang Xuanyu was taken aback by what Luo Xiaobai said. He immediately stroked his chin and said, "What you say makes sense. In my impression, Xinyan is always that naughty little girl." Hearing Zhang Xuanyu's words, Han Fei reached out and squeezed Zhang Xuanyu's shoulder. Zhang Xuanyu shouted, "Ouch, it hurts. Don't you know how strong you are now?" Han Fei asked in confusion, "How did your body become so much stronger?" "You've practiced the 108 desolate god body." Han Fei grew up with Zhang Xuanyu. In the past, he was a little conservative and didn't give the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies to Zhang Xuanyu and the others. Later, when he thought about it, he regretted it, but at that time, he had missed the best period and it was already a little late. However, the more he thought about it, the later it would be. The later it was, the harder it would be for them to cultivate. Zhang Xuanyu put on a weird look. "It's all because of the old servant of the Yi family. In the past 7 years, he shattered my bones 7 times. Each time, he was extremely cruel and his technique was intolerable. He crushed all my bones and soaked me in medicine liquid. Every time he shattered my bones, I would cultivate your 108 desolate god body. Up to now, I just need to combine my 8 acupoints into one." Han Fei remembered that when he came out of the ideal palace, Zhang Xuanyu was beaten the hell out of him. At that time, he had handed over the 108 desolate god body. This was because in Han Fei's opinion, he had already mastered this body refinement technique. Hearing Zhang Xuanyu's description, Lu Renquang and Luo Xiaobai couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths as if their scalps were numb. Lu Renquang hurriedly said, "Fortunately, I don't need to temper my body. As long as I can still eat, my body will become stronger." Luo Xiaobai said, "The resilience of demonic plants has always been strong. I've awakened the Luo family's divine technique and have the enhancement of my Dao seed, so my physique is actually not weak." Seeing that the others were all more relaxed than him, Zhang Xuanyu said with a mournful face, "According to the old servant, my bones will have to be crushed twice more." Han Fei couldn't help but pat Zhang Xuanyu on the shoulder. "Remember to transcend the tribulation after you fully grasp the desolate god body. The effect will definitely be different." Suddenly, Han Fei patted his head. He waved his hand, and more than 300 energy fruits appeared. Then, he quickly classified them and gave them to the 3 of them. Gulp. Lu Renquang swallowed and said, "They look delicious." "Pa." Han Fei slapped his head. "All you know is eating. Do you eat everything you see? These are all ultra-quality spiritual fruits. Any of them is invaluable. You'd better not eat them before transcending the tribulation." Luo Xiaobai exclaimed, "You gave us these energy fruits for us to transcend the tribulation?" Han Fei nodded. "Most of these spiritual fruits are ultra-quality spiritual Fruits that nurture the flesh and blood spiritual heritage, stimulate the potential of the body, and enhance the physique. Even with your current strength, taking one of them will be very helpful. Zhang Xuanyu accepted them without hesitation and asked, with these, my bones don't have to be shattered again, right? Han Fei glanced at Zhang Xuanyu contemptuously, thinking to himself, isn't it just a few times of bone breaking? If I let you practice the indestructible body, what will you do? Looking at Han Fei's eyes, Zhang Xuanyu shrugged. Okay. There are still 2 more times. I'll just hold out. Luo Xiaobai said, in the past few years, you have crossed a major realm. Now you have the power to kill a venerable. Are you about to become a venerable? Hearing Luo Xiaobai's question, they all looked at Han Fei. Han Fei's growth was too fast, unimaginably fast. They estimated that Han Fei must have transcended the tribulation now. However, they didn't expect that Han Fei could already slaughter venerables. Han Fei took a bite of the grilled fish and chuckled. Are you jealous? I told you that I was a man destined to become a king. They all looked at Han Fei contemptuously, and Luo Xiaobai said, we're slower than you in the end. You've just ruled the Scattered Stars Island. Since you're going to start a full-scale war with the 1,000-star city, the 36 towns will be your base. Your path won't be easy to walk. Luo Xiaobai's frank personality hadn't changed. At first glance, she focused on the situation in front of Han Fei. Zhang Xuanyu also said, I think that although you are stronger now, you'll be in a lot of trouble. Lu Renquang took a mouthful of the shrimp meat and nodded. The pressure is all on your shoulders. Han Fei grinned and said straightforwardly, what are you talking about? Let me tell you, your vision limits your thinking. Do you think it's difficult for me now? When you become real experts and become venerables, you will find that these so-called difficulties are actually not difficult. You can't imagine how strong a person can be. The 3 of them looked at Han Fei, who was a little crazy. How could they not know Han Fei? Seeing Han Fei like this, they knew that he was excited. This meant that what Han Fei said was what he thought. In his opinion, the burden and pressure on him didn't seem to be very large. Lu Renquang asked stupidly, how strong can a person be? Han Fei's eyes narrowed into a line. There were some secrets that didn't need to be kept from the 3 of them. If he told them, he could let them know that this world had infinite pursuits. Han Fei said, the world we're in is called the Yin-Yang world. It stretches for 8 million kilometers and is sealed by a huge seal. The seal is called the Wall of Death. Hiss. Instantly, the eyes of the Luo Xiaobai trio lit up as their hearts trembled. This was a secret they had never heard of. In their impression, wasn't the infinite ocean in the distant sea? Han Fei said, in the Yin-Yang world, there is a sacred place called the Heavenly Palace. Since ancient times, a king has been ruling a domain. There are a total of 36 places in the infinite ocean, like the Yin-Yang world. Pfft. Lu Renquang spat out the grilled fish in his mouth and looked at Han Fei in surprise. How many? Han Fei said solemnly, you didn't hear it wrong. There are 36 such places. Each of them may have more than one king. Luo Xiaobai asked, what about the king of the Yin-Yang world? Han Fei smiled and said, do you remember the pair of eyes we saw in the star bead? You should know the name of that thing, the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye. That thing limits the birth of kings in the Yin-Yang world. Therefore, if you want To become a king, either go to the outer domain or the heavenly palace. Zhang Xuanyu said, the place above the central divine seat of the 1,000 Star City? Han Fei said, although this has always been the guess of the big clans, this guess is very likely to be correct. Not everyone can go to the heavenly palace. It's just like that, not everyone has enough luck. My father, as you know, has planned for many years, but he can't influence me much. However, now, even I believe that I should be the king of this world. Han Fei spread his hands. In the eyes of outsiders, the Yin-Yang world is just a desolate land. In other people's worlds, there are hundreds of venerables, but on our side, there are only dozens. Now, do you still think I'm under a lot of pressure? After a while, when Han Fei revealed some less important information, the three of them were shocked by Han Fei. Luo Xiaobai came back to herself first. Have you been to other domains? How many kings are there? Han Fei was transcending the tribulation in the Waterwood world. This secret was relative. In the eyes of Luo Xiaobai and the others, it was not a secret. Han Fei said casually, there are 3 kings, and hundreds of venerables. Zhang Xuanyu cursed, son of AB *TCH. Okay, that's it. After this meal, I'm going to shatter my bones again. See you in the future. Luo Xiaobai took a deep breath. I have been cultivating in the 1,000-star city for a long time, and I happen to be training on the scattered stars island. Now that human beings have won a great victory, I should be able to go to the outer sea. Suck. Lu Renquang said, I'm going back to transcend the tribulation. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. The Luo Xiaobai trio each had their own opportunities. After only 7 years, everyone had reached the threshold of the tribulation. This speed was actually not slow. However, compared to Han Fei's abnormal speed, theirs were far inferior. However, according to Han Fei's estimation, these 3 people might need some time to polish their foundation before transcending the tribulation, but it might not be difficult for them to find their great Daos. After all, the paths they were walking now had their own characteristics. Even Lu Renquang knew clearly what path he had taken, and it was a very firm one. Luo Xiaobai was so smart, so she certainly knew. As for Zhang Xuanyu, he might have already vaguely confirmed his path when he was still a fishing master. The meal lasted more than an hour, and Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu were bragging. Zhang Xuanyu said, Fei, you won't believe it even if I tell you. My spear combat skills are at the peak of perfection now. With a single strike of mine, I can knock down the heavenly gate and tear the void apart. I can even kill an explorer. Han Fei thought to himself, I'm already proficient at knock on the heavenly gate. Why are you still showing off in front of me? Therefore, Han Fei couldn't help but sympathize with him. Isn't your spiritual power very strong? Why don't you use your spiritual power to perform the knock on the heavenly gate? Han Fei taught him the knack of the god-scaring stab, and Zhang Xuanyu waved his hand. I've tried it, so I got a new technique that can pierce the soul. Not only that, but I also put the soul explosion technique on the tip of the spear and got a soul-stabbing technique. Then, the enemy will die before my spear moves. Han Fei sweated and thought to himself, it makes sense. This is exactly what Zhang Xuanyu is good at. Zhang Xuanyu chuckled and nudged Han Fei with his shoulder. He said in a low voice, Fei, I heard that you created an ultra-quality divine weapon too. Freeze the place in the outer sea where the venerables were fighting? Han Fei's eyelids twitched. F***ck, the old man from the E family even told you this. Don't covet it. Wait for it to nurture for more than 10 years. Before pulling it out. It's best to seal a legendary creature in it. There will be a certain chance of it advancing to be a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. This was the first time Han Fei had made an ultra-quality divine weapon, so he was quite cautious and set up various arrays around. It was extremely difficult for a law enforcer to take it away. If venerables wanted to touch it, he'd like to see if they had the courage to come near the Scattered Stars Island. Hearing the words sea-quelling bizarre treasure, Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed. What? You can forge sea-quelling bizarre treasures now? Han Fei rolled his eyes. No. I said it was possible, but the possibility is very low, not high. After all, there is a large amount of residual power of venerables on that battlefield. I'm using the power of venerables to nurture it. Zhang Xuanyu grinned. Huff, I don't mind taking it. Then let it stay there. For a few years. After talking to Zhang Xuanyu, Lu Renquang craned his head and said, Fei Fei. Have you caught any special creatures from that world? How do they taste? Thanks to Han Fei, everybody had the habit of collecting ingredients. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. I was mainly cultivating, not looking for food. There's actually not much difference between the species of marine creatures in the two worlds. Okay, let me share some fresh food with you. With that said, Han Fei controlled a fiery python and a fiery succubus with an array. These were the creatures he had hunted near the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. Even the worst of them were in the Tao-seeking realm. Lu Renquang immediately rubbed his hands and laughed. I knew you wouldn't return empty-handed. Luo Xiaobai didn't say much throughout. After the meal, Luo Xiaobai said, Han Fei, if you want to go to the 1,000-star city again, be careful. Now, the big clans have lost control of the 36 towns and the Scattered Stars Island. The 1,000-star city is their last fortress. Han Fei said, is the Luo family really fine? Luo Xiaobai shook her head slightly. The Luo family's divine technique is extraordinary. The big clans won't attack the Luo family. Furthermore, the Luo family is now like a branch of the 7 major sections. We are bound together. For good and for bad, and will help each other, so my family is temporarily fine. Suddenly, Luo Xiaobai seemed to think of something. She said, Han Fei. There's a piece of news. I wonder if it will help you. Han Fei asked, what's it? Luo Xiaobai said, that was 5 years ago. The seniors in my clan saw many strong masters from the Chu sect enter the 1,000-star proving ground through the parasitic spirit plant. When they came out, there were 3 people missing. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. How strong are they? Luo Xiaobai said, the venerable realm. The next morning, Luo Xiaobai and the others had already left, but Han Fei couldn't leave the Scattered Stars Island for the time being. Early in the morning, the Sea God Square was already jam-packed with people. Although work was still in full swing after the battle, since Marshal Han had said that the sea demons had been defeated, they didn't want to stay in their posts. After all, on the first day of the victory, the mood of the people on the Scattered Stars Island began to improve. Although there were many casualties, their sacrifices were valuable. Yesterday, although Han Fei's Heaven Enlightenment divine technique was very effective, he had consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, Han Fei could use the great Tao of the Heaven Enlightenment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to heal so many people. However, the benefits of healing were great. As the power of will surged, the hundreds of thousands of people almost became Han Fei's die-hard fans. Buzz. When Han Fei stepped in the air and appeared in front of everyone, someone shouted, "He's here, Marshal Han is here." Everyone stood still and shouted, "Marshal Han, Marshal Han, Marshal Han." Han Fei took out the sky-hanging mirror arrogantly, and the sky screen was unfolded with a swish, making Shueishanqi in the transverse mountain speechless. When the sky-hanging mirror was in my hands, it was only used for mobilization in battle. What do you use it for now? But now Han Fei just wanted to use the sky-hanging mirror every day to show millions of people how awesome he was. Shueishanqi clearly didn't know what a celebrity effect was, or to be exact, a hero's influence. When Han Fei's figure appeared in the sky curtain, the cheers were like tides, rising and falling ceaselessly. If Han Fei opened his mouth and sang a song at this moment, he would definitely become the idol of everyone. While feeling the influx of the power of will, Han Fei flew into the air and waved at the million soldiers. "Soldiers, fellow soldiers, I'm glad to be with you on the battlefield, eating sea demons' meat and drinking venerables' blood. We've won an unprecedented victory and made the future of mankind roar. We are honored to fight alongside Marshal Han." On the sky screen, Han Fei grinned. "My fellow brothers and sisters, we humans have won this battle. As many as 1,000,000 sea demons were killed in this battle, including countless sea spirits and Tao-seeking great demons, and at least 10 venerables. In fact, there were still several sea demon venerables, and most of the venerables killed were just the projections of the black evil Conch King. But even so, this was still a great victory. If he didn't eliminate the other party this time, they would still appear next time. Han Fei smiled and said, "Everyone, the battle has been decided. From today on, the Scattered Stars Island is liberated." Roar. Ah? Liberated? Why? Someone was dumbfounded. Liberated? Someone was at a loss. What does it mean? Before they could speculate, Han Fei shouted, "Everyone, the heavenly Tao is heartless and treats all things as menial fish. The Sea Clan invaded, and the human race has been in wars for tens of thousands of years. How many people have lost their families, their wives, and children? How many people have guarded the Scattered Stars Island silently and protected all living beings? However, if the human race is not destroyed, we have to live until the end of the world. In any era, we should have an unyielding heart and never bow our heads. Nothing in the world can destroy us humans, not even the heavens and earth." Han Fei reiterated what he said when he entered the City of Justice. Who knew if this was his wish or Shiman Linglan's? After he said that, the millions of people on the field felt their blood was boiling, and their voices were thunderous. Some people even cried and laughed. This is the human race. Nothing in the world can destroy us. Countless people looked up at the sky, at Han Fei, who was making an impassioned speech. Jiao Yinling's eyes were filled with fascination. He Xiaoyu, standing next to her father, looked complicated. The village leader and Li Gang trembled, their minds full of thoughts. A big shot appeared in our village, and our leader is super awesome. In the crowd, Lin Wu followed the crowd and shouted. She thought to herself, if even my senior brother is so powerful, what about my teacher? Wait. Lin Wu remembered. Senior brother seems to be from some thug academy. Then, is teacher also from the thug academy? On the sky curtain, Han Fei opened his arms. From today on, I announce that the central city will be combined with the 4 outer cities and be expanded. From now on, there is only one city on the Scattered Stars Island, called the City of Justice. Before the million soldiers and Shueishenqi asked him via voice transmission. Han Fei immediately added, in the future, the City of Justice will take in cultivators who come to seek opportunities from the ordinary people of the 36 towns and the 1,000-star city. At the same time, the City of Justice will build a teleportation hall that leads to the 36 towns. What I want is that as long as you want to come, you can come. As long as you want to leave, you can leave. From then on, the City of Justice will become a paradise for adventurers. For a moment, many people were stunned because Han Fei's decision was too King bold. In fact, this was also a good way Han Fei worked out after a night of meditation for him to frequently harvest the power of will. The city can't be built in a few days. Haha, I can harvest the power of will for a long time in the future. The million soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island were not stupid. Once the Scattered Star City became a place where everyone could come and go, it meant that the Scattered Stars Island's current system was about to change, which meant that the strength of the people who came to the Scattered Stars Island was no longer limited. And all this was based on one thing: the sea demons really suffered a complete defeat and didn't dare to come again. Roar. The City of Justice, the City of Justice. We support Marshal Han. The City of Justice belongs to everyone, not just us. Han Fei glanced at them and suddenly said, everyone, a new revolution has begun. We humans must rise to prominence. We must become the strong masters of this world. I, Han Fei, hope that everyone on this island can become a hidden fisher. I'll work hard for this. At this moment, almost everyone was attracted by the perfect world that Han Fei painted and were looking forward to it. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. The City of Justice? In the Cloud Whale's body, Tang Yen recited it several times. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. Han Fei's leadership ability was good and he was also fond of fighting. Defeating sea demons in this battle was a real accomplishment of his. Besides, Han Fei's strength had been skyrocketing several times in a row. Tang Yen knew Han Fei's needs very well. When people didn't know about the power of will, they felt that spiritual energy cultivation was the best choice. But when he learned the power of will, he would know that this kind of cultivation speed was 10 times, dozens, or even 100 times faster than spiritual energy cultivation speed. Tang Yen could understand, Han Fei was not weak. Once he became a venerable, ordinary venerables were no match for him. Shueishenqi had a different opinion from Tang Yen. He had a feeling that Han Fei was greedy for greatness and success. Although he knew that Han Fei's purpose was to collect the power of will, it was impossible for him to collect the power of will every day. But Han Fei was too popular with the people at this moment. In the sky, the sound waves rolled. Everyone, there are as many as 3 million sea demons in the outer sea. Is this number a lot? Han Fei shouted, no, I'm telling you it's not much at all. In the coming year, the City of Justice will fill the sea and make land, and the Scattered Stars Island will be expanded 1,000 kilometers. The outer sea area will be opened for cultivation. What I want is for all of you to be like dragons. Roar. Listening to Han Fei's frantic and excited voice, the millions of soldiers were crazy too. Who cares? Marshal Han killed many enemies and won such a great victory for mankind. What Marshal Han said was right. After the exciting speech, Han Fei said, "From today on, the soldiers of the Scattered Stars Island will be voluntary. You can quit the army, return to the 36 towns, or explore the island alone. This will become a paradise for cultivators." A revolution couldn't be completed overnight. 1 month passed. Among the 36 arrays, there were a total of 520 mission halls constructed. The mission mode of the City of Justice was popular in the human world again. In the first few days, as soon as the mayors, village leaders, presidents, teachers and clan leaders returned home, they began to mobilize everyone. Crazily. For them, witnessing the crazy war in the City of Justice and the victory of the human race, they seemed to have witnessed a legendary epic. In particular, under Han Fei's instigation, they all clearly sensed that the City of Justice would become a place where human experts gathered. It would be a place that was easier to grow and get opportunities than the Level 3 fishery. Of course, this was just their feeling. Their first task was to publicize the existence of the City of Justice. Although hundreds of thousands of soldiers from the unknown place had returned and told him what the unknown place was like, no matter what, no one had come to see it in person. As for those who had returned to their hometown early, after hearing that the Scattered Stars Island had defeated sea demons and wiped out the 10,000 Demon Valley, they all pounded their chests and stomped. Someone shouted, "I knew it. Nothing good will happen if I come back early. Look, this unprecedented victory is only a few days away from me. Damn it." A companion who was with him sneered. "You wish. 10 venerables have died, 10 of them. I've been on the Scattered Stars Island for so long, but I haven't seen any venerables. It's conceivable how many people have died in this battle. If you go, you'll definitely be beaten to death." The man immediately stretched his neck. "So what? I would have been scared. King saw how I killed sea demons with my bare hands." Similar situations were common. Cloud Soaring Town, Cloud Soaring Academy. Yu Lingyun had been stunned for months. She had only been back for a few days, and the battle over there was over. Sister Lingyun. Wu Xiaoxiao came over and held Yu Lingyun's arm. "Sister Lingyun, the captain has won anyway. The Scattered Stars Island is liberated, and the city has been built as the City of Justice. We don't have to fight anymore." Yu Lingyun shook her head slightly. "No, this is just the first step of victory for the Scattered Stars Island. The Sea Demon Venerables have not been eliminated yet, and there are still 3 million sea demons wandering in the vast sea. Maybe they will ambush us humans." Wu Xiaoxiao said, "How is that possible? Their guts have been destroyed by the captain. How can they dare to attack the City of Justice again? If they piss off the captain, they'll definitely be wiped out." Yu Lingyun took a deep breath. "Xiaoxiao, this place is not suitable for me. Where I want to fight is the sea. I want to go back. Right now, countless jobs wait to be done in the City of Justice, and they need manpower. Xiaoxiao, don't underestimate yourself. As long as you work hard, you can also become a law enforcer or even transcend the tribulation." Wu Xiaoxiao was stunned. The City of Justice? Could she really do that? In the mission hall of the 36 towns, the mission trial had already begun. However, unlike the mission hall of the Scattered Stars Island, most of the missions here were relatively simple. For example, hunting swordfish in the level 1 fishery, looking for spirit. Chasing shrimp in the level 2 fishery, or collecting sea bamboo trees, etc. Missions were usually not very dangerous. The level 3 fishery had abundant resources, but few people accepted missions. This was because in the early stages, many people who yearned for the City of Justice took teleportation arrays to go there. The tickets to the City of Justice were not expensive. It was only one high-quality pearl, which was enough for them to see the legendary unknown place. However, this led to the City of Justice being almost overcrowded. Buzz. In the sky, many people looked up because a huge turtle was flying to the edge of the Scattered Stars Island, carrying a tremendous amount of sand, stones, and mud. Someone was surprised. What kind of turtle is that? Isn't it too big? Someone said with a smile, why the shock? That's the star turtle. Marshal Han said that it's the guardian of the City of Justice. He's carrying sand and stones to fill the sea. A newcomer exclaimed, what? Are venerables used to carry sand and stones? The person who was asked was also stunned. He didn't know either. However, he casually made up a lie. Who knows? Venerables might be too bored. Think about it, if you're so strong, you'll become a king if you take one more step. Buildings were still being built everywhere, but the recruiting never stopped. Everybody raised their signs and shouted. The Fishers Union is recruiting. Go to sea every day to see the wonders of the unknown place. Come on, join our Fishers Union. The Pioneer Group sincerely invites the strong to join us. Don't miss this chance. Our team has hidden fishers escorting us on the sea. If you want resources, the Pioneer Group is your best choice. The Trans-Island Inspectors are recruiting members. We provide generous rewards. Managing the City of Justice is a rare opportunity for ordinary people. Only those who are stronger than hanging fishers can apply. The Logistics Division is recruiting. Do you want to see the richness of supplies in the unknown place? Then join the Logistics Division. There is all kinds of good stuff there. In the City of Justice, there were 3 huge mission halls. Next to each hall, there was a trading house, just helping people quickly get the resources they wanted. Since the mission halls and the trading houses appeared, they had always been full of people. Now, they were urgently expanding and people were preparing to build 3 more. It was noisy here. Next door, people were trading in the trading house. Dragon tongue grass for a green spirit fruit, 1, and half the commission. Fee. Me. Someone waved his hand, took out a sea-swallowing seashell, grabbed a green spirit fruit, and rushed to the counter. A damaged semi-divine weapon for 10 spiritual fruits of any kind. Anyone interested? A refiner's eyes immediately lit up. Come on, I'll trade with you. Someone shouted, I'll pay 11. F***CK, first come, first served. Don't you understand? It was noisy here, and it was not much better next door. Every time a sign was hung up, it was almost snatched instantly. But some tasks were different. For example, the staff shouted, Marshal Han said that to fill the sea, we need to get rid of the sea creatures. If you kill 10 king worms, you can exchange them for a caddy of spiritual spring. If you kill 100 king worms, we can exchange them for a caddy of spirit awakening fluid. Each person is limited to take this mission once. This staff member had already been surrounded. A large group of people held up their star tokens. Let me go first. Shit, don't cut in line. At this moment, someone broke through the crowd and shouted, "Get out of the way. I've hunted 100 kingworms and come to collect spirit awakening fluid. This is the certificate of the logistics division." When the man left with a caddy of spirit awakening fluid, the rest of the staff were even more excited and almost pushed the staff into flying. While the Scattered Stars Island was under construction, Hanfei was having a meeting with many people from the Scattered Stars 6th unit. At this moment, a group of people were quarreling. Someone said, "This currency can circulate in the world, which is slightly different from the current pearls. But if the two currencies both circulate in the world, people will definitely believe in pearls more." Someone said, "It can't circulate in the 36 towns, for the time being. People don't trust us yet. Many people value money as a treasure and refuse to spit it out. This is hard." Someone sneered. "We can just use it in the City of Justice. We don't need to spread it to the 1,000-star city and the 36 towns from the beginning. As long as it can be popularized in the City of Justice, it will eventually affect others." Someone said, "I'm afraid it's not the time. Once the Zhang family uses the pearl currency to disrupt the market, what should we do?" Hanfei felt a headache and shouted, "Be quiet, all of you." When everyone quieted down, Hanfei said, "This matter should be taken slowly. Whether it is pearls or new coins, they have a deep impact. Now, we'll use new coins in the City of Justice. That's it. 1 month. 2 months. 3 months passed. In the past few months, Hanfei had been extremely busy. He was the one who created the City of Justice, so he had to be responsible for it to the end. In the past 3 months, the power of will had condensed into a milky white flame ball in his body. It must be because he had accumulated too much power of will. Hanfei knew that it was time to reach the peak of the half-venerable realm. Without absolute strength, the City of Justice was nothing but a dream. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. It had been 3 months since he became a half-venerable. In fact, half a year had passed in Forge the Universe. In the past 6 months, Hanfei had been nurturing himself with a small amount of power of will every day. This was because the leap from the peak of the Tao seeking realm to the half-venerable realm wasn't very large, but his understanding of the great Tao was different. Therefore, recently, Hanfei could temporarily push himself to the peak. The Scattered Stars Island was already on track, and what they lacked was time. Because Hanfei created a new layout, there were actually many people who were bold to try. Among them, except for the 36 towns, the disciples of the 7 major sects came to the Scattered Stars Island in a large scale too. That was because the current open environment of the City of Justice was too suitable for everyone to grow up. As long as you had the strength, courage, and the ability to explore the sea, there was no reason not to grow up. On the contrary, the big clans in the 1,000-star city were not so lucky. When the City of Justice recruited people, everyone spontaneously refused the children of the big clans in the 1,000-star city. It could be said that, except for some special families, at present, no children of big clans came to the Scattered Stars Island. Of course, even so, countless people still came from the 1,000-star city. Unlike before, if the people of the Scattered Stars Island wanted to go to the Thousand-Star City, they had to take the sky ladder. But now, if the people of the Thousand-Star City wanted to come to the Scattered Stars Island, they had to answer the three enchanting questions. In front of the teleportation array, a large array appeared. Anyone from the Thousand-Star City had to enter the array to be questioned. In this way, a large number of undercover agents sent by the big clans had been discovered. These people were all sent back. Han Fei was very satisfied with the current situation. Shueishenqi was very familiar with the things on the Scattered Stars Island, so Han Fei specially invited Shueishenqi to be the guardian of the City of Justice. After a day of meeting, Han Fei realized that the current City of Justice was very similar to the one in history. He knew that in the development of such a city, the position of mayor was actually only a symbol. Since he announced the establishment of the City of Justice, although he might be more well known, the collection of power of will had slowed down. In the past 6 months of cultivation, the consumption of power of will was even greater than the harvest of power of will. Han Fei knew that the City of Justice needed to return to the natural development of a city. The laws of the leaders had played a role. Now it was up to these adventurers. At the Marshal's mansion, Han Fei scanned the new Empyrean waterfall with his perception, which was built by the Star Turtle. At this moment, the Star Turtle had occupied a plot of his own in the Empyrean waterfall. This turtle must have been suppressing itself for too long, so he would sneak into the crowd whenever he was free. "Senior Star Turtle, can you come to Marshal's mansion?" The Star Turtle, who was enjoying the fiery wine, looked tense when he heard Han Fei's voice transmission. "What do you want?" Han Fei said, "Nothing. I just want to arrange a position for you and help you experience the pleasure of living a turtle's life." The Star Turtle was confused. He wasn't stupid. He could guess that nothing good would come. If he hadn't been used to the Scattered Stars Island and found the change interesting, he might have slipped away by now. Han Fei sneered. "Are you afraid I'll eat you? Just come. Your strength is a major realm higher than mine. What's there to worry about?" The Star Turtle wanted to roll his eyes. "A major realm above you? Are you kidding me? Dozens of venerables have been killed by you. How can I not worry?" Han Fei, however, ignored him and simply shouted, "Xiao Jiao, come to the Marshal's mansion." Jiao Ling was tempering her body. She had been preparing for the tribulation for the past few months. Hearing Han Fei's call, she was overjoyed and went straight to the Marshal's mansion. After a while, in the Marshal's mansion. "What? You want me to pretend to be the Supreme Commander?" No. I can only be a turtle and not the Supreme Commander. Why don't you ask Shueishenqi?" The Star Turtle turned around and was about to leave. Han Fei's words scared it out of its pants. Did Han Fei not know that 80% of the former Supreme Commanders died in battle, and only 10% died of old age? Jiao Ling looked at Han Fei in surprise too, wondering where he was going. Having been alone with Han Fei for a few years, Jiao Ling knew Han Fei very well. Han Fei was a person who couldn't sit still. Now that Han Fei wanted to temporarily leave the position of Supreme Commander, it meant that Han Fei must have something to do. Jiao Ling could vaguely guess where Han Fei was going. He was no longer interested in the outer sea, although there were still sea demon armies and sea demon venerables outside. However, the Star Turtle had made a breakthrough and the sea demons had lost most of their strength. At this moment, no matter how bold they were, they wouldn't dare to invade. And with Han Fei's strength, it was meaningless to cause trouble for these sea demons. This wouldn't help Han Fei become a venerable. Although Jiuyin Ling didn't know how strong one had to be become a venerable, it wasn't something that could be done overnight. She had never heard of anyone becoming a venerable through fighting. Therefore, Han Fei only had one place to go, which was the Thousand-Star City. Han Fei immediately straightened his face. Senior Star Turtle, I guess you know some of the secrets of this sea area. You have no place to go. There are sea demon venerables outside that can't tolerate you. If you don't help me on the Scattered Stars Island, there's no place for you in this vast sea. Don't forget who protected you 3 months ago. The Star Turtle paused and looked back in embarrassment. Then why do you want me to pretend to be the Supreme Commander? Han Fei's lips curled. You are the one who has the most contact with the former Supreme Commanders on the Scattered Stars Island. You know how to be a commander. I don't want you to pretend to be me for long. Just wait for me to come back. The Star Turtle rolled its eyes. How long will you be gone? Han Fei said, at least a few months, and at most a year. It won't be long. In Han Fei's opinion, time was slow. A year was long. He wouldn't be gone for long. It was just about becoming a venerable and cracking some secrets. How long could it take? The Star Turtle pondered for a long time. Then I'll pretend to be you for a year at most. If you don't return in a year, I'll go to Shueishanqi. Han Fei grinned. No problem. Okay, now I'll teach you a great technique. Called the deceit technique. It's your reward. After throwing a jade slip to the Star Turtle, Han Fei extended his hand and took Jiuyin Ling away. In the transverse mountain, Han Fei said, Xiao Jiu, I need you to do something for me. However, Jiuyin Ling asked, are you going to the Thousand-Star City? Han Fei was briefly stunned. How do you know that? Jiuyin Ling immediately took a breath. Do you know that the Thousand-Star City is now a huge mud pool, and everyone is waiting for you, but you still want to jump in? Jiuyin Ling had always been an extremely gentle girl, but at this moment, even she couldn't help but fly into a rage, wondering why Han Fei was in such a rush. Jiuyin Ling seemed to realize that her tone was too harsh. She calmed down and slowly said, why? Seeing that Jiuyin Ling was serious, Han Fei immediately said, I have to become a king as soon as possible. There are some secrets that you don't know. I have a hunch that our world is about to break free from the cage, and the Black Evil Conch King may come back. When he comes back, he will no longer be a half-king, but a real king, an invincible existence that can sweep across the Thousand-Star City. Seeing that Han Fei was so serious, Jiuyin Ling and Han Fei looked at each other for a moment, and in the end, she sighed. Okay. I feel that you are always busy and have been traveling. Perhaps the years in Wind Rain Village were the happiest years of my life. Without saying much, Jiuyin Ling raised her head and asked, what do you need me to do? Han Fei's feelings for Jiuyin Ling had never exceeded the limits. He just treated her as a friend like Luo Xiaobai. Han Fei changed the topic. Help me go to the Blue Sea town, to call old Jiang. I gave him a piece of land on the Scattered Stars Island. It's very valuable. 3 days passed. In Forge the Universe. Han Fei sat cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by a blue and white mist. In his mind, small cubes were lifted one after another and memorized. Crack. 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 The 1000th. Buzz. Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes, opened his mouth, and took a deep breath. Something flashed, and a picture appeared in front of him. In this picture, a person was approaching from a distance, from small to large, as if someone was stabbing a spear beam at him from thousands of kilometers away. This spear beam stabbed at the center of his eyebrows, stunning Han Fei. Almost at that moment, Han Fei felt that he was in an illusory world, standing proudly in the void. There, a blurry figure extended his hand and stabbed at the center of his eyebrows. The spear shattered the void within thousands of kilometers like a spear tip, stabbed into his heart. At that moment, Han Fei felt the center of his eyebrows explode. He didn't even have the chance to dodge as he was stabbed by the spear. At this moment, the God-scaring painting was completed. The God-scaring stab technique was completely forgotten by Han Fei at this moment. His eyes were filled with this terrifying blow. The power of this spear could ignore distance and directly kill the soul. At this moment, Han Fei realized a super technique that could launch an attack from 1,000 kilometers away, the God-slaying stab. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Although the spear light actually didn't exist, Han Fei felt that he had been defeated the moment the spear light shot out. The opponent's speed was too fast and he couldn't keep up at all. Of course, although he was defeated, it didn't mean that the demon purification pot was defeated. However, every time he felt that he was already invincible in the same realm, a new power would appear and then defeat him, telling him that he was not the strongest. He was stunned for about half an hour. Han Fei closed his eyes, and a piece of information appeared in his mind. God-slaying stab, venerable level, divine quality. This is a God-slaying treasure art. All spear techniques in the world are integrated into the soul of the spear. If the spear has a soul, it can destroy all gods and demons and break time and space, and nothing can stop it. To use the God-slaying stab, you have to first refine the soul of the spear. When the spear comes out, it penetrates time, space, and light. With any of the three lacking, this blow may be broken. Deduced art, unknown. Deduction cost, 10 wisps of chaos energy. Shortcoming, this technique can't be mastered in one day. God-slaying treasure art? When Han Fei saw this spear beam, he knew that this technique was definitely not simple. At his current level, there were few techniques that he couldn't parry. And this God-slaying stab was one of them. After quickly browsing through the God-slaying stab, Han Fei smiled bitterly. This technique was still too difficult. As for stabbing through time, he had learned a little bit of it, which was Zhang Xuanyu's exclusive technique, the momentary time. But if he worked hard, he should be able to learn it. As for piercing through the void, it didn't seem to be difficult to do, but it was quite difficult to do from 1,000 kilometers away. However, it wouldn't be a problem for him to do it 100 kilometers away. He could finish the first 2 tasks, but what the hell was the last one? What the hell was it about piercing light? Han Fei would never think that it would be as simple as blocking light. After reading the detailed cultivation methods, Han Fei sweated. He needed to produce a spear beam that could devour light. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed and said helplessly, "It's too difficult." "Isn't it too King difficult? Are you okay?" The old turtle noticed Han Fei's confusion. He knew that Han Fei had woken up from cultivation, but he seemed to have been whipped Was there something wrong with him? Han Fei quickly came back to himself. Oh, I'm fine. I'm fine. Han Fei thought for a moment. This god-scaring stab couldn't be mastered in a day or two. However, he had already finished practicing the god-scaring painting, and this had almost brought his perception to its peak. Han Fei glanced at his personal information and his eyelids twitched slightly. Although his spiritual power hadn't increased, his perception range had risen from 8,000 miles to 9,999 miles. This was a bottleneck. Unless he made a breakthrough, it was almost impossible to improve his perception range again. After leaving the Scattered Stars Island for 3 days, Han Fei felt that he had reached the limit of the half-venerable realm. Originally, the strength of a half-venerable and a peak-level explorer was about the same except for the Great Tao. However, the power of the Great Tao was the key to success or failure. Han Fei looked up. Old Yuan. I'll have to become a venerable on this journey. Old Han, and I think differently. If there's a chance in the future, I will deprive you of your memory about me and then let you out. Therefore, don't slack off on this journey. The old turtle rolled his eyes and thought to himself, how can you let me go? I dare not believe you. The old turtle said leisurely, I'm too weak. I'm not much stronger than you are now. Even if I use chaos energy, I won't be much stronger than you. Han Fei sneered. What I need is not your strength, but your knowledge. Thousand Star City. Recently, prices had been soaring in the Thousand Star City, mainly because there were no goods shipped back from the Scattered Stars Island or the Level 3 fishery. Now that these two resource sources were gone, the Thousand Star City were out of supply. When the major supplies were out of stock, the market changed from a buyer's market to a seller's market. As long as there was something suitable, the price could be shockingly high. Anyway, the seller didn't have to worry that no one would buy it. In the Thousand Star City, there were rich people everywhere. There was no telling who spread the news about the City of Justice to the Thousand Star City. Immediately, all kinds of rumors flew everywhere and soon swept across the entire Thousand Star City like a tsunami. For a moment, countless people wanted to go to the lower world, to the City of Justice, to the Scattered Stars Island. However, the teleportation arrays on the Scattered Stars Island were strictly audited, so only 1,000 people passed the test every day. This made the huge descending army slowly feel the hostility towards them. Especially when some children of big clans pretended to be ordinary people and were discovered and sent back, countless people were furious. Zhang Tao. At this moment, he was standing in the middle of the array of 3 enchanting questions. There were thousands of strange scenes in the array, and a voice, like rolling thunder, rumbled and struck his head. Zhang Tao, from the dual deity island of the Thousand Star City, an itinerant cultivator, a junior dangling fisher. When a string of information burst out, there seemed to be a power shaking in the voice. Where are you from? The center of Zhang Tao's eyebrows was twitching. When the hypnotic power was activated, a white light flashed between his eyebrows and broke through the illusion. Zhang Tao suddenly opened his eyes and looked ecstatic. Immediately, his eyes rolled. I'm from the dual deity island of the Thousand Star City. Which family are you from? When the second question was raised, Zhang Tao smiled in disdain and proudly said, I'm an ordinary resident of the dual deity island. I rely on the Li family of the dual deity island and often spend money to buy the trial rights of the Li family's trial grounds. Recently, I've really run out of money. These big clans are too ruthless. Sure enough, Zhang Tao listened carefully. After a while, the third question arrived. What's your real purpose for coming to the Thousand-Star City? Zhang Tao thought to himself, the normal answer is to become stronger or for resources. Just as Zhang Tao was about to say that, a voice suddenly sounded, I invented the 3 enchanting question array myself. You actually have a way to avoid the power of my array. It seems that you have the help of a mysterious treasure. Who is? Han, Marshal Han? Zhang Tao, who had a look of contempt just now, was horrified at this moment. He felt as if 10,000 iron-headed fish were galloping in his heart. He thought to himself, our venerables from the Scattered Stars Island F*King, personally guarding the teleportation array and interrogating the visitors one by one? Isn't the Supreme Commander 2F*King bored? At the same time, Zhang Tao had a bad feeling. This time, he was doomed. How could he run back? Shua. Zhang Tao saw a figure suddenly appear in front of him. When he looked up, he saw a young man, sneering. At the next moment, Zhang Tao felt that his soul no longer belonged to him. And the immortal seal in his body was instantly broken. Han Fei had been waiting here for a day and finally met a member of the Zhang family. How could he not be sure? At this moment, he activated the soul-searching technique, and a soul treasure immediately wanted to self-destruct. However, the soul treasure was directly torn to pieces by the void lines, unable to be used at all. Zhang Tao, a member of the Zhang family. He's actually quite excellent. What a pity. Under Han Fei's feet, the illusion of mountains and rivers appeared, and Zhang Tao was thrown in. Han Fei said, Tree Spirit, tie him up. Don't let him detonate himself. Yes, Master. After instructing the Tree Spirit, Han Fei issued an order in his heart, and his body began to shorten, and his realm plummeted. He became a junior hidden fisher, his skin became whiter, and his body became fatter. Han Fei carried out the deceit technique. Clash. There were only 8 entrances to the Scattered Stars Island in the Thousand-Star City. Apart from the uninhabited islands, there was only one teleportation array on average every 3 islands. However, all the teleportation arrays were crowded. All of a sudden, a person flew out of the teleportation array leading to the Scattered Stars Island and vomited blood. Instantly, many people moved aside and saw Zhang Tao rolling dozens of times on the ground. The big clans really don't want to give up. How many people have been thrown out, and they still want to send people in? Since the Scattered Stars Island has fallen out with the big clans, they certainly have a way to know which people are from your big clans. What is this person thinking? Someone shouted, shit. You know you can't pass, but you still insist on occupying a seat. Believe it or not, I'll whip you to death. Some people took out their knives, and some took out their long swords. In an instant, swords and knives danced wildly. Many people really wanted to kill Zhang Tao. However, they actually didn't dare to attack a member of the big clans. Zhang Tao hurriedly jumped out with an awful expression. As he looked back, he muttered to himself, that can't be right. That array can shatter a mysterious treasure? Not long after Zhang Tao escaped, a person suddenly appeared beside him. The person was dressed in green and stood beside Zhang Tao. He looked at the crowd and said lightly, you are the 1078th failure of the Zhang family. I had Thought your soul treasure could cover you up, but you still failed. Okay, go back. It seems that the Scattered Stars Island has long been prepared. Sigh. Yes, Master Ching, that soul enchantment array is really too terrifying. It seems to be an extraordinary array. It even tore apart my soul treasure. Master Ching, please help me. The manager impatiently threw a small token to him and said, go back to the warehouse and find something to make up for it. That's it. Han Fei took the token and smiled. Zhang Mingkuan, I promised you that I would come to you sooner or later. Now, here I am. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Last time, the Faceless Men's attack on the Thousand-Star City was destined to fail. The number of venerables that appeared last time was far less than the number of venerables that appeared in the war on the Scattered Stars Island. This meant that there were still venerables hiding in this huge city. As for their purpose, it was unknown. One of the venerables of the Zhang family had already died, and Zhang Jihua appeared afterwards. He was only a junior peak-level venerable and wasn't very strong. The person who could challenge old Han and the others back then must be a high-level venerable of the Zhang family. In other words, the Zhang family had at least 3 venerables before, and now they had at least 2. This was a big clan that had existed for thousands of years. The family was very wealthy, and there were many children in the clan, so there would always be heavenly talents born. Han Fei returned to the Zhang family as Zhang Tao. After completely reading Zhang Tao's life history and personality, Han Fei smiled. Zhang Tao was a relatively more outstanding disciple of a collateral branch of the Zhang family. Because he had obtained opportunities in the trial field, he distinguished himself among his peers. However, even if he was a heavenly talent, he was from a collateral branch of the Zhang family and couldn't catch much attention from the Zhang family. And it was very difficult for such a disciple from a collateral branch to enter the Zhang family's treasure house. Zhang Tao had only entered the Zhang family's treasury twice when he was breaking through to be a hanging fisher and a hidden fisher, and he only took 3 things from it. Han Fei saw the Zhang family's treasure house from Zhang Tao's memory, but then he licked the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, as a big clan that had been existing for thousands of years, the Zhang family was really rich. Although Zhang Tao couldn't enter the depths of the treasure house, there were countless treasures as soon as he got in. Han Fei saw things like trivariant golden ginseng, semi-divine weapons, battle suits, protective arts, heaven-level combat skills, and high-level energy fruits. All things were good, but the big clans wouldn't give too many resources to their disciples. Otherwise, if the disciples just relied on resources, wouldn't they become wastes? So most people who went in could only take 3 things at most. As for what the 3 things were, it depended on the entrant's own choice. The Zhang family. This family, known as the richest family in the Thousand-Star City, was in the middle of Money Island, surrounded by 8 mountains. On these mountains were the training grounds of the Zhang family's juniors. The area surrounded by mountains was the Zhang family's main residence, covering an area of more than 500 kilometers. Further out were the Zhang family's collateral branches, with a big river separating them. The main branch and the collateral branches were clearly separated, and the latter couldn't trespass. At this moment, in the Zhang family's main residence, the Zhang family's head, Zhang Wanjin, looked at Zhang Tao, who came back to report, and frowned. You said that the enchantment array broke your soul treasure? Then is your soul all right? Han Fei pretended to be respectful and hurriedly said, family head, no. It's just an array. No one is presiding over it. Or to be exact, I was blasted back. Before I even saw the host. Zhang Wanjin sat on a big chair and snorted. Well. Okay, you've done your best. Go to the third level of the treasure house and find 3. Well, 4. The sake of your soul treasure, find 5 things to take with you. Hearing this, Han Fei was excited and quickly said, thank you, family head. When Han Fei turned around, his eyes lit up. He thought to himself, this deceit technique is really good. With my current abilities, Zhang Wanjin is just a piece of cake to me. Even if there was an advanced venerable in the Zhang family, it was impossible for him to distinguish him. After leaving the main residence, Han Fei went straight to the treasury. The Zhang family's treasury was also known as the Zhang family's pagoda. Only here did Han Fei discover, to his surprise, that the Linglong Tower was actually made by the Zhang family. In each of the 36 towns, there was a Linglong Tower, but it was said that the Linglong Tower was established by a large chamber of commerce in the 36 towns. He didn't expect the source to be the Zhang family in the Thousand-Star City. However, unlike the normal Linglong Tower, the tower Han Fei saw was not exquisite at all. It was a black, 6-story octagonal tower structure. It didn't look big at all. In theory, it shouldn't be a treasure house of the Zhang family at all. However, judging from its shape, Han Fei knew that there must be some secret in the tower, or at least some special space. Han Fei came to the bottom of the tower openly. When he entered the treasure house, an explorer-level old man was drowsy and didn't even respond to Han Fei. When he saw him, Han Fei quickly handed over his token. Senior, the family head asked me to find 5 useful items. The old man seemed to be half asleep. He grunted and said, on the left side of the door, pass 2 teleportation arrays in a row. Go find them yourself. Yes, senior. In the Zhang family, Zhang Tao, a junior, from a collateral branch, certainly didn't know the people guarding the treasure house. Therefore, it was natural for Han Fei to call him senior. Just as Han Fei was about to enter the door, he suddenly heard a crisp voice behind him. 6th grandfather, I'm here to return the books I borrowed. Can I borrow a few more books by the way? The old man immediately grinned. Oh, it's Chow Chow. Of course. Pick whatever you want on the 3rd floor. Don't be so distant. The visitor was a pretty girl, and next to the girl were 2 boys of the same age who seemed to be here to escort her. Han Fei glanced at them and suddenly remembered that this girl seemed to be the little girl who went out of the sea quelling painting. He didn't expect her to grow up so big after decades. As if seeing Han Fei's gaze, a boy beside Zhang Qiaqiao immediately shouted. What are you looking at? As a disciple of a collateral branch, it must be difficult for you to have a chance to enter the treasure house, right? What are you waiting for? The old man named 6th Grandpa also glanced at Han Fei indifferently. You can go in now. Han Fei crossed his hands. Yes. Zhang Qiaqiao, on the other hand, didn't feel anything. She glanced at Han Fei as if he were a stranger passing by, without any change of mood. When Han Fei entered the treasure house, he found himself in a huge storage room that had no end. To be precise, it looked more like a unique library or a collection hall. There were wooden bookshelves here, on which there were various combat skills. and secret techniques. There were also sealed pits with halos circulating, as if you needed to break through the layers of halos to get the things inside. There were also various tall and short booths, on which various items were shining. Hanfei swore that if Master Hexagon saw the treasure house, he wouldn't be able to move at all. Hanfei asked the old turtle in his heart, "Old Yuan, is there a venerable in this tower? What's his strength?" Hanfei certainly didn't believe that the Zhang family's treasure house would be unguarded. How could such an important place not have a venerable guarding it? As everyone knew, the Zhang family was the wealthiest family in the city. Without a strong master guarding it, how could they defend such a huge fortune? The old turtle said, "Not on the lower floors, but there's an independent building above the 6th level. The aura of a powerhouse is flowing out. I think the person is at least an advanced peak level venerable." Hanfei was slightly relieved. That's good. An advanced peak level venerable was already comparable to the heavenly sword master, who was only one step away from the peak level. He couldn't defeat such an expert unless he had the power of a half-king. But Hanfei hadn't become a venerable yet, so he definitely didn't have this ability. He could only think about how to rob the Zhang family's treasure house. With an advanced venerable guarding the treasure house, there was indeed no need for others to guard it. Besides, this treasure house was in the Zhang family. There were other venerables within 1,000 kilometers, so there was naturally no need to worry about anyone robbing the Zhang family's treasure house. Shua. Hanfei passed 2 teleportation arrays and came directly to the 3rd level of the treasure house. Unsurprisingly, this level of treasure house was specifically for hidden fissures. Unlike the 1st floor, there were not many combat skills on this floor. Most of them were different kinds of weapons, from ultra-quality spiritual weapons to divine weapons, and even ultra-quality divine weapons. There were also various kinds of spiritual fruits, crystals, spiritual springs, spirit awakening fluid, and sea demon corpses. Hanfei didn't intend to loot the entire treasure house now, which was meaningless. The things in front of him were useless to him. What he wanted was the 7th level of void fishing. This technique was his true pursuit. Once he obtained it, it would be more meaningful than looting the Zhang family's treasury. Of course, it would be best if he could loot the Zhang family's treasury. By the way, the floor for hidden fissures extended dozens of kilometers. Hanfei pretended to be walking around inside. He knew that someone was looking at him at this moment. If he took more than 5 pieces of treasure, the consequences would be disastrous. However, in fact, Hanfei was just looking for an opportunity to use the twin divine technique. After half an hour, in a corner of the treasure house, Chia Chiao, this 1,000 silk technique is a heaven-level high-quality combat skill, which is most suitable for girls to practice. Ordinary spiritual heritage talents can't practice it, but you are different. With a level 7 spiritual heritage, you can definitely practice it. Chia Chiao, there is a 10,000 spirit bead here. As a spirit gatherer, this thing can allow you to store spiritual energy and save spiritual energy for emergencies. This is a good thing. 2 boys were trying their best to please the girl, but the girl didn't seem to hear them at all. She walked forward quickly as if trying to get rid of them. Suddenly, the girl saw that the man who came in with her was looking at a calligraphy painting circling on a square cabinet. However, the calligraphy was blocked by a seal. Seeing that the person was Staring at the calligraphy motionlessly, Zhang Qiaoqiao couldn't help but be curious. She had seen this painting before. There shouldn't be anything special about it, right? Immediately, Zhang Qiaoqiao went straight over and asked, "This painting is just a killing array, a one-time use item. Do you want me to get it for you?" Beside Zhang Qiaoqiao, a boy said, "Qiaoqiao, no bother. Let me do it." The other said, "Go away. Do you have the ability to take it?" "Let me take it." Han Fei tilted his head and glanced at her. "This is not a killing array, but a visualization picture." Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Huh? The two boys were instantly enraged. One of them said, "What? Are you saying that Qiaoqiao was wrong?" "That's right. Brat, I'll give you a chance to reorganize your language. Is this a killing array or a visualization picture?" Han Fei said casually, "This painting looks like a killing array, but if you look inside carefully, the ink on the outside is too thick, as if it's covering something. Arrays usually don't draw like this. Therefore, there should be another layer below this painting." Zhang Qiaoqiao's eyes lit up and she couldn't help but look at Han Fei up and down. Under the angry stare of the two boys beside her, she curiously asked, "Then how did you know that this calligraphy painting was a visualization picture?" Han Fei chuckled. "Look, if you don't look at the lines and words, doesn't this portrait look like a starfish? This pentagon starfish looks like an array, but what if it's a creature visualization picture?" One of the boys was slightly shocked. This disciple from a collateral branch was quite capable. However, this person's identity was still too low. The other boys said, "You said this is a visualization picture. Alright, if it's not, you won't be able to take something from the treasure house today." Yang Qiaoqiao shouted, "Yang Kong, Yang Qing, can you two be more mature?" Zhang Qiaoqiao looked at Han Fei. "Sorry, I'm just curious about what kind of visualization picture this is. Can you let me take a look at it after you crack it?" Han Fei smiled. "I found it first. If you want to see it, how about helping me break the array?" The two boys were immediately enraged. They had never seen such a shameless person who asked a girl to help him break the array. Zhang Qiaoqiao smiled faintly, but she looked down upon Han Fei a bit in her heart. She just wanted to take a look at it and didn't want to take it out. But this person asked her to break the array. Obviously, he couldn't open it. Seeing that Zhang Qiaoqiao didn't respond, Han Fei said lightly, "Could it be that you can't open it either?" "Son of AB *TCH, what are you talking about? Is there anything that Qiaoqiao can't open?" A * shoal, which collateral branch are you from? You really don't know your place. Even Zhang Qiaoqiao was surprised. All the people around her had been flattering her, but she didn't expect to meet someone different today. Seeing that Han Fei was not afraid at all, Zhang Qiaoqiao immediately shouted, "Shut up, you two. Let me see how difficult this seal is first." At the next moment, a silver needle appeared in each of Zhang Qiaoqiao's hands. Swish. 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 Clank, clank, clank. For a moment, on the seal, hundreds of stings appeared, and dense punctures the size of a needle hole appeared on the seal. At this moment, Han Fei scratched his nose, and suddenly on the seal, there was a flash of spiritual energy, and the silver needles under Zhang Qiaoqiao's control were moved by the seal and accidentally hit each other. Bang! Instantly, an explosion occurred, and the silver needle weapon was destroyed. Along with the seal. Han Fei, Zhang Qiaqiao, and the others were shaken dozens of meters away by the sudden explosion. Bang! Han Fei knocked over a water cabinet. At the moment of the explosion, a big hand twisted the explosion. Zhang Qiaqiao was sent flying, ashamed and angry. She didn't expect that she would make such a big joke today. Zhang Qiaqiao said, "Thank you, Grandpa Six." The old man at the Explorer Realm said with a smile, "It's okay. Qiaqiao, you can continue looking around. Although this painting is a visualization picture, it's actually just SOSO for you. It's not a good thing." The two boys who were sent flying had already got up. Looking around, they immediately looked at Han Fei. A boy threatened, "Boy, don't tell anyone what happened today." Han Fei shrugged. "I don't have the habit of bad-mouthing others behind their backs." Han Fei lunged to his feet, but no one saw that at the moment of the explosion. Just now, a shadow had already been lurking. At this moment, the painting had been opened. Hearing Han Fei's words, Zhang Qiaqiao tried to unveil the painting. Sure enough, she saw a starfish painting below. Upon seeing this picture, Zhang Qiaqiao immediately compared it with the one she cultivated. Instantly, Zhang Qiaqiao shook her head slightly. The two were about the same. In comparison, this one was a bit worse. Zhang Qiaqiao said, "This painting is yours. However, I hope you can be more honest next time. If you can't get this one, you should try another one next time." The two boys around Zhang Qiaqiao didn't curse him this time, but gloated. One of them said, "Qiaqiao, this is what the children of collateral branches usually do. Don't take it to heart." The other person added, "That's right, Qiaqiao. These guys are very scheming. Although he set you up this time, don't give him a chance to trick you again." After Zhang Qiaqiao and the others left, Han Fei shook his head slightly. She used to be a good girl, but now she had become more like a descendant of the big clans. Her attitude was not right. Sure enough, the big clans were a place that could corrode the heart. However, Han Fei didn't take it seriously. His goal had been achieved. He quickly found an energy fruit, a battle suit, a long knife, and a heaven-level high-quality secret technique. In the eyes of outsiders, with these few things, and the visualization picture, Han Fei had definitely gained a lot from this trip. When leaving the treasure house, Han Fei went to the door again and said respectfully to Grandpa Six, "Senior, I've selected 5 items." "Humph. Lucky boy, go now." "Yes, Senior." After leaving the treasure house, no one paid attention to a trivial figure like Han Fei anymore. Even so, Han Fei still pretended to be careful and quickly returned to his home. He closed his door and refused guests, immediately beginning to study the visualization picture. Late at night, a black shadow appeared silently on the 4th level of the Zhang family's treasure house. When a teleportation array was activated, there must be a mechanism to trigger it. However, although this treasure house was a small world, it couldn't escape the law of nature. With an array teleportation, there was naturally a normal entrance. Han Fei quietly bypassed this level and immediately said to the old turtle, "Old Yuan, remember one thing. Don't care about anything else. Help me find the 7th level of the true spirit fishing art." The old turtle was confused. "Did you sneak in just to find a technique?" Han Fei sneered. "You don't understand. How can what I try so hard to find be bad? The old turtle realized that it did make sense. Who was Han Fei? He was a man-eating monster. If it weren't something absolutely important, why would he go deep into the enemy camp to take it by force? A moment later, the old turtle said, "No, I'm sure of it. The strongest technique on this floor is heaven-level ultra quality. No stronger one." Han Fei asked, "Is this name among the heaven level, low quality, and heaven level, mid-quality ones?" "No." Han Fei's heart sank. "Let's continue. There are 2 floors above. I don't believe we can't find it." On the 5th floor, Han Fei stayed at the entrance, his body completely fitting the shadow, which ordinary people couldn't discover at all. Who would scan their own treasury over and over again? Even if they scanned it, they might not be able to find anything. Han Fei was drooling. This floor was actually exclusively for explorers. Although most things were useless to him, they were still very valuable. Especially the spiritual fruit warehouse. He didn't need anything else, but he couldn't lack energy fruits. He could use them to become a venerable. A moment later, the old turtle said, "Next floor." The 6th floor was different from the previous floors. When Han Fei found the entrance to this floor, he felt that something was wrong. This floor was enshrouded by the suppressing pressure of a powerhouse. Even the appearance of thin hair would be noticed. Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, it's up to you." The old turtle was speechless, but what could he do? Han Fei was already here, looking for death. A layer of black fog suddenly descended like a turtle shell sky sealing technique. The old turtle said, "I've sealed a space of 10 kilometers. It can be said that the entire treasure house is under my control. Release your soul and quickly search for it. Then run away." Hearing that, Han Fei immediately spread out his perception and found all the techniques on this floor. He had to admit that the Zhang family was indeed a worthy big clan that had existed for millions of years. There were as many as 2,168 venerable level techniques on this floor. Han Fei spread out his perception and immediately saw the 6th and 7th levels of the true spirit fishing art, arranged in an orderly fashion on this floor. Huff. Han Fei was relieved. Fortunately, the Zhang family didn't discover the secret of the true spirit fishing art, but stored it as an ordinary technique. However, Han Fei certainly couldn't just take this one. Han Fei waved his hand and looted all the techniques. Then, he looted a large number of spiritual fruits. Wherever he went, he looted everything. A venerable level fish bone was sealed in a seal. Activating the star teleportation technique, Han Fei entered the seal and collected the venerable bone. Some spiritual medicine flashed with a strange light. It was called the sky breaking pill. It must be extraordinary. Collect it. There were also pills named enlightenment pills. There were only 3 of them in the entire Zhang family. How could Han Fei put them down? Collect them. In addition, Han Fei found 3 sea-quelling bizarre treasure remnants, and a complete long whip, which turned out to be a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Han Fei smiled. Whip weapons are most suitable for Luo Xiaobai. Collect. After a while, Han Fei's Forge the Universe was filled with all kinds of treasures. When all the places had been cleaned up, the rest, no matter what was left, were extremely dazzling. And on the highest level of the Zhang family's treasury, there were not many things that Han Fei could ignore. In Han Fei's eyes, a black bead, covered in dust, rolled to a corner on the ground. When he saw the pearl, Han Fei was slightly puzzled. Why was there a pearl in the middle of a pile of treasures? Was it left behind? Forget it, let me take it away first. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. If Han Fei wanted to leave, he would have to activate the turtle shell sky sealing technique. The old turtle said, if you leave now, you may be discovered. Han Fei said disdainfully, so what? It doesn't matter even if they discover me. I'll come to the 1,000-star city sooner or later, and I'll rob the Zhang family sooner or later. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. Destroy it now so that I don't have to come again in the future. Even he himself didn't know whether or not his black mist body had been discovered. At least, it could be discovered as long as one's attention was focused enough. With that, Han Fei took out the venerable token. In the outside world. On Pure Sun Island, the void tore open as a powerhouse's aura bloomed. The moment this void was opened, many people in the 1,000-star city suddenly opened their eyes. Pure Sun Island was the territory of the Thug Academy. Although it had been flattened a few times, so what? The wars happening on this land were announcing to the outside world that whether the Thug Academy was around or not, this was the territory of the Thug Academy. As early as when the big clans of the 1,000-star city returned to the 1,000-star city, this place had already been included in the inspection. Chu Sect and Old Demon Chu immediately looked over. The Venerable saw a graceful figure tap her finger, and an array map appeared. Old Chu immediately took action, crossing the void and grabbing at the graceful figure. In fact, only Old Demon Chu had such a fast speed. This was the unique power of a half-king. Ningjing turned around and took a step, moving thousands of kilometers away. Old Demon Chu grabbed at the air, only to see Ningjing slap at him from thousands of kilometers away. Bang! In the sky above Pure Sun Island, a huge void vortex appeared. The terrifying energy ripples set off a stream of light that shook the entire city. Old Chu shouted, do you really think there is no one in our 1,000-star city? You dare to set foot on our 1,000-star island after only 3 months? Ningjing didn't speak. This was the first time Han Fei asked him to take action. And this time, she didn't need to help him kill the enemy or save his life, but to help him make a distraction. On Pure Sun Island, at the moment the two half-kings attacked. In the Zhang family's treasure house, a black shadow suddenly dissipated. When this black shadow dissipated, the entire Money Island shook, and the treasure house trembled. A voice roared angrily, who is it? The two bodies became one, and Han Fei's white mist body had already set up an array. At the moment the two became one, Han Fei stepped into the array and disappeared. The remnants of the array were still there, but Zhang Tao's house was instantly reduced to dust. The teleportation array had distorted and then disappeared, leaving no trace at all. Outside the Zhang family, near Zhang Tao's residence, many people knelt on the ground. The powerhouses were in rage. Zhang Tao must have done something wrong. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Wanjin and Zhang Zhihua rushed to the treasure house. Looking at the empty 6th floor of the treasure house, they were dumbfounded. Zhang Wanjin was stunned on the spot. Under the protection of an advanced venerable, a whole floor of treasures had been lost. How was it possible? The guardian's face couldn't have looked more awful. He gnashed his teeth and said, a total of 11 people entered the treasure house today. It has been confirmed that it was Zhang Tao, a boy from a collateral branch. He fled too fast and had early set up a teleportation array. Zhang Jihua took a deep breath. Something seems to have happened on Pure Sun Island. Almost at the same time, my Zhang family was robbed. The two of them must be related. Zhang Wanjing said, he's good at arrays and concealment. This person has to be at least at the venerable realm to be able to hide from the Patriarch Yun's observation. Who in the Thug Academy has the strength to come and go without being noticed? Could it be Li Daxian? Zhang Jihua shook his head. No. Impossible. Li Daxian is now an undead creature. If he comes, there must be traces of him here. Besides, this technique seems quite familiar to me. It seems to be Han Fei. Although Zhang Jihua hadn't been on the Scattered Stars Island for long, he had heard a lot of things about Han Fei. Shua. Zhang Yun, the guardian of the Zhang family's treasury, stepped out of the void. Han Fei was really infuriating. You didn't even let go of the cabinets. And the booths? Are you taking them home to use as ornaments? When Zhang Hua mentioned Han Fei, both Zhang Yun and Zhang Wanjing believed him. Han Fei had shown his capabilities in the battle on the Scattered Stars Island. This guy was bold, ambitious, and confident. The only thing he lacked was strength. However, pure strength couldn't measure Han Fei's true strength. This guy had once to be a half-king. The Zhang family was robbed. Han Fei did it. Immediately, the big clans of the Thousand-Star City, including the venerable level powerhouses, all appeared. Ordinary people didn't know that these people went out, but their investigation range was extremely wide. Of course, as early as when Old Chu attacked, these people had already been alarmed. Especially when Old Demon Chu attacked in the direction of Pure Sun Island, this made their hearts skip a beat. Whenever something happened on Pure Sun Island, it had to do with the Thug Academy. Now that the two parties were like fire and water, only one of them could survive. Therefore, most venerables looked at Pure Sun Island. However, when these venerables looked at Pure Sun Island, no one cast their gaze at the ideal palace. There were even people looking at the Monument of Gods, but no one was looking at the ideal palace. This was because everyone knew that Han Fei had gone to the ideal palace and had obtained a great opportunity in it. Therefore, it was meaningless for Han Fei to go to the ideal palace again. However, they didn't know that Han Fei came out with his memories. The opportunities in the ideal palace had been far from used up by him. As for the Azure Dragon in the Blue Sea Soul Realm and the golden page in its mouth, he hadn't obtained them either. As for the prehistoric Soul Realm, he might have missed something too. What he went to was definitely not the reincarnation Soul Realm. He didn't know if he could go there again. As for the last Soul Realm, he hadn't walked it through yet. And he hadn't walked through the final creation temple. At this moment, Han Fei casually transformed into a passerby and walked on the white jade bridge of the ideal palace. After taking a few steps, he completely entered the ideal palace. Without deliberately avoiding the teleportation array under his feet, Han Fei was directly teleported to an unknown place, waiting for the mist to descend and envelop him. This time, Han Fei waited for more than 10 minutes before slowly falling asleep. In the outside world, outside Pure Sun Island, Ning Jing and Old Demon Chu both retreated after a clash. When she sensed the aura of the venerable token disappear, she knew it was time for her to evacuate. Old Demon Chu and Ming Jing had just exchanged 3 blows when the sky changed color and the stars sank. In the end, the opponent ran away. This stunned many venerables who had rushed over. What was going on? Old Demon Chu said, "This half-king's strength can't be underestimated. If I remember correctly, he smashed Sun Xiaotian with a slap." Someone asked, "What does she want?" Zhang Yin of the Zhang family gnashed his teeth and said, "A distraction." The appearance of a half-king attracted the attention of all our strong masters. Han Fei took this opportunity to loot the treasure house of our Zhang family and escape. Good, very good. Han Fei, you're forcing us to start a war with you. Someone rolled his eyes. Who the F*** CK asked your Zhang family to be so rich? Besides, the battle had already started. When they were fighting for the king's corpse and completely shed all pretense of cordiality, there was no turning back for the two parties. However, no one had expected that Han Fei would set his eyes on the 1,000-star city after only 3 months. Someone said, he must go to one of the 2 places. Either the 1,000-star proving ground or the Monument of Gods. I don't believe his purpose for this return is to simply plunder the Zhang family. Old Demon Chu shouted, "Now, we are bound together for good and for bad. Since Han Fei is not around, we can send someone to the Scattered Stars Island to check it out." Instantly, the group of venerables looked at each other. What a joke. If they left the family, what if their family was destroyed? Old Demon Chu said, "The Yi family is the fastest. If a venerable of the Yi family can go, I can protect the Yi family. A few days should be enough for investigation." The Yi family venerables turned pale. Nonsense. We're fast indeed, but the other party has a half-king. Do you want us to die? A Yi family venerable said, "The Zhang family controls the Linglong Tower. It's extremely convenient for them to go to the Scattered Stars Island. Why not let them investigate?" A venerable of the Zhang family said, "How can ordinary people get in touch with people at Han Fei's level?" While they were arguing, Han Fei had already entered the ideal palace again. This time, Han Fei's goal was very clear. He went straight to the entrance of the 3rd Soul Realm, the Blue Sea Soul Realm. Outside the entrance, many people were shouting. They were all people who were here to buy soul crystals, to explore the Soul Realm together. Han Fei entered alone, which was common, and no one paid attention to him. Unlike the first time he came, he had owned the power of will and mastered the Great Tao. This time, if large marine creatures appeared, he could easily kill them with a slash. 2 hours passed. Han Fei stood at the deepest part of the Blue Sea Soul Realm. When he felt a terrifying aura descend, his body no longer trembled. The power of the indestructible golden body made Han Fei confident enough to be at ease in front of this dragon soul. When the huge dragon head appeared, Han Fei said, "Senior, I've searched thousands of mountains, rivers, and experienced 81 tribulations. Finally, I found some dragon bones. Senior, please check if this is your body." While talking, Han Fei took out a section of dragon bone nearly 100 meters long. Roar. The scarlet and cold eyes flickered. This bone is indeed a dragon bone, but it's not my body. Young man, you seem to have become much stronger. Your body seems to be able to contain me. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations When the soul shadow of the azure dragon said this to Han Fei was not as nervous as before. If he hadn't experienced the battle on the island of the Waterwood world, Han Fei would still think that the dragon race was not an enemy. However, the reason he came to the Blue Sea Soul Realm the moment he entered the ideal palace was naturally to see if the azure dragon phantom was good or bad. When the soul shadow of the azure dragon said this, Han Fei no longer regarded this dragon as a dragon. Instead, Han Fei looked at the dragon and asked, casually, "So, what do you want, senior?" The soul shadow of the azure dragon seemed a little surprised. Han Fei is not afraid at all? Does he have something to rely on, or is he really not afraid of me? The azure dragon asked, "Aren't you afraid that I'll destroy your soul, take your body, and reincarnate?" Han Fei grinned and said, "If you want, you can try. If you don't, it's time to give me the page in your mouth. If the dragon bone I take out is not yours, then your corpse must be somewhere I can't go. And your golden page is the key." Now was not the time to fall out with this azure dragon. Since there was a golden page in its mouth, it was very likely that the page was given to it by his mother. Then, this meant that even if this azure dragon wasn't good, it was limited by certain reasons and had to cooperate with his mother. Only in this way could he have the qualifications to keep the golden page. The azure dragon phantom slightly opened its mouth, but the golden page didn't appear immediately. He said, "You didn't bring me my body after all. How can I give it to you?" Han Fei shrugged. "Senior, you've been waiting here for tens of thousands of years, haven't you? No one has been able to bring your body back for such a long time. Do you think you should give up this opportunity? If you don't trust me and have to give me the page, why don't you give me another benefit? Of course, this benefit can't be small." At this moment, Han Fei was even more relaxed. Everyone had their own weaknesses. Since this azure dragon phantom was in charge of the golden page, even if it were someone else who could meet his conditions, he might not take action, not to mention that this dragon couldn't kill him at all. Han Fei felt that he asked Han Fei to find his body because this might not be the only condition to get the golden page. As he expected, the dragon pondered for a moment and finally said, "I can give you this page. However, you have to agree to one of my conditions." Han Fei smiled. "Senior, please go on." The azure dragon said, "Swear on your great Tao that you will help me get my dragon body back." Han Fei smiled and said, "No problem. However, what benefit are you going to offer me, senior?" Staring at Han Fei with its huge eyes, the dragon said in a low voice, "I will give you a drop of the essence blood of the azure dragon, which is a dragon transformation technique. If you want to learn the dragon transformation technique, you have to have the essence blood of the azure dragon. Only if you have the essence blood of the dragon in your bloodline can you transform into a dragon. Once you transform into a dragon, you will be considered a descendant of the dragon race. It will be beneficial for your future." Han Fei touched his chin. "Oh, it sounds very attractive. Okay, deal." After a while, when Han Fei made the vow, the golden page floated to him. Han Fei's lips curled. He had got another golden page. Han Fei was really interested in the golden pages. After all, he had seen old Han's way of fighting. He said that it was the Great Dream Heavenly Book. That page was like the attack of a strong venerable. The paper seemed infinite and looked utterly awesome. He had already collected 4 golden pages in the ideal palace. Perhaps he could also obtain a super technique after fusing 7 pages. At this moment, the floating steel appeared, and the golden words on it trembled and were about to move. Han Fei's expression changed slightly as his mind flashed. He immediately used the illusion technique of the ideal palace to extinguish the light of his name on the void stone monument. Indeed, Han Fei was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that one's name didn't have to appear on this void stone monument. The ability given to everyone by the ideal palace could let him erase his name. Unfortunately, there weren't many people who could make the void stone monument appear. Therefore, this secret had never been discovered. Only those who didn't want to be noticed would prevent their names from appearing on the stone monument. And only then would they discover this secret. Immediately, Han Fei left the Blue Sea Soul Realm with a smile. As soon as he came out, he heard the old turtle say, "Oh. It's actually a dragon soul. I'd like to ask, why didn't you just kill him? Your little calabash is not simple. It can suppress a mere dragon soul in the blink of an eye. And why did you make an oath with your great Tao?" Han Fei sneered. "I said I would bring the corpse, but I didn't say I would give it to him. Hee, it's not against my oath. Besides, if it doesn't work out, I'll find a way to kill him later." Han Fei smiled inwardly. Even the old turtle didn't know that he didn't swear with his own Tao, but with the black evil Conch King's great Tao of gravity. What does this thing have to do with me? Hearing Han Fei's words, the old turtle thought to himself, this dragon is quite pitiful. How did he meet such a person? It turns out that Han Fei never wanted to hand over the real dragon bone to him. He even wanted to kill him. But the dragon didn't know it. Isn't it sad? It seems that I'll have to be very careful if I have to make Han Fei vow with his great Tao. Otherwise, who can I complain to? Little did the dragon know that Han Fei was a man who could change his great Tao at any time. Such a person shouldn't exist in theory at all. In any case, Han Fei had already obtained a golden page. Without hesitation, Han Fei entered the 4th Soul Realm, the prehistoric Soul Realm. After quickly finding an empty mountain, Han Fei began to dig holes and search for visualization stones. With the previous experience, Han Fei dug a hole and tried 13 times before entering the original Death Valley. During this period, Han Fei had dug out more than 20 visualization stones. Among them, 3 were complete visualization stones, although Han Fei didn't touch any of them. Han Fei wanted to see the scene that Luo Xiaobai and Lu Renkuang experienced. What did it mean by below the king, all our ants? What did it mean by after me, no one dares to kill a god? What did it mean by even ordinary people can open the heavenly gate and I am the master of my fate? These were the experiences of Lu Renkuang and the others. However, even though he had dug 13 times, he had never encountered any of these scenes. It wasn't until he re-entered Death Valley that Han Fei confirmed that everyone had different opportunities. His opportunity was probably the inexplicable battle back then. Bang! 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 After a while, when tens of thousands of beasts began to gallop, Han Fei began to rush forward too. Now that he had learned the heavenly void divine movement, his speed was even faster than the thunder leopards. In the end, when Han Fei saw the creation divine boat, a giant ape appeared. Behind him, a brightly colored tiger roared, a unicorn rhinoceros sprinted, and a thunder panther flashed. Roar! Where can our beast race go? the big ape appeared and roared. Han Fei thought for a moment and realized that this was not Beast King but Ape 6. However, Han Fei did not dodge the beast tide. This time, he didn't want to become a little ape. No matter how strong the little ape was, it was at the explorer level. A real venerable or even a king would be able to kill him with a single finger. Last time, when he turned into a little ape, he could only fight shrimp soldiers and crab generals in the water. This time, Han Fei learned his lesson. Ignoring all the battles, he rushed forward, stepped on the boat, and boarded the boat. Out of Han Fei's expectation, nobody stopped him from boarding the boat. Because Han Fei was a human. As soon as Han Fei boarded the boat, he heard a voice in the void. There are 2 roads for human beings. Some people explore the sea to find the way, and some die in battle without retreating. The beast race can't fly above the sea. It's not that I'm unwilling, but I can't go back. Roar. The ape roared and jumped into the air. At this point, Han Fei knew that Ape 6 was going to die. Obviously, this was history. This incident needed to be remembered, but he couldn't change it. Han Fei turned his head and didn't look at the crazy creatures again. On this big ship, there was a sea of people. In the sky, there were still people fighting the Sky Clan. However, at this moment, Tianqing was not around. Han Fei couldn't help sighing. It turned out that he was quite lucky to not encounter such an opponent. Finding a random place, Han Fei asked the person next to him, "Brother, do you know where we are going?" The man had just come down from the battle array to take a rest. Seeing that Han Fei was not injured at all, he immediately said angrily, "The East, the East, I just wonder how you got here." East? The battle between humans and apes ended quickly. After all, this was just a reflection of history and didn't really count as time. Not long after the battle, about 5 hours later, Han Fei was being arranged to fish when he heard a voice on the boat. The man was quite strong and his terrifying power overwhelmed the entire ship. He shouted, "Everyone, the voyage to hope has begun. No one knows how long we will sail and how far we'll have to go. However, the great Tao prophesies that there is a lost land hidden in the endless sea in the east. That is the best habitat for human beings." Han Fei's heart did a flip. So, the purpose of his appearance in the time epitome was not to transform into an ape, but to see, where would this creation divine boat go? What would it encounter? This was a complete story. And this was a high-score choice. It didn't mean to make him become a member of the Beast Army to attack the big boat. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. On the big boat, Han Fei didn't know if the person just now was a half-king or a real king. After all, he hadn't met the person yet. It made sense. In the ideal palace, his strength was so weak. Even if he met a strong master, would he bother with him? On the huge boat, there were 3 floors. Each floor had 33 floors, totaling 99 floors. In other words, this super huge boat had 99 floors, and some were exceptionally tall. For example, on the floor where Han Fei was, Han Fei found a spiritual plantation and even a small demonic beast breeding garden. The first thing that came to Han Fei's mind was the story about Noah's Ark. However, before Han Fei had the time to wander around on this super huge boat, he was drafted. The giant boat was recruiting soldiers to defend the giant boat. This ship was named Explorer. The people on it were determined to conquer this See and find a territory that belonged to humans. There was no telling if it was because of the acceleration of time. Han Fei had only stayed on this ship for 1 day, but in the blink of an eye, it seemed that several years had passed. In another blink of an eye, decades seemed to have passed. Another day passed. When it was the 3rd day for Han Fei, with a few booming sounds, cracks appeared in the sky, which was the scene of a venerable's death. In this battle, 7 venerables died, and a rain of blood poured down. There was also a shocking crack in the sky. The sky changed color, and there were mournful sounds from the 9 heavens. Han Fei took a deep breath. Did a king die? Perhaps because he was caught in the fog of history, the old turtle didn't appear and seemed to have been blocked. After this battle, Han Fei and countless others saw a strong master holding a large token, his body covered with blood, floating above the divine boat. The man shouted, "There is a divine continent in the east, which is billions of kilometers wide. There are ancient trees in the sky, and their branches reach the 9 heavens. Even in this sea, there are 98,000 islands. Now I order the venerables of the 9 units to lead the human race across the sea, to rebuild the human race." On the divine boat, someone shouted excitedly, "We found a new land. We can get rid of the sea demons now." Someone said solemnly, "Something is not right. Why did Master ask the venerables to lead us across the sea? Can't we just sail there?" Someone looked at the sky. "It's definitely not simple. In this vast sea, if we want to live, I'm afraid we'll have to experience countless hardships." Han Fei watched like a spectator, although he really wanted to go to the place where the strong masters were fighting. There must be a devastating battle there. However, Han Fei was too weak at this moment. He could only go with the flow, and was led by a venerable to rush towards the east. However, he hadn't run far when he encountered the Sea Demon army. Unlike the Sea Demon army on the Scattered Stars Island, there were as many as thousands of different kinds of creatures in this army. It seemed that they were attacking the humans' divine boat. Originally, Han Fei had thought that the venerable would lead some explorers, law enforcers, and a series of people of lower strength to attack. However, under the siege of the sea demons, the venerable gave up some of his men and let the remaining explorers break through the siege and rush east. This was just a siege battle and needed some strategic sacrifices. The scene kept changing, and Han Fei followed the team for a long time. Originally, Han Fei's team had tens of thousands of people. However, as the scene changed a few times, there were only thousands of people left. In the fog of history, someone suddenly shouted, "Look, land." As the man shouted, Han Fei turned around and stood on the land alone. Huh? Why am I the only one coming up? Although Han Fei was already used to such dramatic plot changes, he still felt that at least thousands of people should go to the island. He couldn't be the only one going to the island, right? Han Fei suddenly remembered that the powerhouse had mentioned that there were 98,000 islands above the sea. Then, on the land, there would be a vast continent and a huge tree that extended to the 9 heavens. However, he didn't see any of them. Han Fei was puzzled. I'm on an island? Then what is the significance of this fog of history? Direct future generations to the east? Then what is the east? The Beast Emperor went to the east, so did the Beast King. Now, the prehistoric giant boat was also heading east. It seemed that all the prehistoric secrets he had encountered were hidden in the infinite distance to the east. Needless to say, there was definitely a big secret in the east. Just as Han Fei was wondering if he should find the real land. Suddenly, the void stone monument appeared. On the stone monument, Han Fei's name lit up. Han Fei wanted to stop his ranking from increasing, but then he gave up. Even if his name appeared on this stele, so what? After leaving the ideal palace, others had no memories. Since they had no memories, the appearance of Han Fei's name wouldn't affect much. Besides, if Han Fei wanted the golden page, his ranking couldn't be low. After all, this prehistoric soul realm was different from the Blue Sea Soul realm. He knew clearly where the golden page was in the Blue Sea Soul realm. But he didn't know anything about this prehistoric soul realm. He simply let his name rise quickly on the stele. However, Han Fei's name undoubtedly reached the top. There were thousands of options here, but only Han Fei chose the history that human beings traveled to the east. Although history was too elusive, it told Han Fei very firmly that he should go to the east in the future. Splash! When Han Fei's name reached the top, sure enough, a golden page began to descend, slowly flying into Han Fei's hand, and then blending into Han Fei's body. He wondered if this period of history was over. After Han Fei took the golden page, he automatically appeared in the first level soul realm of the prehistoric soul realm. In the outside world, it had already exploded. What? Why is Han Fei's ranking moving? When did Han Fei come to the Thousand-Star City? It's said that this guy became the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island and didn't get along with the big clans. How dare he come? Damn it. He's a tough guy. As soon as he came, he occupied the top of the list. Someone was puzzled. That's not right. If Han Fei takes first place in the fourth soul realm, why doesn't he take first place in the third soul realm? For a moment, all kinds of news was spreading. The intelligence personnel immediately went to the members of the big clans to sell information. Although information in the soul realm couldn't be spread out, there were still people willing to buy it. Swish. When a stranger came out of the prehistoric soul realm, many people were taken aback. However, they only froze for a moment before quickly going about their business. They couldn't just take a random person who came out of the soul realm as Han Fei. Every day, there were so many people entering and leaving the soul realm. Who could tell? Of course, there were also people who quickly glanced at Han Fei and remembered his appearance. They didn't care if he was Han Fei or not. They just needed to remember his appearance and sold the information to the people from the big clans. After all, since the big clans began to pay attention to the Thug Academy, they began to pay attention to everyone who entered the soul realm. Han Fei looked at the stele for a while and was actually chatting with the old turtle. The old turtle said, "I just lost contact with you. I'm in your body, but I can't communicate with you. Have you transcended time again?" Han Fei said, "I'm not crossing time, but entering a kind of fog of history. It's neither here nor in the past. The place I'm going to next may be even more mysterious." Han Fei took a deep breath. At this point, he had already obtained all the golden pages of the first 5 soul realms. However, he really didn't dare to go to the reincarnation soul realm. How troublesome it would be if he had to go through what he went through back then again. When he passed the 5th soul realm, which was the war soul realm, Han Fei discovered that the soul realm here was gone, and the void stone monument had collapsed. Huh? The soul realm disappeared? Han Fei frowned and hurriedly went to the reincarnation soul realm. When he looked here, he found that his name was indeed not on it. Instead, he found Luo Xiaobai's name, which ranked the 19th. Han Fei stood at the entrance of the Soul Realm and thought for a long time. Should he enter or not? The old turtle said, although this place is extraordinary, I'm afraid it's impossible to stop you now. After a long pause, Han Fei said, you don't understand. Fine, let's go in. Han Fei stepped into the Soul Realm's entrance. However, in the next second, a magical scene appeared. Han Fei came out of the entrance again. Fortunately, few people came to the 6th and 7th Soul Realms. Otherwise, there would definitely be people exclaiming in shock. Han Fei was stunned. What did he mean? He had been to Yu City in the Age of Doom once, but he couldn't go there now? However, what he went to was the real world. The one created by the ideal palace should be fake. Perhaps he couldn't enter the real one, but he couldn't enter the fake one either? This was a little strange. The old turtle said, huh. The rules of the great Tao there can't accommodate you at all. Boy, do you want to cross time and return to the ancient times? The rules of the great Tao won't allow it? The old turtle said, that's right. Some places have too heavy a mark left by certain people and certain powers, heavy enough to change the karma of the heavenly Tao, so the rules of the great Tao will forcibly kill that anomaly. But if it can't kill it, it won't reject it. This world is not a complete law of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come out after entering it, but would have been killed. Han Fei frowned. So, he couldn't go to the reincarnation soul realm again? If he couldn't go there, what about that golden page? Since there was a golden page in every soul realm, there should also be in this reincarnation soul realm. However, he wasn't allowed to enter the reincarnation soul realm at all. This was King tricky. Han Fei's heart trembled. There was still one person who could enter, which was his sister he had never seen before. However, if he had to take such a big circle, he would have become a king long ago. At that time, would he still need this golden page? Han Fei shook his head slightly. There was nothing he could do. He could only go to the 7th soul realm to take a look first. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. The ideal palace had 7 soul realms. Each one was supposed to be harder than the last one. When experiencing reincarnation, Han Fei felt that there shouldn't be any soul realm more difficult than this one. In fact, when Han Fei really entered the 7th soul realm, he didn't find it difficult, but he found this place ridiculous. Thunder Prison? As soon as he entered the 7th soul realm, Han Fei discovered, to his shock, how similar was this to the Thunder Prison in the White Shell Royal City? However, the White Shell Royal City and the Thousand Star City were separated by the Wall of Death. Could it be that these two places could be connected through the Thunder Prison? Han Fei was stunned for a long time, feeling the lightning strikes. In an instant, dozens of lightning strikes fell. The old turtle was also stunned for a moment, but both of them quickly realized what happened. Han Fei said, no, it can't be the Thunder Prison. Back when I entered the Thunder Prison, I was in the Tao-seeking realm. It would be impossible for an ordinary Tao seeker to withstand the Thunder's power. However, in the ideal palace, my strength is only at the peak of the hidden fissure level. It's very easy for me to withstand this thunder. This only means that the thunder isn't strong. The old turtle said, it's not that the thunder is not strong enough, but that your physique is too strong. Although you are a soul body now, everything here is shaped according to the current you. Therefore, your physique is still very strong here. Han Fei chuckled. Then what? Do you think the two are the same place? The old turtle said, I don't think so. They are different. However, I know how this place appeared. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Huh? Do you know how this place came to be? The old turtle said, go forward and see how far you can go. The Thunder Prison, for Han Fei, was equivalent to a training ground full of lightning. As long as he had enough time, Han Fei could even live here. As the thunder tempered his body, his physique would definitely be greatly improved over time. Having already tried the power of the Thunder Prison, Han Fei began to run wildly in the Thunder Prison. Boom boom boom. Every second, dozens of lightning bolts struck Han Fei. Electric arc surged on his body, and blue light appeared in his eyes. However, not only did these attacks not slow Han Fei down, but they even made him run faster. In just a moment, Han Fei had already run thousands of kilometers away. Back in the Thunder Prison, Han Fei's result was 3,000 kilometers. If he tried his best, he could at least reach 5,000 kilometers away to temper himself. At this moment, Han Fei finally knew why many people were defeated in the Thunder Prison. It turned out that it was all because of their physique. In the past, Diwu Weiguang had said that if Yang Nanqi could pass the 6th level, then the 7th level would be easy for her. At that time, Han Fei didn't quite understand. Now, he realized that this level of the soul realm wasn't difficult for body refiners. After only 1,500 kilometers, the Void Stone Monument began to appear. Han Fei's name directly reached the 99th place. At 2,000 kilometers, Han Fei's name rose to the 38th place. In other words, just 500 kilometers had stopped most people. Perhaps there were many people who walked the path of body refinement, but very few people could really succeed in the path. Or rather, they felt that their physique was already very strong, but they were actually wrong. After Han Fei rushed 3,000 kilometers, he was already ranked third on the list. This meant that in history, it wasn't like there hadn't been true body refiners here. However, there were very few such people. After Han Fei went 5,000 kilometers into the lightning, when part of the lightning had turned red and purple, he felt a little uncomfortable. At this time, Han Fei was already ranked first. The Void Monument's calculation was absolutely correct. Han Fei stood among the lightning strikes and floated on the surface of the sea. As far as he could see, the sky was full of thunder and lightning. At the same time, lightning chains burst out in millions. When Han Fei stopped, he saw a winding blue snake that resembled a small dragon. It was the spirit of Thunder Heritage that Han Fei had seen before. However, the spirit of Thunder Heritage carried a golden page in its mouth and flew towards Han Fei. When Han Fei was about a kilometer away, the spirit of Thunder Heritage loosened its mouth, turned around, and escaped into the sea of lightning. Han Fei accepted the golden page and let the lightning strike him without batting an eye. He was a little distressed. There should be no more pages by now, but what about the last golden page? Han Fei thought for a long time and closed his eyes. If the demon purification pot could get a message for this golden page, he would at least know what it was. However, Han Fei perceived that the golden pages in his body were spinning and integrating. As he extended his hand, the golden pages appeared, but nothing appeared on the surfaces of the pages. The old turtle said, "You missed one?" With a thought, Hanfei wanted to create a golden page with the creation ability of the ideal palace. He saw a flash in the void, and in the next second, it was shattered by the lightning. Hanfei was not in a hurry to go out, nor did he answer the old turtle's question. Instead, he asked, "Old Yuan, you said you know where this place is from?" The old turtle said, "Yes. Most of the places of thunder and lightning you've seen have the same origin, except for a few places that are formed due to terrain and mineral deposits." Oh? Hanfei was curious. In this world, he had only seen this kind of lightning land in the White Shell Royal City, and here. Back in the Age of Doom, he and Shiman Linglan wandered outside and found a lightning sea in the outer sea. Ordinary people dare not approach it. Even if Shiman Linglan had already reached the explorer realm back then, she still rushed out of that sea area, as if escaping. The old turtle said, "This is actually nothing. Although I don't know what your so-called Age of Doom is like, I can guess that the Great Tao is missing. And all laws have disappeared. The power of the world is plummeting. The collapse of every great Tao is the loss of a heavenly Tao. If this Tao collapses, the path will dim out. Those powers that want to make up for the heavenly Tao will form a lightning sea, bombarding a corner where the great Tao is missing every day." Wait a moment. Are you saying that the Thunder Prison and the Thunder Soul realm are both caused by the lack of great Tao? The old turtle reminded him, "It's the heavenly Tao that's missing, not the great Tao." Hanfei didn't care which Tao it lacked. He simply asked, "What benefits can I get?" The old turtle said, "There are and there aren't benefits. In fact, I wanted to tell you as early as when we're in the White Shell King City that the Spirit of Thunder heritage may be counted as a benefit. In addition, there might be creatures born in the thunder, but that's in reality. It's clearly not possible here. If those creatures can be caught, it'll be good." Hanfei blinked. "What else?" The old turtle said, "The birth of this land of thunder is mostly related to special wars. Therefore, in the depths of these places of thunder, there may be the corpses of strong masters. However, it won't be easy to obtain them." Hanfei's eyes glittered. "Are there any?" Hanfei felt that if even the creature's death caused a land of thunder, it couldn't be just a venerable level creature, right? Could it be a king? Or stronger? The old turtle said, "Either way, there are no benefits here. This place is just illusory and fake. Therefore, there can't be any of those I said here. As for the one in the White Shell Royal City, you can have a try if you have a chance in the future." Hanfei thought to himself, the old turtle must be hiding something. If it's that simple, the old turtle would have told me in the White Shell Royal City. There's no need to tell me now. He must be hiding something from me, which involves some secrets. Hanfei said, "Old Yuan, from what you're saying, there are actually many more places of thunder and lightning like this. It means that many great Taos have collapsed." "What caused the collapse?" The old turtle snorted. "Don't play that little trick of yours. There are some things that you really can't touch on currently, nor do you need to get to the bottom of everything. Aren't you going to the Heavenly Palace? Why are you wasting time here?" Hanfei curled his lips and smiled. "I just want to take some opportunity by the way." After leaving the seventh soul realm, Hanfei's ranking reached the top of the ranking again. However, no one was watching outside the seventh soul realm. After all, ordinary people didn't come here at all. They couldn't enter, so there were no benefits. They couldn't even watch the show. Who would be willing to come? At this moment, Han Fei stood at the entrance of the cave. With a thought, a golden page appeared in front of him, which was an illusion created by him. Of course, Han Fei knew that it was fake. However, so what? As long as he could temporarily make this book complete, even if the contents were wrong, he had a way to restore it. However, the golden page that Han Fei imagined crumbled before any information appeared after he fused it with the other 6 pages. After trying many times in a row, Han Fei was puzzled. That doesn't make sense. If I can't piece together a real book, why can't I just make a fake one? The old turtle asked, "Is there somewhere you haven't been to?" Han Fei took a tumble. Right, the Creation Temple. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. In this unvisited 7th soul realm, no one discovered that the void stone monument outside had changed even after Han Fei left for a long time. The 7 soul realms were arranged in the shape of a bow, and the Creation Temple was located at the arrowhead outside the bow. Without needing anyone to provide him any information, Han Fei quickly found a strangely shaped dragon boat hall. It could be said that the Creation Temple was the most special place in the ideal palace. It was said that this place had never been useful. No matter who came, nothing strange happened. Therefore, except for some busybodies who wanted to get to the bottom of it, few people took it seriously. If Han Fei hadn't left last time, he would have definitely come to the Creation Temple to take a look. Upon seeing the so-called Creation Temple, Han Fei was speechless. This ship looked more like a dragon boat than the dragon boats in the level 3 fishery. Among them, the whole hull was more than 300 meters long. From the bow to the stern, it was in the shape of a dragon. The middle part of the hull rolled inward in an arc. When Han Fei came here, he saw that there were still some people searching around outside the hall. It seemed that in their opinion, such an unconventional temple should have some miracle. Countless people couldn't discover the secret. Perhaps the secret was hidden in an unknown corner somewhere. At the entrance of the hall, right below the dragon head, there was a magnificent door with the sun, moon, and stars engraved on it. In this pattern, Han Fei saw the sunstone. His eyelids twitched. He had seen this sunstone outside Little C's coffin in the star bead of the Thug Academy. If this kind of calendar stone only played the role of recording time, would it be embedded in the door? In this age of cultivation, who would care about a calendar? Obviously, there was something fishy about it. The sunstone was just a way of calculating time. How useful could it be? Was it really just an ornament? Han Fei suspected that the sun calendar stone seemed to have its own significance. No matter what it was used for, he had to pay more attention to it. After a few more glances, Han Fei was about to walk into the Creation Temple. Like others. However, maybe because Han Fei looked too unfamiliar, a group of people shouted at him. "Brother, do you want a secret speculative map of the temple? This is the wisdom of many generations and millions of years." They were very close to finding the treasure of the temple. "Brother, please wait a moment. I have a treasure sack for the Creation Temple. In it, there are many speculations about the Creation Temple. These are all methods that predecessors came up with. The wonderful ideas can definitely make you burst with inspiration. Someone said, "Brother, I have a map of the temple. Would you like a copy?" Hanfei was lost for words. "Why would I buy the leftovers?" The man quickly shook his head. "Alas! You can't say that. Every idea represents a person's arduous research, which requires a lot of effort to come up with. Even if it's wrong, maybe we can find some inspiration from some details." Hanfei glanced at the half-foot-thick book in the man's hand and rolled his eyes. Not interested. However, although Hanfei refused, he had stopped and even said a few words. This made these people who sold information think that Hanfei was a rookie and hadn't come to the Creation Temple before. Since these people had set their eyes on him, they wouldn't let him go unless he gave them some money. Someone immediately grabbed Hanfei's arm. Someone else hugged Hanfei's thigh. Someone shouted, "Hey, how can you just go? If you don't give me 10 quality soul crystals, I won't let you off." Someone shouted, "How can you do this? You've read the information, and you still don't want to pay? How can there be such a free lunch?" Around the Creation Temple, many people seem to be used to these people's tricks. Anyway, they felt that since they couldn't die in the Creation Temple and could change their faces at will, they might as well shamelessly ask for money. Shameless people were invincible. Although these people's methods were very despicable, every time they played this trick, they could get some benefits. If they were lucky, they could get a lot of money. Of course, they didn't dare to do that to the children of the big clans. However, judging from Hanfei's clothes, he didn't look like someone from a big clan. Hanfei was lost for words. They were just a bunch of scoundrels who sold things by force. Shua. Before these people gathered up to blackmail him, with a flash of a knife light, Hanfei killed the 3 people. Shoot. Many people looked at Hanfei in surprise. In the ideal palace, such people usually formed gangs. They were united because of money. These people were not rich. They were all people who couldn't find a way to make money. Therefore, they could only team up. They were both pitiful and hateful. As soon as Hanfei took action, hundreds of people immediately surrounded him from all directions. Those people were also looking for a target to fool. However, seeing that their brothers had been executed, they had to do something. Otherwise, no one would come to help them in the future. Someone shouted, "Good, good. Boy, you have good means. You didn't pay for the items you bought and even attacked us? What do you think this place is?" Someone sneered. "If you're caught by us, we have plenty of ways to destroy your soul. Do you know that?" Someone shouted, "Boy, if you don't take out 50 mid-quality soul crystals today, you won't be able to leave." Hearing their words, Hanfei shook his head slightly. There's a saying that goes, poverty cannot stifle ambition. Yet, you don't even want your face for a few soul crystals. By doing this, not only will it not help you improve your realm, but it will also make it harder for you to find your own path in the future. Hanfei's words stunned some people. What kind of logic was that? Someone realized that something was wrong. Hanfei didn't panic at all when so many people surrounded him. How dare this person still despise them in such a situation? He was not an ordinary person. Some people who were already wily old birds snorted. Bullshit. The road is under my feet. If my heart doesn't change, the road won't change. Don't talk nonsense here. Brothers, beat him out. Chi La. The void trembled as saber beams swept out. The dozen or so people in front of Han Fei were instantly chopped into pieces and shattered before they were forced to leave the ideal palace. From the beginning to the end, no one saw how Han Fei attacked. It wasn't because Han Fei had already reached the level of a half-venerable that he became stronger after entering the ideal palace. In fact, Han Fei's current strength was only that of a peak-level hidden fisher. It was no different from last time he was in the ideal palace. However, Han Fei's vision and knowledge of combat had changed. In fact, any strong master would feel the same. The ideal palace wasn't connected to the outside world, so Han Fei didn't need to hide anything as he entered the creation temple. Even after Han Fei entered, Han Fei's voice was still floating here. If anyone still makes trouble, I'll shatter his soul bodies. Scared by Han Fei, these people immediately panicked. Judging from the way Han Fei killed dozens of people easily, this person was definitely a top expert. They didn't dare to doubt that such an expert could kill souls. Fortunately, inside the creation temple was completely different from the outside. Outside, everyone could explore and try to find the secrets of the creation temple. However, anyone with a brain wouldn't believe that the secret was outside. After all, for thousands of years, the creation temple was only so big. Every inch of the building outside had probably been rummaged through by others. If there was really a secret, it would have long been taken away by others. Han Fei entered the hull of the ship and saw nothing but ordinary gold and jade pearls as far as his eyes could see. Although these gems were glittering and shiny, they didn't make Han Fei dazzled. In the center of the creation temple were 8 golden-laid jade stones that extended to the dome. On the dome, Han Fei saw 5 carved golden rings engraved on it. On the golden rings, there were 5 strange symbols. The 4th golden ring was the symbol pattern on the sun calendar stone. The 2nd golden ring seemed to be related to the 5 elements. The 3rd golden ring looked a bit like an array line, but he didn't recognize it. It could be said that Han Fei had seen no one except the sun calendar stone. Huh? Wait. When he saw the dome, Han Fei realized that something was wrong. This was because the patterns were actually quite similar to the symbols on Little C's coffin. However, there weren't so many symbols on Little C's coffin. This should be the layout of the creation temple shown to every who entered. Here. Han Fei lowered his head and looked at his feet, only to see that there seemed to be an open spherical shape under his feet, on which there were ancient mountains and rivers. Hiss. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Something was wrong. The map of the area engraved on the jade bricks under his feet were 2 places he was extremely familiar with, the Grand Myriad Mountains and the City of Justice. Yes, Han Fei couldn't be mistaken. These floor tiles were laid piece by piece. The entire ground was a pattern formed by tens of thousands of small floor tiles. Not only were there many floor tiles, but they were also chaotic and seemed to be waiting for someone to assemble. However, these palm-sized bricks were not seamlessly connected, but in the shape of a block, which was as difficult to understand as paintings of Picasso. For this reason, ordinary people didn't realize that they needed to be assembled at all, only thinking that they were mysterious. Although these floor tiles were quite exquisite, they were not the original pattern after all. That was why Han Fei felt very uncomfortable at first glance. Sure enough, this is something left for me. In this era, no one was more familiar with the City of Justice and the Grand Myriad Mountains than him. After the Age of Doom, the Grand Myriad Mountains were separated, and the city of justice was overturned by the tide. The mountains, rivers, and lands had all changed. How could there be anyone who remembered the sea chart from 100,000 years ago? Therefore, when Han Fei saw these tiles, he knew why no one could create the correct pattern from these countless small pieces. The small pieces of the map here were no less than tens of thousands. If they were randomly put together, who knew how many hundreds of millions of ways there would be? Besides, these small tiles were not completely disassembled. One was one, and when two small bricks were placed together, they were actually quite harmonious. After all, every piece was a geographical piece. Who the hell knew what was next to this brick and what was next to that brick? Heh. So that's it. My mother is really smart. Han Fei flew up and lay in the midair, parallel to the ground. He knew the map of the City of Justice and the Grand Myriad Mountains better than anyone else. In the Grand Myriad Mountains, when he was practicing the Heavenly Void Divine technique, which mountain hadn't he flown over? It could be said that he even knew which mountain had trees and what the characteristics of those trees were. Not to mention the City of Justice. Back then, he had asked the big clans to give the position of mayor to Shiman Linglan and replanned the city to facilitate the patrolling. That map was drawn by him. How many towns were around? What were the names of the towns? What were the characteristics of the towns around them? He knew them all. At this moment, with a thought from Han Fei, tens of thousands of stone bricks flew up. At the same time, at least hundreds of stone bricks were moving. After a while, a landscape with mountains and rivers appeared. The difficulty of putting together the map was where to place the huge villages, sea maps, and mountains. However, at this moment, Han Fei noticed a problem. Where was the reincarnation of the soul reincarnation realm? If the people of those big clans also went to the City of Justice and the Grand Myriad Mountains, as long as they returned from the reincarnation cycle, they should be able to remember some geographical layout. After all, in that era, the map wouldn't be hidden, nor would anyone expect that someone would use the map as a test in the future. Han Fei thought to himself, either other people's memories are a little blurred after they reincarnate, or the reincarnation place of others is different from the one he went to. Of course, some people would record what happened in the reincarnation world and sell it. There were many such intelligence dealers. However, no one would pay special attention to such news. After all, everyone entered the reincarnation world to obtain some things, not to remember what was inside. The stories inside were just stories. Swish. 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 When the last piece of stone was assembled and all the stones were laid on the ground again, with a buzz, these stones burst out with green and yellow light. These lights kept hitting the dome. Han Fei looked up, only to see that the 5 circles engraved with runes on the dome seemed to be alive and had been stripped from the dome. After all the 5 circles were removed, 5 golden circles of different width appeared above Han Fei's head. On these rings, there were 5 different kinds of languages. Han Fei didn't think too much about it. He would collect them first and ask others later. At this moment, 5 rings, one wrapped in the other, were floating in the air. Suddenly, Han Fei's heart did a flip. He felt that the black pearl he accidentally obtained from the Zhang family's treasury in Forge the Universe was running amok. Huh? Han Fei immediately released the black pearl. This was not the first time Han Fei had seen such a situation. Some things would attract each other. As soon as the black pearl appeared, it flew to the middle of the 5 circles. With a swish and floated there. Ka ka ka. Suddenly, the smallest of the 5 circles began to spin around the black pearl. Ka ka ka. Immediately afterward, the second ring began to spin around the black pearl. Slap. Han Fei suddenly slapped his thigh and shouted in surprise, "The armillary sphere?" Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. This was slightly different from the armillary sphere. Seeing this thing, Han Fei was at least certain of one thing: this thing was definitely an instrument to measure the coordinates of the celestial body, or an instrument used to demonstrate astronomical phenomena. Han Fei's heart was pounding. In ancient times, this was also the most primitive kind of navigator. The rings represented the equatorial ring, the ecliptic ring, and the meridian ring, etc. They were usually used to measure coordinates and terrain. However, as far as Han Fei knew, such a navigator didn't have the ball in the middle. Besides, there were no messy coordinates on the navigator. There were only messy symbols and words. Ka ka ka. When this thing completely turned into a navigator, Han Fei saw that at the intersection of its rings, there was a curved arrow-shaped symbol that represented direction. The ring was turning slightly, and as the arrowhead returned to its position, it suddenly stopped spinning. In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged. Name: Vast Ocean Navigator. Introduction: a special treasure forged from a spiritual treasure of the heavens and earth. It can measure the universe and unveil the mysteries of all things. When it's activated, the Vast Ocean Navigator will measure the direction according to the user's will. This is a sacred instrument in the human world, comparable to a divine instrument. Don't show it to others easily. It can only be used 3 times a day. If it's used more than 3 times a day, it will bring bad luck. Quality: sacred instrument, which can grow up. Attached soul: none. Effect: direct to the place you want to go. Recastable. Unrefined. Remarks: it can bring both luck and danger. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. Sweet Mother of God. This was King awesome. He had inexplicably obtained a sacred instrument? And this thing could grow up? Wherever his heart pointed, so would the Vast Ocean Navigator. This was a bit similar to the mysterious golden cursed compass. However, this was King's sacred instrument. It was probably the most awesome treasure Han Fei had right now. The old turtle also exclaimed at this time, "It's truly a work of art. I didn't expect that you would crack this treasure in one go." Han Fei immediately said warily, "Humph, old Yuan, there are some things you shouldn't see. Now that you've seen it, I will erase it for your memory in the future." The old turtle lowered his voice. "You think I want to watch it? I cannot least tell you. Otherwise, what can you do if I watch it in silence?" Han Fei sneered. "Don't be cocky. You should be talking to me respectfully. Now. By the way, do you know what this thing is?" Pondering for a long time, the old turtle said, "Based on my experience, this seems to be a navigator. In our age, this thing is actually not uncommon. However, it's generally not spherical." Han Fei smiled. "It's fan-shaped?" The old turtle asked in surprise, "How do you know that?" "I guessed it." Han Fei's heart did a flip. It seemed that no matter how mysterious the world was, it still needed some technology. If his guess was correct, the fan-shaped navigators that the old turtle knew should be octants or sextants. Of course, there must be a world of difference between them and the normal octants and sextants. At most, they just looked similar. For example, the vast ocean navigator could read one's mind? No science could explain it. The old turtle said the words on the first ring should be the language of the thousands of races, which used to be the universal language of the thousands of races, but I don't see anyone use it now. Han Fei was stunned. Do you know the other words? The old turtle said, the words of the second kind are more like brandings of the rules of the world, which secretly match the 5 elements. I don't know their exact meaning. Those on the third ring are spatial lines, which are spatial array patterns. I don't know the other 2 kinds. Han Fei was slightly shocked. In this way, 4 kinds of the words had been ascertained. The language of the thousands of races on the first ring. The 5-element brandings on the second ring. The spatial lines on the third ring. The solar calendar stone on the 4th ring. There was only the 5th, which he didn't know what it was yet. At this moment, Han Fei looked at the huge navigator and immediately reached out, dripping a drop of blood on it. Buzz. Han Fei felt that a large amount of essence blood in his body was sucked away. With his strength as a half-venerable and the power of his golden body, 80% of his essence blood had been extracted. This almost frightened Han Fei. Immediately, he stuffed all kinds of spiritual fruits into his mouth and began to frantically replenish his blood. Fortunately, the vast ocean navigator didn't seem to be bloodthirsty. Or rather, it was not a weapon. Therefore, it didn't need a large amount of essence blood to recognize him as its owner. About half an hour later, when a palm-sized vast ocean navigator appeared in Han Fei's hand, Han Fei grinned and asked, "Where should I go now?" Ka ka ka. The vast ocean navigator quickly rotated twice. Then, the arrow pointed at the door, indicating that they should go out. Han Fei had thought that there would be some secrets in the creation temple. For example, some undiscovered treasures. But this vast ocean navigator was asking him to leave? It seemed that there were no other treasures here except this one. Han Fei immediately shrugged. A sacred instrument, a treasure, comparable to a divine instrument, he had to believe it. When Han Fei left the creation temple, he found a lot of people outside. They seemed to be the people who had just been driven away by him and were here to cause trouble. Leading them was a brawny man with green hair who was staring at him ferociously. "It's him, Master Green. It's this brat." Han Fei was in a good mood at the moment. He looked at the man and smiled. "Why, do you want to take revenge on me?" The muscular man sneered. "I heard that someone killed my brothers. Let's see who he is." Han Fei patted his waist gently, and the blood-drinking knife appeared out of nowhere. He looked at the green-haired brawny man with a vague smile. Hiss. However, when the blood-drinking knife appeared, many intelligence personnel gasped. Han Fei. It's Han Fei. Run." Around them, many people who were ready to watch the show immediately fled when they heard it was Han Fei. This figure could be said to be very famous in the Thousand-Star City now, an existence who could challenge venerables. Swish swish. They all ran away. Han Fei looked at Master Green and the intelligence dealers and said coldly, "Whoever dares to move will be killed. If you want to die, try touching me." Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Han Fei had already released the void lines, and these people had already felt the threat of death. This was a real death crisis. Furthermore, Han Fei had the ability to kill souls outside the ideal palaces. Soul realms. How could these informed intelligence dealers not know? Therefore, under Han Fei's threat, no one dared to run away. Han Fei said, I only have 2 questions. As long as you answer my 2 questions, I can spare your lives. The green-haired brawny man and the intelligence dealers all bowed. Please go on, my lord. We'll tell you everything we know. Han Fei said, first of all, tell me where the 5th soul realm is. These people were taken aback and looked at Han Fei in surprise. Where is the 5th soul realm? Shouldn't you ask yourself? Seeing the weird expression on their faces, Han Fei immediately kicked the green-haired man. You, speak. The green-haired brawny man said aggrievedly, my lord, this 5th soul realm was destroyed by your thug academy. Back then, your thug academy fought with the heavenly talents of the big clans and directly destroyed the 5th soul realm. After coming out, Luo Xiaobai went on a rampage and slaughtered countless people. Only you didn't come out. Han Fei was stunned for a moment. So, the 5th soul realm had already disappeared at that time? It was normal that he didn't come out. He was sent into reincarnation by Shiman Linglan, so he naturally couldn't come out. However, he didn't expect that this would directly cause the collapse of the 5th soul realm. Han Fei pondered for a moment and immediately said, let me ask you again. In the 6th soul realm, which world did you go to? The green-haired brawny man said, my lord, in the 6th soul realm, we should go to the Age of Doom. What time is it exactly? It varies from person to person. It seems that it was random in those 20,000 years. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? An intelligence dealer said, Master Han Fei, some people went to Yu City, some to the City of Justice, and some to the Blackstone City. According to the different information we've gathered, many people go to different places and experience different things. Someone added, my lord, many things will be forgotten after entering the cycle of reincarnation. Even if some things are remembered, it's difficult to remember them all. This is like a dream. You experienced a dream, but you can't remember everything. When Han Fei heard this, he felt that something was wrong. Could he remember the entirety of the dream world? The big clans all had soul treasures. If someone went to Yu City, they should know the map in the Creation Temple and know how to piece it together. As long as they went to the Creation Temple first and saw the secret inside, they should know. As long as they went to the reincarnation and found the map, they could totally piece together the floor of the Creation Temple. Wait. Suddenly, Han Fei seemed to understand. Han Fei's eyes glittered, and he immediately said, let me ask you, have any heavenly talents entered the cycle of reincarnation more than once? Many intelligence dealers nodded. Someone said, someone has been there hundreds of times. Han Fei immediately understood. So that's it. It was not that they didn't know the secret of the Creation Temple, but that some information in their minds after they entered the reincarnation world was blocked by the great Tao there. Even if they had a soul treasure, they couldn't remember it all. It was just like how he couldn't remember the floating stone back then. Every time this word came to his mouth, he couldn't remember or say it. This was the paradox of time produced when the future generations brought the memories of the past into the river of time. Huff. Han Fei grinned. It seemed that he was lucky to meet a super powerhouse like Dragon Carp of Time who could travel through time. Han Fei's heart stirred. There was an explanation for the disappearance of the Fifth soul realm. He couldn't enter the sixth soul realm. And he had already resolved the secret of the creation temple. In the ideal palace, he still lacked a golden page. Han Fei shouted in a low voice, "All of you, get the hell out of here. Don't think too highly of yourselves in the future. If you want to become stronger, go explore the vast sea. What's the use of staying here?" "Yes, yes. Thank you for your advice, Master Han Fei. I'll take my leave." For a moment, these people were relieved and fled in fright. Han Fei stepped into a certain forest. He stretched out his hand, and the vast ocean navigator appeared in his hand. Han Fei asked, "Tell me, how can I get the last golden page?" "Ka ka ka." The vast ocean navigator began to spin rapidly. However, after only turning 7 or 8 times, the needle was aimed at him. Yes, Han Fei didn't see it wrong. The vast ocean navigator was pointing at him. This meant that he didn't have to leave the soul reincarnation realm to gather the missing golden page. If this was the case, Han Fei realized that this meant that his previous line of thinking was correct. In any case, it was a fact that a golden page was missing. The only way he could work out was to create a golden page out of thin air. However, the actual effect proved that the original power of the ideal palace wasn't enough to create a golden page. Therefore, he had to use the power of his great Tao. The green jade stone bridge had the magical ability to predict the future. As long as he could walk towards his other self, wouldn't the secret of the golden page be completely unlocked? Han Fei didn't know if he could activate the Tao seed in the ideal palace. However, it didn't work at all after he tried several times. Han Fei immediately smiled bitterly. From the looks of it, it wasn't realistic to conjure a golden page in the ideal palace. Or maybe it was because his body wasn't there, so he couldn't completely trigger his great Tao. This didn't matter. Anyway, he had already obtained 6 golden pages. In the future, he had plenty of time to study how to find the last golden page. At this point, Han Fei no longer had any interest in the ideal palace. Swish. The news of him entering the ideal palace had already spread. After all, it was difficult to not attract the attention of others when his name reappeared on the Voidstone monument. However, Han Fei didn't panic. After going out, these people would lose their memories. He wasn't afraid that they would spread the news of his arrival. But too many people going out at the same time would attract the attention of the outside world. Although the people inside couldn't deliver any information out, it didn't prevent the people outside from guessing what happened inside. Therefore, when many people were leaving the ideal palace, Han Fei took the opportunity to leave too. Outside the ideal palace, someone was puzzled. Why did I come out? Someone was puzzled. It feels weird. I plan to stay inside for a year. It's only been half a month. Someone was puzzled. Something doesn't feel right. Many children of the big clans have come out too. Fortunately, Han Fei didn't spend much time in the ideal palace. Only less than 2 hours had passed. Therefore, at this moment, outside the ideal palace, the number of people had increased, but it wasn't that much. Han Fei sneered and secretly extended the void lines to control a young man not far away. The young man waved at Han Fei. "Brother Wang, what a coincidence. You're out too?" Han Fei responded warmly, "Hey. Isn't this Brother Zhao? Are you going in or out this time?" "Haha. I just came out. I'm planning to go to the Sky Meditation Garden and The monument of gods to stay for a few days. Han Fei said, "Oh, really? Let's go together. I've been in there for 3 months, but my strength hasn't increased. I'm really worried." Han Fei played the two roles as if they had been friends for years. The person controlled by Han Fei was confused. "What the hell am I doing?" Han Fei unhurriedly controlled the fishing boat to fly towards the monument of gods with the controlled guy. Since he had robbed the Zhang family, his identity should have been more or less exposed. These venerables had so many means that they must have figured out who he was. If it were Han Fei, he would have guessed who had come. First of all, it couldn't be someone from the Thousand-Star City. Otherwise, he would have robbed the Zhang family long ago. If it wasn't a person from the Thousand-Star City, it should be someone from the Thug Academy. In recent years, there had been a constant stream of big events, but it was all because of these people. Then there was only one person who was growing so fast. That was Han Fei. Besides, it was not the first time Han Fei wanted to rob the Zhang family. The difference was that he came with Patriarch Thug last time. At this moment, all the venerables in the Thousand-Star City were looking at 2 places. One was the Thousand-Star Proving Ground because it was very likely to be a passage to the Heavenly Palace. The Chu sect was mainly paying attention there. As for the others, they were mostly looking at the Monument of Gods and occasionally looking at Pure Sun Island. However, to be honest, no one believed that Han Fei would go there because it was meaningless to go to Pure Sun Island. At this moment, Han Fei secretly pinched his fingers and his heart sank. Indeed, after they fell out, it wouldn't be easy for him to explore a secret realm in the Thousand-Star City. However, he had no choice. He was only one step away. Han Fei even felt that it wasn't a coincidence that he obtained the vast ocean navigator. Was this vast ocean navigator meant to help him find the way to the central holy city? Therefore, as long as he entered the Monument of Gods, Han Fei was confident that he could enter the Heavenly Palace. Half an hour later, Han Fei chatted with the man controlled by him about the open layout of the Scattered Stars Island while talking that the Monument of Gods was the most difficult of the 3 holy lands. Should they explore elsewhere first? Although he didn't know who to show this to, he decided to do it first. However, as soon as the 2 of them flew to the Monument of Gods, they were stopped by the patrol team. Just like the Sky Meditation Garden and the Ideal Palace, many people entered and exited the Monument of Gods. However, most of the people here had been investigated. Since Han Fei entered the Ideal Palace, the Monument of Gods had been under martial law. A member of the patrol team said, "Report your name and wait for us to verify it." Han Fei controlled the person beside him to shout angrily, "What, don't you know me? Longevity Island, Zhao family, Zhao Sankong. I am so handsome. Don't you know me?" Han Fei also shouted, "Yes. We've been to the Monument of Gods dozens of times. I, Wang Dalu, am a frequent visitor here." At this time, if Han Fei wanted to control others with the void lines, he would be easily discovered. While they were making a scene, a figure quietly left the Ideal Palace a few kilometers away. However, when he left, his aura fluctuated. Instantly, the void trembled as powerhouses headed for the Ideal Palace. At the moment the void trembled, Han Fei's void lines grabbed a person on the island and suddenly rose. The moment the man rose, he was pressed down by a terrifying force. At this moment, a black fog suddenly rose, and the power of the old turtle erupted. A voice shouted in the void, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Just as the old turtle was controlling the person below to attack, he heard a voice in the void, all laws forbidden in this space. At this moment, a black shadow walked thousands of kilometers in a step to reach the entrance of the Monument of Gods. The black fog phantom of the old turtle had been crushed. With a thought from Han Fei, his two bodies fused and turned into a figure. He stood at the entrance of the Monument of Gods and looked at the sky. Old B** starred, wait for me to come back. Translator Kenyi Translations Editor Kenyi Translations. Han Fei was quite confident that he could enter the Monument of Gods. Han Fei had once had the power of a half-king and knew what the perception ability of that level was. In fact, neither Zhao Sankong, who was controlled just now, nor Wang Dalu, who he pretended to be, was Han Fei's real body. Han Fei was actually hiding in the fishing boat in the form of a black fog. At the same time, Han Fei left his white mist body in the ideal palace. In this way, even if the black mist body was exposed, his white mist body had the time to escape. Han Fei had never been to the Monument of Gods before. This time, Han Fei felt that he was qualified. As long as he passed the Monument of Gods, he could reach the heavenly palace. As long as he inherited the other half-drop of Origin's water from the heavenly palace, or without even using the half-drop of Origin's water, he could become a venerable. When he became a venerable, he could quickly reach the peak of the junior venerable with the abundant spiritual energy, demonic energy, and energy fruits he had. These thoughts quickly flashed through Han Fei's mind. When Han Fei left the Scattered Stars Island, he knew that this time, he would definitely be able to return with the strength of a junior peak level. Venerable. Han Fei's body flashed and he appeared in the Monument of Gods. Perception is indeed ineffective. Oh? My strength has been suppressed to the law enforcer realm. Interesting. This is in my favor. As long as the big clans aren't stupid, they won't send people to chase me. Right before Han Fei's eyes was a huge platform square, spanning about a kilometer. Thousands of meters away, with floating stones as a road, people could walk on them. In the distance, Han Fei saw some irregular patterns. These patterns were strange shapes like the Penrose stairs. Those floating stones, one floor after another, became this kind of strange stairs in his naked eye. A kind of stairs that you could never reach there. And a kind of stairs that formed an infinite loop. In Han Fei's eyes, except for the stairs, there was no other weird shape. When Han Fei saw the spiral stairs that shouldn't exist in 3 dimensions at all, although he was a little surprised, he didn't panic at all. Earlier, Han Fei had planned to spend a lot of time passing the Monument of Gods. But now, with the vast ocean navigator, Han Fei knew that it would be easy for him to pass the Monument of Gods. His limitation was that the vast ocean navigator could only be used 3 times a day. Perhaps he would have to stay in the Monument of Gods for a few more days. In the huge square in front of him, Han Fei saw many old men sitting at the edge of the stairs, flipping the fish skin map in their hands from time to time. These people seemed to want to use their wisdom to figure out the problem of this illogical body. Han Fei immediately shook his head. This was not something from this F***king dimension at all. This was like an explorer being able to enter the void. How could ordinary people enter it? Not to mention entering it, they couldn't even see through it. Ever since he learned the heavenly void divine movement technique, Han Fei could be in a half illusion, but this was still not a 4-dimensional space. As for the spiral steps in front of him, it was an existence of 4-dimensional space, which was enough to subvert the worldview of ordinary cultivators. If one couldn't see this point, even if he spent a lifetime studying it, he wouldn't be able to understand it. Fortunately, Han Fei was knowledgeable enough to recognize it immediately. The old men who were studying didn't notice Han Fei's arrival at all. After all, people came to the Monument of Gods every day. They didn't want to be distracted just because a newcomer came. Of course, there were also a few idle people who were looking at Han Fei with glowing eyes. Needless to say, these people were definitely intelligence dealers who were in the business of selling information. As it happened, Han Fei also wanted to buy some intelligence. Therefore, Han Fei waved at them. Shwa. Those people rushed over and competed with each other. When they came to Han Fei, someone pushed the person next to him aside with his butt and said to him via voice transmission, "I came first. Don't snatch. Business." The man replied, "Let's do business together. It depends on who the customer wants to buy information from." Someone said, "Brother, this is the first time you've come to the Monument of Gods, right? I only charge 100 high-quality pearls for the basic rules. It's a free gift. The point is that I have a total of 1:20:38 walking lines in the Monument of Gods. I can definitely satisfy your needs." Cough, cough. Han Fei staggered slightly. F***ck, more than 10,000 routes? Wait. What the hell is this? Han Fei had thought that it wouldn't be long before he found a way to walk through the Monument of Gods. But now it seemed that this tower wasn't easy to walk. If he really walked all their paths, it would probably take months. Han Fei's eyelids slightly shivered. Okay, enough with the crap. Let me ask you, why are there only the three of you here? The three of them looked at each other, and one of them smiled and said, "It's okay to tell you. Only those with the most abundant intelligence can stand on the first floor to receive guests." One of them clicked his tongue and smiled. "Brother, to be honest, I've been living in the 3 Holy Lands since I was a kid. In this 1,000-star city. No one knows the 3 Holy Lands better than us." Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Wang Santai? Wang Santai was stunned for a moment. "Do I know you?" Someone sneered. "Shut up. You're only in your 60s, so you've been in the Holy Lands for 50 years at most. I'm different. I, Louis Shou, am 212 years old today and have been in the 3 Holy Lands for more than 200 years. Who doesn't know this?" On the side, a wretched middle-aged man said, "Brother, don't listen to them. How capable can Wang Santai and Louis Shou be? You can ask around. I, Chen Guzi, am 231 years old today. As early as I was 30 years old, I no longer stayed in the Sky Meditation Garden or the Ideal Palace. I've been staying in this Monument of Chaos God for 200 years. Han Fei's lips twitched. "You've been here for 200 years? Have you found the right way?" Chinguzi said, "I didn't find the way, but I took 63,468 paths. The longest path past 68 unrepeated tunnels." Han Fei was stunned. They said there were only more than 10,000 paths just now. But now, someone who had walked more than 60,000 paths appeared? "Are you kidding me?" Han Fei hurriedly said, "Well, explain the rules of the Monument of Gods to me. First, each of you will get 100 high-quality pearls. I don't lack money. Han Fei waved his hand, and 300 high-quality pearls were placed before them. Han Fei didn't have the time to listen to these three guys bragging. What he needed to know was only the basic rules. Instead of exploring them by himself, it was better to save time by listening to their explanations. Wang Santai immediately smiled obsequiously. Brother, you are generous. I know that you are definitely not a simple person. This time, you will definitely be able to reach. Han Fei interrupted, get to the point. Wang Santai was slightly taken aback. Why does he sound like that person? But whatever, the rich are all my bosses. 100 high-quality pearls, just to talk about the rules? Who wouldn't want such a good job? Wang Santai said, first of all, you can't attack each other in the monument of gods. Any random attack will bring bad luck. You can't destroy the floating stones either. Someone once tried to destroy the floating stones, but guess what happened? He went straight into a dead end and never walked out again. Han Fei said angrily, get to the point. Forget it, Louis Shou, right? You explain to me. Wang Santai was such a nag. Do I look like a chatterbox? Wang Santai was stunned, and Lu Yishou was slightly delighted. Huh. Sir, the reason this monument of gods is the most difficult of the three holy lands is that every step on the floating stones here represents a possibility. How many floating stones there are in a scene represents how many possibilities there are. For example, there are a total of 32 floating stones connected to each other on the first level, which means that there are 32 possibilities. Every time you step on a floating stone, a passage will appear. This passage leads to the next level. And on the next level, a new floating stone pattern will appear. Han Fei was briefly stunned and then asked, how many floors will there be in total? Chinguzi hurriedly interrupted him, brother, no one knows this better than me. Many people will jump to other paths halfway down. And those paths might just be a branch of another path. In other words, the paths are interconnected. If someone has to completely walk down the same path and reach the deepest level, hey, I can tell you clearly that the one who walked the deepest level walked to the 98th floor. Hiss. Han Fei gasped. Are you kidding me? This number was not a joke. The reason for this meant that before the 98th floor, that person had already gone to the 98th floor of all the other paths and confirmed that they didn't overlap with each other. How many F**king billions of possibilities were there? 10 billion, 100 billion, a trillion? Chinguzi said, brother, let me be honest with you. Every floor forward in the Monument of Gods is an earth-shattering event. Have you seen those old pedants? They tried all ways to integrate human wisdom, and their research results are all in my information. This information only requires 10,000 caddies of spiritual spring. It's really cheap, isn't it? Chinguzi's eyes glittered when he talked about money, which stunned Han Fei. Immediately, Han Fei turned to Wang Santai and Lu Yishou. Is there anyone who doesn't peddle? Tell me something meaningful. Don't try to sell me useless information anymore. I'm dizzy. Chinguzi's face stiffened. What's going on? I'm telling you the truth. I have an encyclopedia of information for every floor. Why didn't you even bargain with me? Chinguzi immediately said, brother, 5,000 caddies is okay too. There Information is not as complete as mine. Lu Yishou pushed Chinguzi aside with his butt and said, "Brother, I have some special news. Hehe, let's have a private chat." When Wang Santai saw this, he immediately became anxious. "Brother, I have a guess." Chinguzi said, "Brother, I know a lot more. The price is cheap and the most fair." When Han Fei heard Wang Santai say that he had a guess, his heart stirred. This brat's guess was quite good. After all, every time he cooperated with him, he more or less had some gains. However, he couldn't go to him now. He had to leave him aside for a while. Let him hear what Lu Yishou had to say. First. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Han Fei had thought that the difficulty of the problem might lie in the special shapes of those unconventional gathering patterns. Han Fei felt that the Penrose stairs couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Otherwise, anyone could see the high-dimensional world. At this moment, these three guys kept telling him that this was just AF * king deduction game. Deduce one floating stone after another. How long would it take for him to deduce all the possible solutions? Besides, Chinguzi had just said that if he deduced it wrong halfway, he might go to another road. As the roads are interconnected, you can't say it's wrong. But you still have to continue to deduce it. Han Fei didn't think that anyone would really try this kind of stupid method. One by one. Damn it, have they never learned math? Han Fei suddenly felt that there were many reasons why the ideal palace existed. However, the most fundamental reason was probably to let people obtain the vast ocean navigator. And in this world, there were only two people who could obtain this vast ocean navigator. One was him, and the other was his sister. Because only the two of them could enter the real reincarnation cycle. By chance, he was one step ahead of his sister, so this vast ocean navigator could only belong to him. And only he could go to the central holy city. However, Han Fei was a little confused. It was impossible for him to do the deduction in this complicated monument of gods. Even if a god came, he would get lost. Then, how did old Han, Patriarch Thug, and Ren Tianfei get to the heavenly palace? Did they pass through the star bead? It was countless times more dangerous to walk through the star beads than to walk through the monument of God. Besides, if they could go there through the star beads, they wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. They could all go to the heavenly palace to cultivate. After all, the big clans could watch them for a day or two, a year or two, but could they watch them for 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, or 10,000 years? At this moment, Han Fei made a soundproof array and raised his chin at Lu Yishou. Tell me, what information do you have? Seeing Han Fei's speed of setting up an array, Lu Yishou was shocked. With such a fast speed of setting up arrays, this person's strength must be at least at the peak of the law enforcer level. This kind of guy who was about to transcend the tribulation was very rich. Lu Yishou immediately chuckled. Well, brother, should you, pay a deposit or something? Han Fei's lips curled. With a wave of his hand, 10 caddies of spirit awakening fluid appeared in his hand. The lowest price for a caddy of spirit awakening fluid on the Scattered Stars Island is 3,500 high-quality pearls. You can get it if your information is good enough. Hiss. Lu Yishou almost drooled. He immediately said, okay. Brother, but can you? Han Fei casually threw over a caddy of spirit awakening fluid. Han Fei said, I don't care what methods others use to explore the monument of gods. I just want to hear the kind of information that others don't know and is very valuable in the hands of intelligence dealers like you. If it's good enough, the rest of the spirit awakening fluid is yours. Seeing this scene, the eyelids of Wang Santai and Chinguzi, who were outside the soundproof array, twitched. Is this person so rich as to spend spirit awakening fluid like water? Wow. Knowing that he had met a big client this time, Lu Yishou hurriedly smiled obsequiously. I know you won't like this lame way of deduction, bro. I won't talk about this anymore. I'll tell you about the wonders of the monument of gods. Lu Yishou said, I, old Lu, have never told this news to others. The monument of gods is actually guarded by someone. Oh? Han Fei couldn't help asking, how did you know that someone was guarding it? Lu Yishou said, that was more than 200 years ago. A venerable had once planned to forcibly deduce a path. He used some method to bring in all his strength. However, guess what? He came in less than 10 seconds before the heavens cried and he died. Huh? That doesn't mean there are strong masters guarding it. Lu Yishou glanced at the spirit awakening fluid. Han Fei threw another 2 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid over, and the guy continued, it said that before the venerable died, he left 3 words. Someone is here. Han Fei? What words? Lu Yishou, someone is here. Han Fei sweated. Is there any follow-up to this story? Lu Yishou shook his head. No. Han Fei rolled his eyes. No follow-up? The story has no beginning and no end? But Han Fei had already guessed that if there was really someone here, it was probably the controller of the heavenly palace. He would just listen to the story. Anyway, he had just come out for a few days, and there was still a year to go. Lu Yishou said, I have another piece of news. I saw it with my own eyes. At least 10 caddies of spirit awakening fluid. Han Fei sneered. You can tell your story, but I'll decide how much I'll pay. If you don't tell me, I'll find someone else. Lu Yishou was stunned. He had never seen such an arrogant man before. However, he couldn't let the spirit awakening fluid right in front of his eyes fly away. Lu Yishou smiled fawningly. Well, brother, I saw it with my own eyes. On a morning 7 years ago, I saw a white skeleton on the 15th floor of a certain path. It disappeared with a swish. That path is a top secret of mine. Okay, what? I told you is already worth 10 caddies of spirit awakening fluid, right? Han Fei was briefly stunned. After a long time, he asked, does this story have any follow-up? Lu Yishou, huh? Isn't that enough? This shows that I have encountered a strange event. Maybe I'm on the right path. Han Fei curled his lips. Brother, forget it. I'll give you 2 caddies. You've tried your best to make up this story. I understand. Han Fei patted Lu Yi's shoulder, removed the soundproof array, and then looked at Wang Santai. It's your turn now. I heard you have a guess. Lu Yi was stunned as he looked at the 2 caddies of spirit awakening fluid floating in front of him. Then, he sighed. Indeed, every time he said this, others would think it was fake. But who could know that he really saw it? In his heart, Han Fei thought to himself, 7 years ago, that should be Patriarch Thug. Why would Patriarch Thug know the route? Without the vast ocean navigator, how could he figure out the way to the Monument of Gods? Even old Demon Chu didn't know, but he knew? How did Patriarch Thug get to the heavenly palace back then? Did he also go up from the monument of gods? That's not right. Han Fei had always felt that Patriarch Thug and the others' path to enter the heavenly palace should be the star beads in their hands. This was why these star beads couldn't be given to the 7 sects and the big clans. Of course. This was why the big clans had always coveted and suppressed the Thug Academy. If Patriarch Thug entered the heavenly palace from the monument of gods, what was the use of the vast ocean navigator? To not get lost in billions of possibilities, Han Fei didn't think it was possible. Thinking of this, Han Fei's heart did a flip. The identity of Patriarch Thug wasn't simple. He didn't seem to have investigated the origin of the Thug Academy. He had to ask about this matter in the future. Leaving Chinguzi aside, Wang Santai got into Han Fei's soundproof array and said, "Brother, I have a guess. About this, should we?" Han Fei knew what these people wanted. In the past, he had only encountered Wang Santai, but today, he encountered 3 of them. Han Fei said impatiently, "Tell me what you know first and then I'll give you money. As long as it's meaningful, I'll give you money." Wang Santai said, "Brother, I feel very close to you the moment I see you. From your question, I know that you are different from others. Get to the point." Wang Santai's eyelids twitched. "Brother Han, it's not the first time we did business. How can you not believe me?" Han Fei glanced at him. "Oh? Interesting. Are you sure it's me?" Wang Santai's heart palpitated. "Holy shit, is it really you? I just wanted to sound you out." Although many people had said "get to the point" to him only, Han Fei's style was different. He looked like he was about to beat him up in the next second. Han Fei was not in a hurry. He said casually, "It's not a big deal to recognize me. As long as your intelligence is valuable enough, you will get paid." Wang Santai immediately took a deep breath and said, "There must be a knack to the monument of gods. In the monument tower, when there are many mysterious and strange patterns of the same kind, it means that every floor here is a checkpoint, and no floor has a key." Han Fei's eyes glittered. "Go on." Wang Santai said, "I suspect that the knack to pass the monument of gods is either in the soul restriction sky of the Sky Meditation Garden or in the Ideal Palace." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Why do you say that?" Wang Santai said, "The checkpoints of the monument of gods are like the endless tower of the Sky Meditation Garden. We can't remember what's inside the Ideal Palace. However, it's probably similar. As long as we return to the Ideal Palace, we should know what's inside." "Have you been to the Soul Restriction Sky?" The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up. This guess is reasonable. However, I don't remember what's inside the Ideal Palace. Doesn't it mean that I can't pass the monument of gods? While speaking, Han Fei turned the ring on his finger. In fact, when Han Fei left the Ideal Palace just now, he didn't feel that his memories were sealed. He didn't know if it was because of the time ring in his hand or because he had refined the vast ocean navigator. Anyway, he remembered. In fact, this was reasonable. The existence of the Ideal Palace seemed to be trying to tell someone something. If no one could take his memories inside out, then wouldn't he forget about the matter of the vast ocean navigator? Han Fei said, "Oh. What you said makes sense. Here you are." With that said, Han Fei flipped his hand and took out 10 caddies of spirit awakening fluid, which made Chinguzi and Lu Yishuo's eyes widen. However, Wang Santai secretly put away 10 caddies of spirit awakening fluid. And said, well, Brother Han, actually, that's not what I wanted to say. Han Fei, huh? Wang Santai suddenly said, Brother Han, can you strengthen the soundproof array? Han Fei saw that Wang Santai suddenly became serious. This didn't match Wang Santai's identity. He immediately said secretly, all laws forbidden in this space. Han Fei said, no one will hear what you say now. Wang Santai's eyes burned with passion as he said, Brother Han, you just need to give me 1 caddy of spirit awakening fluid. After you start to take action, I'll have to run. Han Fei said, just tell me. Wang Santai said, firstly, the Monument of Gods isn't absolutely safe. Someone can barge in. You have to hide your traces, and never expose yourself. Han Fei was shocked. Are you kidding me? Wasn't the Monument of Gods absolutely safe? Han Fei said calmly, continue. Wang Santai said, help me. I'll have to run after I tell you the news. Can you help me go to the Scattered Stars Island? Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. You can go to the enchantment array of Scattered Stars Island. Then, tell them that I, Han Fei, allow you to go there, and they will believe you. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Han Fei threw a caddy of spirit awakening fluid to Wang Santai, and Wang Santai pretended to be dejected as if he hadn't obtained Han Fei's approval. Seeing that Chinguzi still wanted to rush to him, Han Fei shouted, okay, I don't need your information. You can go now. With that, Han Fei walked straight to the floating stone and said to the old turtle, Old Yuan, what do you think? Do you think it's safe here? The old turtle said, he didn't seem to be lying. I scanned here several times just now and indeed felt something was wrong. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Oh? The old turtle said, first of all, it's the old men who are studying. Although they have different forms, auras, and methods of communication, I can feel the same aura from them. I'm afraid that these people have all been manipulated. Han Fei looked at the floating stones quietly and asked, anything else wrong? The old turtle said, I didn't notice if the guy didn't mention it just now. The floating stones here seem to have been marked with some kind of aura, which is extremely weak. Han Fei's eyes turned cold. Tracing? The old turtle said, I don't think so. This place is sealed by experts. Even if a half-king can do something here, just like the rules here, there are countless possibilities every time you go to the next floor. No one can leave a mark on the floating stones on every floor. Otherwise, the skeleton from a few years ago would have been exposed. Han Fei was slightly relieved to hear this explanation. It made sense. If the Monument of Gods had long been monitored, how could it have waited for him to come? It had probably been cracked a long time ago. What Han Fei needed to confirm now was, how many floors had been marked. Han Fei said, Old Yuan, help me check how many floors have been marked. I don't believe that someone can leave hundreds of millions of seals just for tracing. For the current Han Fei, he had to find the limit of the old B***starred seal. First, after finding his limit, he could go down 7 or 8 floors. Whether it was right or wrong, the old B***starred would definitely not be able to find him. At that time, as long as he temporarily avoided his vision and entered a deeper level, he wouldn't worry about being found by old Demon Chu. The old turtle said, in fact, you can completely purify this power by yourself. Don't forget, you have the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique, which specializes in suppressing the remnants of these miscellaneous marks. Hanfei asked in surprise, "Can I?" The old turtle sneered. "You're enshrouded in a holy brilliance. It would be strange if you can't purify it. But if you attack now, I'm afraid the other party will take the upper hand." Hanfei sneered. "I'm not an idiot. Let's go and have a try." In Forge the Universe, the vast ocean navigator was spinning. Hanfei said in his heart, "Tell me the direction." Ka ka ka. The vast ocean navigator turned a few times, and the arrow was aimed at the floating steps. Hanfei stepped onto the floating stone stairs and immediately felt the space around him distort. He seemed to be able to enter the space. This should be what Wang Santai and the others had said. Every step was a path. Every step you made could lead to countless paths. Hanfei didn't enter the void cave. There were 32 steps on this floor. Hanfei walked one step at a time and stopped for about 3 seconds. When he reached the 12th step, in Forge the Universe, the vast ocean navigator stopped spinning and pointed at him. Hanfei secretly chuckled. Other people had countless choices, but he only had one choice on each floor. According to Chinguzi, even the strongest person could only reach the 98th floor. It meant that he could surpass that person in 33 days at most. Besides, he was walking the correct path. Hanfei only planned to use the vast ocean navigator 3 times a day. As for the side effects, he didn't want to try it at all. However, he had already used the vast ocean navigator twice today. Plus this time, he had already used it 3 times today. However, Hanfei didn't stop walking. Although the vast ocean navigator couldn't be used anymore today, Hanfei could enter deeper to bewilder the one who left the marks. Buzz. Hanfei passed 12 steps and didn't enter the void cave until he reached the 21st step. The old turtle immediately said, "This place has been marked too." Hanfei glanced at it. This floor was composed of only 12 cubes, typical Penrose triangles. Hanfei walked on the triangular floating stone. As a result, the geometric triangle was in an infinite loop and he couldn't reach the end of the road. No matter how many times he walked, he would return to the starting point in the end. However, apart from 24 useless faces, every other face would produce a space cave. In other words, there were 54 choices on the 2nd floor. Excluding the path that he came, there were 53 choices on the 2nd floor. Hanfei returned to the 1st floor and chose another space cave to enter. The result was the same. It was all the same triangles. Hanfei felt a chill down his spine. This meant that every floating stone on the 1st floor had 53 possible paths for him to choose. Someone on the 3rd floor would probably be clutching their hair. What the hell? Hanfei was exploring downward frantically. On the 3rd floor, the old turtle said, "There's a mark." On the 4th level, the old turtle said, "There's a mark." On the 5th floor, the old turtle said, "There's a mark." Hanfei was randomly jumping here and there in the cave. When he reached the 6th floor, the old turtle finally said, "There are no marks here." He tried dozens of times and still didn't find a mark on the 6th floor. Hanfei was finally relieved. However, Hanfei's expression immediately turned extremely ugly. What a jerk. If he didn't calculate wrong, this damn monument of gods had been marked more than 600 million times. Hanfei had to admire this person's perseverance. How did he do this? He buried so many marks just to ambush people? If Han Fei wasn't careful and found the right path without discovering these marks, then every floor he took would be tracked until he passed the monument of gods. Outside the monument of gods, in the void shadows, someone shook his head slightly. Han Fei was walking randomly. He followed no rules. However, he would not let him off. This was because Han Fei had walked out of the 6th level several times, and even reached the 8th level once. Unfortunately, that was just Han Fei's test, not the real route. This person was also slightly surprised. Han Fei didn't know the right path. 2. Did the people of the Thug Academy really not know the route? On the first day, Han Fei spent almost all his time exploring the path. On the next day, Han Fei reached the 12th floor. Fortunately, the mark under Han Fei's feet didn't disappear. Otherwise, the one in the void would have taken action. On the third day, Han Fei was still wandering in the first 10 floors, and in the end, he returned to the first floor. On the 4th day, Han Fei cultivated on the 1st level and activated the Yin-Yang Divine Eyes. He explored the various void caves nearly 10,000 times, and still returned to the 1st level. On the 5th day, the one hidden in the void almost lost confidence, feeling that Han Fei probably couldn't find the path to the depths. However, just as the day was about to end, Han Fei suddenly erupted on the 5th level. A terrifying and resplendent holy pillar of light enveloped the entire field. At that moment, Han Fei's figure rushed into a void cave and disappeared. Instantly, outside the monument of gods, in the void, a strong master descended and tried to take Han Fei down. He followed Han Fei and broke into the 6th level at a shocking speed. The 7th level, the 8th level Euro. The marks on the 5th level were purified by Han Fei, and Han Fei rushed all the way to the 8th level. Smack! Suddenly, a big hand grabbed Han Fei. An old voice said, "Humph, Han Fei, you brat. I told you that since you've fallen out with me, don't come to my 1,000-star city again. Do you think you can fool me with your little cleverness?" Han Fei, who was caught, didn't panic at all. Instead, he chuckled. "Old demon. Chew, it's really you. Unfortunately, you made a mistake to die Euro." Bang! Han Fei's body instantly crumbled and disappeared. This made Old Demon Chew's heart skip a beat. Was this person actually fake? And the real Han Fei was already standing on the correct 8th floor. Huff! When the two bodies became one, Han Fei took a deep breath. Fortunately, although the space was different, it didn't affect his use of the twin divine technique. At this moment, Han Fei extended his hand, and the vast ocean navigator appeared in his hand. He stood still for more than 10 seconds before he smiled. Next floor. Han Fei had calculated the time. He entered the 11th floor, stepped into a random 12th-floor space cave, and sat down. Han Fei thought to himself, if old Demon Chew could still find him, he would admit defeat. In fact, although there were only 7 floors between the 5th and 12th floors, there were 10 billion choices between them. Even if the gods were alive, if they had to follow the rules of the monument of gods, they would probably cry. The old turtle said, "Don't worry. Even I will be lost if I don't know the right path, let alone a mere half-king." Han Fei smiled. I have to say that the big clans are indeed difficult to deal with. If it weren't for Wang Santi's reminder, we would have been killed. I swear I'll wipe out the Chu sect one day. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. On the 12th floor, Hanfei waited for a day. When Hanfei returned to the 11th floor, he didn't find any marks left by powerhouses. Therefore, Hanfei quickly used the vast ocean navigator, which pointed out the entrance to the next 3 floors. When Hanfei reached the 14th floor, no matter how strong old Demon Chu was, it was impossible for him to figure out this road at once among the billions of roads. In fact, Hanfei had helped old Demon Chu. After all, the first 5 levels Hanfei walked on were absolutely the right path. Logically speaking, just the first 5 levels alone saved old Demon Chu and the other old guys hundreds of millions of choices. 2 months passed. Hanfei had already passed the 212 ND floor of the Monument of Gods. Even so, he still didn't reach the end of this road. It could be imagined, apart from nonviolent destruction, or having a sacred instrument like the vast ocean navigator, ordinary people couldn't have such terrifying calculation power to find out the correct path. Hanfei couldn't help but complain. He had walked past so many floors. It should be enough, right? If he continued to walk further, he would collapse. Even if he had the vast ocean navigator. What the hell are these? The Penrose stairs, the Penrose triangle, the Mobius rings, the Klein bottle. Perhaps these patterns were not what they were called. There were even some patterns that Hanfei couldn't call out. Was it just a coincidence that Hanfei encountered these wonderful patterns here? On this day, Hanfei walked to the 212 ND floor and stopped. In Hanfei's view, he didn't have the ability to walk by himself. Every day, after using up the vast ocean navigator, he would sit cross-legged, either cultivating or thinking. However, he couldn't make any breakthroughs now. If it weren't for the half-drop of origin water in the heavenly palace that could increase his chances of making breakthrough, Hanfei could even become a venerable on the Scattered Stars Island. However, the current Hanfei knew that the stronger one was, the more profound one's accumulation was. After entering the venerable realm, his strength would be completely different. Therefore, even if he had to hold it back, he had to wait until he got the half-drop of origin water. At this moment, Hanfei sat cross-legged and took out a fish skin map. On the fish skin map, the number of each floor to the next floor was recorded. After Hanfei filled in 3 more numbers, he couldn't help but scratch his head and laugh at himself. I'm afraid this thing has no rules at all. These numbers have no connection at all. The old turtle said, "You're already not bad. You just need to remember these numbers. This shows that the navigator you obtained has extraordinary effects. It also shows that you are related to the so-called Heavenly Palace." In fact, during this period of time, the only thing that puzzled Hanfei was that he originally went to the Zhang family to steal the 7th level of the true spirit fishing art. However, he accidentally stole an entire floor of treasures. After he stole the treasure, he accidentally obtained this black pearl. The Zhang family probably didn't know what this black pearl was used for. Therefore, they had been keeping it in their treasury, and now it was his. From the beginning to the end, the Zhang family had no idea how big an opportunity they had missed. Hanfei seemed bored, lying on a floating stone. The old turtle suddenly said, "Hanfei, in fact, these patterns are not completely meaningless. I think you just didn't understand these powers." Hanfei tilted his head. "Do you understand now?" The old turtle said leisurely, "None of these patterns are normal. However, in the void world, nothing is impossible." "I didn't think so before." "Have you Notice that these patterns seem to be some kind of an array? Han Fei chuckled. Of course. I had thought of this possibility long ago on the first floor. However, what's the point of such an array? To use it to create an infinite loop maze? Even if these patterns are combined, it's just to make this loop maze more confusing. If it's changed into a killing array, it's possible. Han Fei smiled and chatted. However, as he smiled, his face stiffened. Killing array? If a killing array was circular and continuous with no loss of power, and energy would only escape and be reused within a certain range, then, this killing array was infinite. Hiss. Han Fei rose with a gurgle. Assuming that it was a killing array, what he needed to consider now was how to trap people in a single array. The old turtle asked, "What's on your mind?" Han Fei said, "What you said makes sense. These maps might not be maps. They might just be an array. However, this array hasn't been activated. Perhaps the entire monument of gods is a big killing array." Han Fei's eyes lit up. Logically speaking, the monument of gods might be the only passage to the central holy city, but it was also the only bridge that protected the central holy city. If the monument of gods was an array, then this array could definitely be called a genius array. Since ancient times, among the millions of arrays, this array should be ranked first. After a long stun, Han Fei smiled bitterly. Even if this was indeed an array, how could he draw it? How long would it take to draw such a large-scale array? At this moment, Han Fei was a little amazed at the design of the heavenly palace. If this monument of gods was really an array, how strong was his mother? Even if tens of millions of array masters worked together according to a certain law, how many years would it take for them to set up such a huge array? He thought about it for a day without any results. The next day, Han Fei issued an order in his heart, and the vast ocean navigator appeared in his hand. As Han Fei recited in his heart, after walking 15 steps along the floating stones, the needle turned to him. Without hesitation, Han Fei drilled into the space crack that popped up beside him. However, what he saw stunned him. In front of him was a road with no end. This road stretched as far as the eye could see, and there seemed to be a faint mist covering it. The road was about 1 kilometer wide, and there seemed to be various houses on both sides. The moment Han Fei appeared on this road, he saw the faint mist on this road quickly begin to dissipate, and Han Fei's vision became clearer and clearer. After only a moment, the mist dissipated, and Han Fei seemed to see a temple at the end of his vision. Huff. Han Fei took a breath. "I'm in?" Han Fei looked back, only to see a tall tower that occupied nearly 100 square meters and nearly 1 kilometer high in the sky. On the top of the tower were uneven square stones. Under the tower was a dark door. People called this place the Monument of Gods. Why did the outside world know the name of the Monument of Gods? God knew. Perhaps they were already used to calling it that. It was the first time Han Fei had seen such a magnificent scene. There was no such broad road that led so far in the entire 1,000-star city. Han Fei wasn't a fool. He didn't dare to move a single step. After all, it was said that there was a city protecting array in the central holy city. Its power could even kill venerables. Han Fei looked down at the ground. The greenish-white stone was glimmering and seemed to contain a lot of spiritual energy. However, there were no traces of arrays. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. Was even a brick in the central holy city so valuable? Han Fei asked, Old Yuan, can you feel the remnants of arrays here? The old turtle immediately said, You may not believe it, but I seem to be suppressed by the mysterious power in this city. I can't release my senses at all. Huh? Han Fei immediately tried it. However, as the old turtle said, he couldn't release his perception either. In that case, was there an array here? What array was there? He couldn't feel it at all. Just as Han Fei was about to walk forward to see what was going on, suddenly, the scene in front of him changed. First of all, lightning struck his body. Han Fei's face changed slightly, but he didn't stop it. If this was just the power of thunder, it wasn't a difficult array to pass. Boom. 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 After 100 attacks in a row, Han Fei felt a burning sensation. Han Fei discovered that the power of this lightning was comparable to ordinary thunder tribulations. It was much stronger than the lightning in the so-called thunder prison. In terms of strength, it might be stronger than the lightning 5,000 kilometers away in the thunder prison of the White Shell Royal City. Of course, for the current Han Fei, the lightning strike was nothing. However, after the lightning and thunder came a sea of fire. Han Fei moved dozens of kilometers with each step. However, here, space seemed to have no meaning. He seemed to be trapped in an invisible array. There was no distance, no time, only nothingness. F***ck, am I in the 8-diagram pill furnace? The old turtle said, this array appeared too quickly. Logically speaking, it's impossible. Even if you didn't notice it, it's impossible for me to not notice it. Therefore, I thought that there's only one possibility. Han Fei asked, what possibility? Come on, tell me. Why are you still keeping me in suspense? The old turtle said, this entire city is a big array. You were in the array in the first place, so you have nowhere to escape. Han Fei gritted his teeth. Although I'm not afraid of fire, such a huge array. Han Fei didn't continue. He suddenly remembered the heavenly desolate city that had held up for more than 200 years in the sea. If it were just manpower, it would have long been destroyed. Humans had strong masters, but the Sea clan had strong masters, too. Back in the heavenly desolate city, there was a great array protecting the city. Even at the last moment, the array protecting the city was broken with difficulty. At this moment, Han Fei thought of the heavenly desolate city. Then, was the central holy city he was in called the Thousand-Star City? Or was there an independent name? Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. For some reason, Han Fei was caught in a series of arrays. Because there was no concept of space here at all, Han Fei didn't know how to break the array for a while. Han Fei even felt a little strange. Who set up arrays in such a way? If you want to set up arrays, you should set up a series of arrays, right? Who the F***ck would set up a large killing array at the entrance? Unless this intersection was not used as a passage at all, but to kill those who came from the Thousand-Star City. The fire roared, but Han Fei didn't feel dangerous at all, because on Han Fei's shoulder, Little Black was swallowing the fire energy. Wanna burn Han Fei? So far, it seemed unlikely. It seemed that the flame array was useless. In the next moment, dense arrows like locusts appeared out of nowhere and darted at Han Fei. F***ck, is this array so elusive? Han Fei quickly put away Little Black. With a thought, 2 kitchen knives appeared in his hand. Han Fei moved like a wandering snake, rising and falling in the waves. In the lightning-fast arrow array, he turned into an endless shadow. Clank, clank, clank. Clang. 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 After nearly 100 seconds, Han Fei stepped on the defense array, held Snowhorn, and drew his sword. The power of his sword was comparable to that of a junior peak-level venerable. After entering the central holy city, Han Fei's strength returned. However, his perception seemed to be trapped by an array and couldn't get out for the time being. Han Fei activated the power of his great Tao, making his strength reach the venerable realm with the intention of forcibly breaking this array. However, as soon as he used the draw technique, he saw a strange big mirror appear. Han Fei's draw technique slashed back at him. F***ck. Han Fei was shocked. A space array? Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent, so he slashed again. Only then did the void tremble and air billow. Millions of sword beams melted into the wind and slashed in all directions. Han Fei's expression changed slightly. An array that can change space. Similar to the array in the Monument of Gods? Old Yuan, can't you release your perception at all? Without perception, I can't find the array foundation. Han Fei didn't dare to attack again. The stronger his attack was, the harder he was backlashed because of this weird array. It wasn't that this array was strong. It was just that his perception was sealed and he couldn't find where the array was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let this killing array be activated. The old turtle said, "My perception is also suppressed. It seems that this space is suppressing perception indiscriminately. Is there something wrong with your entrance?" While Han Fei and the old turtle were discussing intensely, they saw a saber shadow rushing at them with a 1,000-meter-long spiral. Judging from the surging power of the saber, Han Fei knew that it was no weaker than his full-strength attack of the draw technique. Han Fei thought to himself, he couldn't just be suppressed like this. He had to work out a solution. He couldn't attack with his force, but the other party could? This didn't make sense. Immediately, Han Fei said, "Spatial folding." Just now, the reason why his drawing technique was sent back was actually because of the same mechanism, a bit like the mechanism of reflection, but actually not. It was like a piece of paper. If it was folded, the attack that was blasted out would return to its original spot along the fold. And the space in front of Han Fei was like that piece of paper. Fortunately, Han Fei had a special great Tao that could change his own great Tao infinitely. Otherwise, Han Fei really couldn't deal with such a space technique. Huh? When the knife light cut back along the space, Han Fei heard someone exclaim in an unusually clear voice. Who? Han Fei's first reaction was that if there was someone here, it was the controller of the heavenly palace. Han Fei immediately shouted, "We're on the same side. Don't beat me. Little Ci asked me to come. Well, I've met the palace lord. Can you remove this array first?" Humph. Han Fei was wondering how to let this person know his identity, and how to tell him that he had no ill intentions. Han Fei was still wondering if he should take out the sea-quelling painting. However, swish, swish, swish. The void array gradually calmed down. The black color turned into a faint white. Then, it began to turn transparent and disappear. Huh? Why is this guy so easy to talk to? While Han Fei was still wondering, he saw a figure standing 100 meters away from him. After 3 seconds, the void array completely dissipated. Smack. Shit. Han Fei slapped his thigh angrily and cursed, "Great. Isn't it fun? I'm only a half venerable. The power of the array just now is enough to kill a venerable. How can you do that to me? Hey, old Ren. Why are you here? Why are you in the Central Holy City? Shouldn't this be where the Heavenly Palace's controller is? You." Han Fei complained. However, as he complained, Han Fei realized that something was wrong. When Han Fei saw Ren Tianfei's faint smile, he felt terrible. He swallowed and asked in shock, "Are you the controller of the Heavenly Palace?" Han Fei's face immediately turned dark. No one had ever investigated Ren Tianfei's background. Because little Ci was ambushed, it could be said that the entire Thousand-Star City didn't know that there was a controller in the Central Holy City. It could even be said that other than the Chu sect and Chao family, the other families might not know of the existence of the Heavenly Palace. Even if someone knew the identity of the so-called controller, there were probably only a few people. In the past, Han Fei thought that Ren Tianfei was a top powerhouse in the Thousand-Star City. In the end, for some reason, he had a conflict with the big clans in the Thousand-Star City. Later, he was hunted by the big clans and hid in the sea area of the Heavenly Water Village in the Blue Sea town to recuperate. Later, this genius created a body-refining technique and reached the peak again, killing his way back to the Thousand-Star City to take revenge. At first, Han Fei thought that the story should be that simple. But later Ren Tianfei was hunted because he had been to the Heavenly Palace. At that time, Han Fei thought that Ren Tianfei was a heavenly talent. Only a true heavenly talent could stand out among hundreds of millions of people and go to a place that everyone wanted to go to, but in the end, no one could go there. However, now that he thought about it, it was ridiculous. A venerable level powerhouse was defeated? Why did he run to the Heavenly Water Village, a small mantis shrimp cave? Could eating a few mantis shrimp save his life? How stupid was he to believe such a ridiculous statement? In fact, as early as when Ren Tianfei and Old Han joined forces, Han Fei had already had a vague guess. However, he didn't think in that direction. He would rather be deceived. But now, Ren Tianfei had become the controller of the Heavenly Palace. What else could he say? Perhaps the entire Thousand-Star City thought that Ren Tianfei and Old Han formed an alliance because the big clans in the Thousand-Star City were powerful. Therefore, they formed an alliance to help each other. However, his mother was the master of the Heavenly Palace. How could Old Han and Ren Tianfei not know each other? If Old Han and Ren Tianfei knew each other early on, then including the indestructible body, every chance he had was actually designed by these people. From the beginning to the end, Ren Tianfei and Old Han were all F***king liars. Hey, wait a minute. Han Fei was thinking, why did I include the Thug Academy? Han Fei's eyelids twitched, and he looked at Ren Tianfei and gnashed his teeth. Who is Patriarch Thug? If the controller was Ren Tianfei, then it was only natural that Ren Tianfei could go to the Heavenly Palace. This monument of God should have no difficulty for him. However, why could Patriarch Thug also walk through the monument of God? Ren Tianfei, Old Han, and the Thug Academy were all on the same side. Now, Ren Tianfei's identity was basically revealed. Then, what about the Thug Academy? Patriarch Thug had once crushed the Thousand-Star City, and Old Bai often bragged about it to them. But it didn't seem right. Patriarch Thug was hunted by the big clans, because He had been to the heavenly palace. The reason was the same as Ren Tianfei. If he believed it again, there must be something wrong with his intelligence. Ren Tianfei's lips curled slightly. Are you very curious? Do you think that everyone has lied to you? The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Why? You didn't lie to me? Tell me. Since you all have such powerful backgrounds, why don't you just open a path for me? Why didn't you just let me go straight to the heavenly palace? Why did you have to make it so difficult for me? Ren Tianfei sneered. Why should we do that? From the moment you started cultivating, from the fishing trial, your admission to the Thug Academy, your adventure in the level 3 fishery, and then your journey to the scattered Stars Island. During this period, have we ever helped you? Ren Tianfei walked on the broad street with his hands behind his back. Even when you were trying to get the sea-quelling painting, did I help you? We only saved you out in the 1,000-star city. Your father and I helped because those powers were beyond your ability. Otherwise, who do you think would have intervened? Han Fei gritted his teeth. He was right. When Xia Shaochan was taken away by Chen Huangdian, none of these jerks helped him. Even though he was killed on the spot by Chen Huangdian and old Jiang searched for days and nights without finding him, those B***stars still didn't take any action. Immediately, Han Fei's heart trembled. Was this the way to become a king? He had thought that since he took over the Scattered Stars Island and won the first battle, he would become a chess player. However, it turned out that he was wrong. Ren Tianfei said, "Don't think too much. From now on, my identity has been exposed. You'll have to walk the rest of the road by yourself. Don't you want to know who Li Daxian is? Come on, let me tell you." Translator *Henyi Translations Editor *Henyi Translations. It was the first time Han Fei and Ren Tianfei met. It could be said that Han Fei had never met Ren Tianfei's true body before, which was either a clone or a puppet. This one must be his true body. If Ren Tianfei was a controller, then his strength couldn't be weak. At least, he had to have enough strength in the central holy city. Besides, there was no need for him to hide here. Han Fei stepped to Ren Tianfei. The two walked on this long road several meters away. Han Fei glanced at the buildings on both sides of the road that should have been unoccupied for a long time but were still brand new, and asked in confusion, "Nobody lives here, right?" Creak. As soon as Han Fei said so, he saw a door opening from the side of the road. Not far away. Han Fei was shocked. It had been tens of thousands of years. Was there still someone living in the central holy city? However, when Han Fei saw the look of the person inside, he felt terrible. Again. If it wasn't Ren Tianfei, who was it? He scanned with his perception, only to discover that the person was at the explorer level. Before Han Fei said anything, Ren Tianfei said, "This city is so big. There should be some people living in it, so I try to fill it up with my clones, but my clones are not infinite." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Then how many clones do you have?" Han Fei felt that this should be the great Tao of Ren Tianfei. Otherwise, he had never seen any venerable fighting with his clones. Ren Tianfei said, "You can have 100, 1,000, or 10,000. However, the power of different clones is different. It depends on when to use them and how to use them." Great Tao? Ren Tianfei grunted and said, "If it was a combat skill, I would have found a way to give it to you long ago." Han Fei rolled his eyes and then looked around. Is this the central holy city? What's special about it? Ren Tianfei smiled and said, let's go to the sky and take a look. As Ren Tianfei shouted, the two of them stepped into the air one after another. When they came to a height of thousands of meters in the sky, the layout of the city could be seen. However, Han Fei still couldn't see the entire city. Going further up, Han Fei saw a zigzagging river, in the shape of an S, running through the entire central holy city. On the sides of the river, there were two completely different architectural styles. One was black, and the other was white. Han Fei was a little stunned. Tai Chi? Ren Tianfei asked, what is Tai Chi? It's yin-yang. Old Ren blew his beard and said proudly, the central holy city uses the workshop as a star to nurture the human world. With the sky water as the Milky Way, two palaces land in the city. With the temple as the Big Dipper, it arches the heavens and the earth as well as the yin-yang world. On the axis of the heavens, the strongest sects in the world are built, which are the Grand Yin Academy and the Pure Sun Tao Palace. This is the former Thousand-Star City, the former yin-yang world. Hiss. Han Fei was a little stunned. Well, Old Ren, can you say something that I can understand? Ren Tianfei snorted. If it's a city, there must be people living in it. If there are people living in it, there must be people. If there are people, there will be power of will. You should have felt it when you fought on the Scattered Stars Island, right? Han Fei nodded. So, the central holy city was built to provide the king with the power of will? Ren Tianfei shook his head. Of course not. Under the rule of a king, there are billions of people. Those who can live in the central holy city are all extraordinary. How can everyone live here? This is just the backbone of the yin-yang world, which represents the class of strength. Han Fei didn't dwell on the question, but looked at the river. What about the river? Ren Tianfei said, spirit awakening fluid flows in the river. It can be called the Milky Way or the Spirit River. As for what to call it, it doesn't matter. Hiss. Spirit awakening fluid is flowing inside? Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. Are you kidding me? How much spirit awakening fluid does this thing require? Ren Tianfei sneered and said, do you think the spirit awakening fluid is a precious thing? Nurtured by the Tao runes of a king, all things can awaken. Spirits. Forget it, even if I tell you, you don't understand now. Anyway, you just need to know that the spirit awakening fluid is not valuable. Once you become a king, you can have as much as you want. Han Fei asked, then what's with this yin-yang symbol? You said that the Grand Yin Academy and the Pure Sun Tao Palace were built on the axis of the heavens. They are the two strongest sects in the world. Why are there no such two sects among the 7 major sects in the Thousand-Star City? Suddenly, Han Fei tilted his head and looked at Ren Tianfei. Is the Thug Academy Grand Yin Academy or Pure Sun Tao Palace? Ren Tianfei looked at Han Fei with a smile. Are you so sure that the Thug Academy is one of the two sects? Han Fei curled his lips. If not, how could Patriarch Thug pass the monument of gods? Why could he enter the heavenly palace? Han Fei sneered. I used to wonder why the Thug Academy suddenly became the leader of the 8 academies in the Thousand-Star City and was once popular. Pure Sun Island, Thug Academy, Pure Sun Tao Academy. So this is the true origin of the Thug Academy. Ren Tianfei said indifferently, you are smart. That's right. The Thug Academy's predecessor was the Pure Sun Dao Palace. It had also experienced millions of years of change. In the end, the strong masters of the Dao Palace dwindled. The remaining people could only leave the central holy city and start recruiting students like the 7 major sections. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, they didn't recruit students before? Ren Tianfei looked at Han Fei with a faint smile and asked, were you recruited by them? Han Fei thought for a moment and realized that something was wrong. Although they had left the central holy city, the arrogance of the Thug Academy hadn't diminished. For example, Lu Renquang, Zhang Xuanyu, Luo Xiaobai, Xiao Shaochan, which of these people were recruited into the school? They only recruited Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, what about the Grandine Academy? Ren Tianfei said indifferently, you should know that the Yinyang world was moved here later. Back then, the people of the central holy city followed the army to fight and then scattered in all directions, but didn't return. The Grandine Academy was separated from the Yinyang world at that time. As for where it is, I don't know. Han Fei took a slight breath. Did it mean that the Grandine Academy had disappeared for tens of thousands of years? This was easy to understand. After all, in the Age of Doom, fights were indeed everywhere. Some people disappeared as they fought. This should be normal. Besides, after establishing the 36 heavenly palaces, there must be many battles to come. Where did these people go? Did they still remember the Yinyang world? Both were questions. Han Fei looked at the city occupied by Ren Tianfei's clones and thought to himself, how long has this old guy lived? Han Fei shrugged and said casually, so, what do we do now? Should I go to the temple or directly to the heavenly palace? Ren Tianfei smiled faintly. Oh. You can't go anywhere. Even if you have great luck, you need to pass my examination. I want to see if you have the qualifications to enter the heavenly palace. Han Fei bared his teeth and said angrily, you old fart, you still want to fight me? If you have the strength, why don't you go to the heavenly palace to fight the puppets? I heard that there are puppets everywhere in the heavenly palace. Ren Tianfei sneered. Don't you think you're too lucky? I should increase your difficulty a little bit, right? Are you going to fight or not? If you beat me, you can go to the heavenly palace. Han Fei sneered. Fine, I'll fight you. Do you think I'm afraid of you? You have an indestructible body, but I've also cultivated a golden body. I'd like to see how you can stop me in the same realm as you. Ren Tianfei's eyelids twitched slightly. The indestructible golden body. It's really not bad. However, who said I would fight you in the same realm? Han Fei? Ren Tianfei released his breath and directly used the power of an intermediate. Venerable. Han Fei felt terrible. Didn't little Ci say that the strength of the controller had dropped a lot? She said that he was at least a junior. Venerable, but this. Besides, Ren Tianfei would only use the strength of an intermediate venerable. How could he believe it? Anyway, Han Fei would never believe it. Even if Ren Tianfei's strength was only in the intermediate venerable realm, he could still break into Thousand Star City alone. How was it any different from the Half-King realm? Han Fei's face immediately turned black. Hey, hey. Old Ren, let's talk nicely. How can you bully me like this? I haven't become a venerable yet, and You want to play like this with me? You're a bit of a bully. Ren Tianfei chuckled. In the battle on the Scattered Stars Island, the strength you showed was not weak at all. Facing an advanced venerable, and even a half-king, you didn't flinch at all. Why? Do you want to admit defeat before the battle begins? That's bull's asterisk it. There's a limit for the strength of a half-venerable. If you used the strength of an advanced venerable, how can I resist you? Ren Tianfei said, why don't you go to the temple and experience the future throne? Maybe you will have the motivation to beat me? Han Fei had never been provoked like this before. He immediately shouted. Come on, let's fight now. I don't believe you can beat me. You're just an intermediate venerable now. Do you think you can beat me? Bang! Han Fei punched out. The invincible fist mark struck the void. The two entered the void one after another. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. The battle between Han Fei and Ren Tianfei was simply a feast of violence. Aesthetics. At first, when the two were fighting, Han Fei habitually dodged with all kinds of tricks. He activated the desolate god body and used the various movement techniques of the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance. Han Fei fought like this because he was still a little traumatized. After all, Ren Tianfei had specially trained him for as long as 2 months. At that time, he was still in the level 3 fishery and was beaten up miserably every day. Therefore, knowing Ren Tianfei's style, he naturally wouldn't let him catch any flaws. Otherwise, being punched over and over again, he had no chance to take a breath and turn the tables. However, after Han Fei used so many techniques, Ren Tianfei directly raised his strength to the advanced venerable realm with a swish. Han Fei immediately cursed, shameless old ****, you're cheating. Ren Tianfei's voice was thunderous. I'm cheating? I just want to teach you one thing, strength is everything. Why are you playing so many tricks? When you meet a real strong master, do you think you can beat him with these fancy tricks? Han Fei sneered. Old man, not only do I have these fancy techniques, but I also have the strongest physical body. Come on, let's fight. Bang! 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 Boom boom boom. With a thought, Han Fei activated his great Tao and increased his strength by 3 times. His strength soared to the level of a junior venerable. Although there was still a gap with Ren Tianfei, with the indestructible golden body, he could still fight. At this moment, he saw the two of them punching each other. It depended on who was faster and who was stronger. Their styles and methods were actually quite similar. Han Fei's current strength was that of a junior venerable, so he certainly couldn't compare to an advanced one. At most, he could unleash the power of an intermediate venerable. Most of his moves were still in the early venerable realm, and he could no longer raise his realm. Han Fei had a feeling that if he forcibly used the power of his great Tao again, he wouldn't be able to have 4 times the power. Otherwise, it would be too heaven-defying. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, Han Fei had already been punched dozens of times. Every punch made Han Fei's internal organs tremble. This couldn't go on. However, in terms of style, it was really Ren Tianfei's style. Roar! Han Fei roared, and the 100-beast soul-subduing roar was launched. A golden light appeared on his body, and he was enveloped by the golden light. Hey, brat! This time, I can tell you that living a long time is not without benefits. In terms of soul power, you are not a top heavenly talent. My soul power in the same realm is about twice yours. Bang! Han Fei felt that his head was exploding, and blood oozed out of his eyes, nose and mouth. Han Fei gritted his teeth and grunted. He activated the invincible will and the golden fist mark smashed down like a storm of pear blossoms. While attacking, Han Fei asked, "Will the longer you live, the stronger your soul will be?" At most, how strong can it be? Ren Tianfei didn't give in at all, punching back with both fists, carrying Han Fei's fist mark, and blasted out 7 or 8 big fist marks, comparable to the sacrificing punch in a row, sending Han Fei flying dozens of kilometers away. Ren Tianfei said, "There's no telling. Not everyone can constantly improve the strength of the soul. The improvement of the soul requires firstly the digging of one's own body's potential. The deeper one digs, the stronger the container of the soul is. Secondly, constantly using visualization paintings. The higher the level of the visualization painting, the greater the increase in spiritual power, but there will also be a limit." As they talked, Han Fei performed a star teleportation and returned. The two parties collided again. The two of them were fighting, and blood splashed everywhere. But in terms of technique, it was hard to tell. They were like two drunkards fighting each other. Han Fei lost more than he won. Han Fei said, "In the latter half of the indestructible body, you should fuse the power of the soul into your body. Only by fusing the two can you master the ultimate Tao of the indestructible body, right?" Ren Tianfei laughed. "Your perception is not bad. As you said, you have already figured out the follow-up cultivation method of the indestructible body. First of all, your body must not be destroyed, and then, your soul must not be destroyed. If you want your soul to be indestructible, the best way is to hide your soul in any corner of your body." Han Fei found an opportunity to take a punch from Ren Tianfei. With a smile, he punched out, sending Ren Tianfei flying 100 meters back. Swallowing a mouthful of blood, Han Fei gasped. "Your method is like crushing my brain and blending its pieces into every corner of my body? Are you saying that my head is all over my body?" Ren Tianfei sneered. "I don't have time to chat with you. Your current physical strength is indeed not weak. After taking the path of invincibility, you are even stronger. However, although your soul power might be more than twice that of ordinary people, this portion of soul power can be made up for by persevering in cultivation, visualization, and long-time cultivation. Therefore, anyone can do it. Therefore, your soul power is not the top kind. If you have a chance in the future, go find more ownerless souls." Bang! 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 Their fists collided, and they each retreated thousands of meters. Han Fei took a deep breath and said, "I can obtain ownerless souls by killing venerables, but how strong a soul has to be deemed strong?" Ren Tianfei said leisurely, "Everyone's limits are different. You shouldn't ask me about this matter. You should ask yourself. If you don't know how strong your current soul power is, it's not a big problem. Just find where your Tao heart is. What is the great Tao in your heart? Where is your great Tao? How can you firmly stick to this great Tao? Tao heart, in the end, decides the limits of the soul." Huh? Han Fei's pupils were constricted. This was the first time he heard someone talk about Dao heart except for the old turtle. In Han Fei's body, the old turtle said, Han Fei, look, this is the difference. This old guy knows the significance of the Dao heart. Only you. Keep trying to improve your strength. In fact, your strength is improving too. Fast. Even if you don't consider the Dao heart now, do you want to become a king after you become a venerable? If your Dao heart isn't enough, it won't do. Han Fei remained calm and shouted at Ren Tianfei, what is a Dao heart? Ren Tianfei was building up his strength, and the terrifying energy on his fist was gathering. Dao heart, with which you explore your Dao. With nothing to worry about behind you and nothing to fear on the road ahead, find the meaning of your life, walk the only path that you stick to until your death. Be determined, and never abandon, which is your Dao heart. When Ren Tianfei explained, in Han Fei's heart, the old turtle couldn't help saying, I have to say, you humans are really eloquent. That's about it, but you must not take what he said as the norm. What he said is true, but Dao heart is far more complicated than what he said. After hearing Ren Tianfei's explanation and the old turtle's exhortation, Han Fei could actually understand these reasons. However, Han Fei really couldn't nurture a firm and immovable Dao heart right now. More importantly, old Han and the others had paved the way for him. Han Fei's growth had been completely planned out by them. After he learned all this, he felt very upset and his sense of accomplishment was completely gone. However, it would be a lie if Han Fei said that he had no faith. Han Fei had a lot of things to do. First of all, he had to find a way to cross the infinite ocean, find the Merman clan, beat Chen Huangdian, and take Xiaochan away. Yes. Han Fei felt that his idea was quite domineering. Chen Huangdian, that son of a by *ch, almost killed him back then. He must take revenge on him. As for other things, to fight against the Xi clan for the sake of the human race. Han Fei really didn't have such a firm belief. In war, there was no right or wrong. However, in their own worlds, right and wrong had always existed. It couldn't be said that sea demons were heartless, nor could it be said that humans were affectionate. It could only be said that he happened to be born into the human race, so he had to stand in the human race's interests. No matter what kind of creatures, they would be united in times of danger. Even if this principle was correct, didn't the human race also have people like big clans? They were more concerned about their own interests. To make them risk their lives for the survival of the human race? That was wishful thinking. At this moment, Han Fei thought to himself, perhaps after I become a venerable, I should study how to nurture my so-called Dao heart. Half a day passed. Han Fei and Ren Tianfei had fought for more than 3,000 rounds, and Han Fei was beaten most of the time. Han Fei was lost for words. Old B****, I think you're just making fun of me. If you have what it takes, reduce your strength and let's fight fairly. Ren Tianfei sneered. Haha, I just want to beat you up a few more times before you become a king. If you really become a king in the future, I'll be a man who has beaten a king. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. So you don't think I can become a king? Ren Tianfei glanced at Han Fei contemptuously. You haven't even become a venerable. Is it appropriate to talk about becoming a king now? What do you think a king is? Do you think you can become a king as you please? Even the king's tribulation is extremely difficult to transcend. By the way, with your cultivation speed, I'm afraid you'll have to consider transcending the king's Tribulation after you become a venerable. Han Fei smiled and said, you don't have any experience with that. As for the King's tribulation, I'm afraid only one person in the entire Inyang world has experience. Han Fei was talking about Tang Yen. Han Fei felt that this guy was very special. In order to transcend the King's tribulation, he actually created a cloud whale clone. However, this clone failed to transcend the King's tribulation and was killed. Now, he still didn't give up and got another cloud whale. He must still be planning to transcend the King's tribulation this time. Even if he failed this time, he still had the identity of Tengu. Han Fei sighed. In the world of the strong, it was really not easy to die. As the saying went, a sly fox had 3 burrows. These people hadn't even become kings, but they had already created reincarnation bodies for themselves one after another. Even Han Fei himself knew where this so-called reincarnation body came from. As Ren Tianfei said, he could directly deprive the memories of a portion of his soul and stuff pure memories into a new body, letting it grow naturally and slowly become a new strong master under the influence of the environment. Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing just thinking about it. Watch himself become another person and then become himself again? How creepy was that? Ren Tianfei suddenly got up, shook his messy hair, and said indifferently, let's go and take a look at the temple. Be careful of the heavenly Tao Dharma. That thing can corrode the heavenly palace. Now, you can kill all the puppets in the heavenly palace. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. The central holy city was the city of the king. Under normal circumstances, the temple was empty. Everyone living in the central holy city knew that. According to Old Ren, a long time ago, when it was most prosperous, the central holy city opened to the 1,000-star city once a year. At that time, tens of millions of humans could come to the central holy city to worship the king. Passing the heavenly river, there was a temple at the center, which looked a bit like the temple of heaven. There were a lot of steps in the square, and this circular temple was a bit big, with 3 floors of buildings. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, why do they all have 3 floors? Ren Tianfei froze for a moment. What else has 3 floors? Han Fei shook his head. Nothing. I mean, is this where I'll live? Ren Tianfei sneered. You live here? Don't you know what you're like? Don't you feel ashamed to say that? Han Fei said contemptuously, why should I feel ashamed? This is my mother's territory after all. Ren Tianfei said proudly, whether or not you can become a king is not about inheritance, but ability. Although others paved the way for you, you have to become a king first. If Tang Yen becomes a king and takes down the heavenly palace one step ahead of you, maybe this will be his. Han Fei looked at the sky and said, isn't that thing still there? How can Tang Yen become a king? Ren Tianfei shrugged. That's the reason. If it weren't for that thing, do you think they will just sit tight and watch you become a king? Besides, since that thing can stop others from becoming a king, it might also be able to stop you. You have to be mentally prepared for this. Han Fei said indifferently, I'm not in a hurry. I haven't become a venerable yet. That thing can stay for a while. When I become a half-king, I'll find a way to get rid of it. In a sense, the heavenly Tao Dharma bought time for Han Fei. If it weren't for the existence of the heavenly Tao Dharma could old Chu, old Han Patriarch Thug and Tang Yen really not become kings? The two entered the temple. The bottom floor of the temple was nearly 100 meters high, with only a statue of the sea god erected inside. However, unlike all the statues of the sea god that Han Fei had seen, this statue of the sea god was sitting, looking dignified and majestic. Besides, in terms of appearance and expression, this was the first time Han Fei saw his mother when she was a king. The statue's long hair fell over her shoulders and fluttered behind her back. There was a golden beam of light that resembled a sword between her eyebrows. Her cheeks were thin and had edges. She looked just like an empress who ruled the world. Han Fei had seen his mother in the sea-quelling painting, but she was just a beautiful woman and didn't look like a king at all back then. Ren Tianfei said, "Few people can make it here to pay respects." Han Fei frowned and said, "Isn't becoming a king meant to cultivate well? Why does it need people to come to pay respects?" Ren Tianfei smiled faintly. "You don't understand. In that era, the creatures of all races didn't have much confidence. The king is their faith, their hope. They gave all their faith to the king. Can you understand this feeling? If in such a situation, the king could show his divine skills from time to time for everyone to admire, over time, people gained confidence." Han Fei asked, "How much power will can be obtained from that?" Ren Tianfei said, "It's all mutual. Power of will can help kings become stronger, and kings can enhance the confidence of all living beings. No one makes a loss here, but everyone makes a profit, but power of will also has a limit. Your mother told me this. As for the specific limit, I don't know. After all, not everyone can become a king." Han Fei and Ren Tian flew to the second floor. While walking, Han Fei asked, "Can't I become a king without the power of will? In this vast sea area, there are thousands of races, but only a few kings can appear, right?" Ren Tianfei said, "Of course not. There are also differences between becoming kings. Some people walk the righteous Tao of the world and walk the grand path. Becoming a king is just the beginning for them, while some people become kings just because their strength reaches the realm and they manage to pass the king tribulation. To go further? Then they still have to continue fighting and find opportunities." Han Fei wondered, "What's the difference?" Ren Tianfei said, "If you're the king of a race, even if you just sit tight and receive people's worship every day, you can still become an emperor in the end." "Oh, do you know what it means to become an emperor?" "It's the realm after the king." Han Fei said, "I know. You mean one can become an emperor without doing anything?" Han Fei's heart trembled violently. *CK, is there such a good thing in the world? It's so difficult to become a king, but can someone become an emperor without doing anything? The old turtle's voice rang in Han Fei's heart. Humph. How can there be such a good thing in the world? In fact, it's all the same. Becoming a king isn't that difficult. It's just because your domain has that big eye guarding it. Otherwise, there might have been more than one king here. Even the old man in front of you can probably transcend the king's tribulation." What he said may be right, but think about it, can an emperor who has fought his way up be the same as an emperor who has been sitting tight and doing nothing? Han Fei felt that what the old turtle said made a lot of sense. Even if he could become a king without doing anything, his base wouldn't be very sturdy. That was just an emperor piled up by power of will. However, the old turtle said, "Of course, there are also benefits. Not every king can become an emperor. Besides, an emperor who was made by faith is very powerful in his own territory. However, once he leaves his territory, his strength may be greatly reduced. Han Fei thought for a moment. So this was the reason why Queen Life and the other kings didn't want to leave their territories? As they walked, Han Fei saw that the second floor was in a mess. There were many wine jars randomly littering on the ground. Ren Tianfei said, I live on this floor. I don't have much fun but just sleep and meditate. Let's go to the third floor. The entrance to the heavenly palace is on the third floor. Han Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that old Ren lived in the temple. Ren Tianfei seemed to know what Han Fei was thinking and immediately said, I am the controller after all. Although my strength has not fully recovered, in the past, I was the strongest person below the king. It wouldn't be a problem for me to sweep through the 1,000-star city alone. Han Fei glanced at him contemptuously. Okay, I'll believe you. By the way, what's your injury? I have a great technique that may be able to cure you. Ren Tianfei grinned. Forget it, it's the heaven enlightenment divine technique, right? What you walk on is not the great Tao of heaven enlightenment. Its power is not as good as the real heaven enlightenment divine technique. Besides, you're just a half-venerable, how can you cure my injury? When you become a half-king, maybe you can use this technique to cure me. Ren Tianfei didn't ask him to, so Han Fei naturally wouldn't say how strong he was. Just let Ren Tianfei think that he hadn't embarked on the path of heaven enlightenment. When he became a venerable, he would scare the hell out of him. On the third floor, Han Fei saw that the entire floor was surrounded by some golden lines. Clearly, this was a teleportation array. At least, looking at the level of the teleportation array, the complicated golden patterns, and the strange structure, it should be much stronger than the teleportation array in water. Wood World. The heavenly palace was a place that ordinary people couldn't reach in the first place. It was hidden in a spatial rift that was difficult to reach. Furthermore, there was a difference in strength between the heavenly palaces. Queen Life had once said that yin yang, glazed glass, golden crow, dragon, subduing. From her words, Han Fei felt that the yin yang world might not be low-leveled. Or to be exact, very high-leveled. After all, when Queen Life listed these worlds, she didn't say that it was in random order. Looking at the teleportation array, Ren Tianfei said, this yin-yang heavenly palace is the last test for you. It's not that we don't have the ability to clear it, but if we go to clear it, the price we pay might be much greater than yours. That thing is more destructive to us than to you. The stronger we are, the stronger the threat we will be faced. Remember, try not to use your strongest power. That thing is very blind. Han Fei was stunned. Why do I feel that that thing is alive? Ren Tianfei smiled and said, it's not wrong to say that. It's like an eye of heaven, supervising all living beings. Whenever there is anything wrong, it will come out and mess around. Han Fei asked one last time, I never understood why it appeared alone in our yin-yang world. Why didn't it go to other places in the 36 immortal palaces? Ren Tianfei looked at Han Fei strangely. Ask yourself. Do you think it's against the heavens to steal time? The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. That's true. My mother stole a period of time in the Age of Doom. Heavenly Tao really didn't notice it at all? If I were a king and found that someone around me had stolen something from me, would I still trust him? With this in mind, Han Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Can that thing be driven away? Ran Tianfei shrugged. I don't know. I'm just a controller, not a king. I can control the central holy city, but I can't control the heavenly palace. It's useless to ask me about this. You have to find a way by yourself. Han Fei chuckled. Okay, I'll go by myself. Han Fei quickly walked to the center of the array, and spiritual energy surged out of his body. In an instant, a large number of golden lines were activated. When the golden light flashed, Han Fei's vision suddenly changed. What was even more shocking than the change in front of his eyes was that Han Fei felt a terrifying temperature, which was surging at him like a mountain. Hiss! Sweet Mother of God!